Doomsday 3.
We had Doomsday 1.
No question in my mind.
He came from one of the toughest areas of Phoenix, also especially of course.
For safety and good.
On the defense, talk about it. You better get your ass the ball. You better get the ball.
I just gotta say, when it comes to former Dallas,
For sure, and they would have thrown it off because
This guy gets off you.
Solid from and then I go to bed every night like G man, I promise you that we gotta get a lot of
Well, what is up, Cowboys Nation? Special. What is it special? What is that? National emergency broadcast. You get a national emergency broadcast. That thing goes off on your phone. You get that alert when somebody gets kidnapped. You get those annoying. I really I almost am speechless, and that don't happen a lot. For me to be speechless, you know what I mean? It takes a lot to have a guy like me be speechless, but here I am. And I see some people pouring in here. And this is kind of a therapy session, y'all, to be for real. Here's about how well I'm doing. No glass, no cup, just tequila straight out the fucking bottle. I want to try to figure out a positive way to spin it. I'm going through the range of emotions right now. I really am. Man. I literally had a tweet where I'm crashing out, live on X, and I'm crashing out, and I'm hitting. I like punch my dash, and I'm like, "You, Jerry, if I ever see you, I swear I'm gonna catch a case, Jerry." Don't worry. I'm not gonna do what everybody thinks I'm gonna do and just flip out. No, I flipped out. I flipped out, man. I flipped out. I was wrong. I said all along, no way they're getting rid of Micah Parsons. No way they're gonna get rid of Micah Parsons. Arguably our best player. Maybe him and CeeDee Lamb. I would argue that CeeDee Lamb might be more impactful. And definitely now at this point. Because Micah Parsons is a fucking Packer. Sorry, YouTube. Listen, I'm not even drunk yet. Not even drunk yet. It's on the way, Cowboys Nation. It's on the way. It is on the way. You're going to progressively see things probably go a little bit down here. So stick here with me. But listen, we're all in shock. All of us are in shock. We're sitting here and we're thinking to ourselves, man, you know what? We've seen this happen before. We've seen how Jerry moves. We know Jerry's going to get this thing done. Jerry ain't going to let one of the best players that we've had come through here on defense in ages. We ain't on the prices to Marcus Ware. We ain't going to let him go. Surely he wouldn't do that, right? No, we wouldn't do that. Surely we wouldn't do that. And look, use it, bro. Switch the jersey. Listen, let me get some mourning time. Can a guy mourn? Can I mourn the loss of our all-pro player first? I mean, listen, give me 24 hours. I mean, hell, I already made a tweet that said, fuck Micah Parsons, we moving on. We about to beat that ass week 4 against Green Bay. I said that. I'm on that. But give me some goddamn time. I got 2 of these motherfuckers in my damn closet. It's going to take a minute, all right? I'm going to get rid of them. They go into the Goodwill. But right now, let me mourn. Let me mourn, all right? We attending the Micah Parsons funeral right now. Not the Dallas Cowboys, the Micah Parsons funeral. Let me attend that right now, okay? That's what I want to do. Listen, I want to spin this thing positively, and my head's going all over the place, and I'm trying to think. I really am. I'm trying to think of ways this could benefit the team, right? I'm like, all right, that frees up Pickens money. You know, we can extend Pickens, right? But guess what? He got the same agent as Micah Parsons, David fucking Mulligetta. You really think that David Mulligetta, him and Jerry got a good working relationship? No, they don't. They don't. But I sit here and I listen. When I saw there was just 2 first rounders. I saw 2 first rounders, and I wanted to grab the wheel with my steering wheel, just just kind of gently just jump that motherfucker in oncoming traffic. But I didn't. And I thought, oh God, it's got to be more than 2 firsts. It's got to be more than 2 firsts for Micah Parsons, man. And then I saw we got a defensive tackle. We got their defensive tackle, a 3-time Pro Bowler. Get it, albeit he's 30 years old. But I tell you right now, it doesn't matter if he's 30 or if he's 60. I've seen him play last year. I know who he is. He is an absolute upgrade over Micah. Not Micah. Sorry. I'm a little bit. Maybe the tequila. No, I've only had a couple of shots. He's an upgrade over Mozzie Smith, otherwise, a.k.a. the drill sled. Okay, he is. We got a drill sled and in Mozzie Smith, and that is absolutely our weakest position. Our weakest position is the defensive tackle position, and we definitely upgraded that. Say what you want. I'm not sitting there justified. I'm carrying water for Jerry Jones because I fuck Jerry Jones in his face until he's 20 feet under the ground, man. But this Dallas Cowboys team has a weakness, and one of our biggest weaknesses is we can't stop the run. We definitely got ourselves a defensive tackle that's going to upgrade that. That should improve our run defense. And here's the thing. Micah Parsons was not a run stopper. We know that. You know what I mean? We were getting 170-some yards ran on us on Philadelphia at the end of last year with a healthy Micah Parsons. We got 2 first-round picks that hopefully this Dallas Cowboys team can parlay into something. They could maybe use it. They could maybe use them first-round picks even this year. Maybe they make a trade this year. Maybe they get proactive and say, we don't need 3 first-round picks next year. Let's get rid of a first-round pick this year. Let's get somebody. Let's get somebody else. Let's add to the arsenal because now we still got cap money out there. The Cowboys still got cap money out there. I'm just trying to make it make sense. I'm trying to make it make sense for you, Cowboys Nation. I understand I may be spiraling down the rabbit hole, and I'm like Alice in Wonderland, and they're like, which one of these pills do you want? In the Matrix, the red, or the green, or the blue, or the... And I don't know which goddamn pill to take. For all I know, I want to go into my laundry room and take the Tide Pods. I'm not going to do it. But I feel crazy. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I really do. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. And all we're going to hear about for the next week, all we're going to hear about until we go to Philadelphia is how the Dallas Cowboys got rid of Micah Parsons and how could they do this. That's all we're going to hear. So what we need to do is come together and we got to put it together. We got to figure out why and try to make this whole thing make sense. That's what we got to do. We got to try to make this make sense. And Falcon, you say I'm reaching right now. Listen, what else am I going to do? I mean, I'm reaching for the bottle. Oh, woo! I'm glad I ain't got to work tomorrow. Because your boy getting submarine tonight. But listen, We can't go change his back. When I first heard the news, man, I was sick to my stomach, man. Knots in my stomach. Knots in my stomach, for real. That's what it was. Knots in my goddamn stomach. And you know, and the thing is, like, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know where this is gonna lead us. I don't know what this means for the season. You know, I don't think we're better. Yeah. Mikey said, "Can I join you with a shot?" And I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I'm trying to read the comments. They're coming through really fast. We already at 370 people. This is an impromptu show. Wasn't nothing planned. I wanted to get on here. I wanted to have a therapy session. I wanted to shoot some things. So listen, I'm not trying to ignore anybody. I'm spitting my real emotion. I'm spitting like this. This just really is just hitting me hard. It's hitting me hard, and I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm trying to walk through it all. Right. And I'm trying to walk through it all with y'all. But listen, I will say this, man. I got to break some things down, and I got to unpack some things, right? We was getting our asses kicked with Micah Parsons on the field. Was Micah Parsons not on the field when we got our asses stomped by Green Bay in the playoffs 2 years ago? He was, right? Do I put that all on Micah Parsons and say that's all his fault? No. But do I absolve him of all blame? No. Dak Prescott gets all kinds of blame for that Green Bay game, right? But Micah Parsons was on the field, wasn't he? You know, listen, this team, they got holes. Now they've got, we got it. You cannot look at this team and not have to look forward. You got to look forward. You got to look to the future. You got to look that we're going to have 3 first-round picks next year. I understand. Well, not 3, because we got 2 first-rounders. I mean, one year, one the next year. They ain't going to be both in the same year. But I'm saying you can leverage those picks to move up in the draft if you want. You know, for those of you that don't want Dak Prescott as the quarterback, for those of you that got that conspiracy theory that Arch Manning, which we haven't even seen him play a full season, so let's pump them fucking brakes. But for those of you that really out there on that Arch Manning thing, the Cowboys could absolutely have the ammunition to trade up and do that. But listen, guys, one thing that I've learned to do, and what I've learned to do, man, is to try to take some of the emotion out of it. And I know that's hard, especially right now. It really is. It is very hard in a game where you know we're about to kick off the season. You know, we have these expectations. Last year was a very rough season for the Dallas Cowboys fan base. We all saw it. We all went through it, right? And so we're just hanging on to optimism. Everybody's got that optimism now, right? But now, now it's like a punch in the gut. So everybody's pissed. Everybody's emotional. It's hard to not be emotional, but you have to try as hard as it is to remove the emotion out of the situation. And I'll say this right now. I've seen you, SoCal. I do not think it's going to be worse than last year. I don't think it's going to be worse. I really don't. I don't. Y'all can call me crazy. Y'all can call it the tequila. You know, I do not think it's going to be worse than last year. I really don't. Is this a blow? Absolutely. But I don't think it's going to be worse than last year. Listen, what was our biggest weakness going into this season? Honestly, what was the biggest weakness? What was the biggest area of concern? It was that we can't stop the run, and it was our run defense. And what did we need? We needed a one tech. We needed a guy to eat space, a guy to be able to stop the run, right? Listen, we got that from Green Bay. We did. I understand that he's 30. I'm not saying he's going to anchor this team for the next 3, 4, 5 years. But listen, if the guy can play for the next several years, if he can still play for 2, 3 years, listen, I mean, that is a win upgrade at that position because Mozzie sure as hell wasn't doing it. Solomon Thomas sure as hell wasn't doing it. Even Osa, he wasn't doing it because he's not great at stopping the run either. Listen, we addressed our biggest weakness, and that's stopping the run. The other thing that I'm thinking about is what was one of the things that all Cowboys fans, again, take your emotion, remove it. What was one of the things we said? And I understand Micah Parsons was a part of that equation, but what was one of the deepest positions that we thought we was at? Deepest position, pass rusher, right? Pass rusher. Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon, Fowler. Got to take Parsons out of that now. But and then Easy E that we drafted, right? Like we've got some depth there. Now, are any of those guys Parsons? Are they going to replace his production? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. But can Eberflus rotate those guys in and keep them fresh? because you're rotating guys in and out. Can he do that and keep them guys fresh? And can they create pressure onto the quarterback? Absolutely, I think they can. I really do. And I think that this Dallas Cowboys front office, I'm not absolving them again, but I think that they started to feel comfortable enough with the depth of the pass rush to say we can survive getting rid of Micah Parsons if it allows us to shore up the interior of that defensive line, and then we can rotate and have a rotational on the outside, on them bookends. I really do think that. I think that's how this Cowboys front office, and again, not making excuses for him, not carrying water for Jerry Jones, but that's gotta be the thought. That's gotta be the thought. And right now, I know, you know what? The sky is falling right now, but I'm telling you right now, if this Dallas Cowboys team can get better against the run, which I think that they just did, if they can do that, and if they got those rotational bookends and they're good and they can create pass rushing pressure, then believe it or not, Cowboys Nation, this team actually got better. I know that sounds crazy right now. I know that sounds crazy, and some of y'all gonna crucify me and say, God damn it, put down the fucking tequila. When that's not gonna happen, I'm picking this motherfucker right back up. I think it's possible that this team might have actually improved on defense. I know that sounds crazy. And maybe, and you know what? Time will tell. Time will tell. But again, I gotta take the emotion out of it, and I gotta look back. Okay, and I gotta look back and say, okay, ultimately, is the defense going to be as good? No, probably not as prolific, not as will not create as much pressure. No doubt, without Micah Parsons there, that is a huge gap left that nobody's gonna fill, no matter how fresh those legs are. We ain't filling that without 11 on the field. But again, how many games was Micah Parsons in where the defense still got run all over? Listen, nobody's dropping back. Nobody's dropping back to pass on the Cowboys when Micah Parsons in the game. What do? They run right at him. San Francisco did it in the playoffs. Green Bay did it in the playoffs. San Francisco did it twice. Green Bay did it in the playoffs. Guys, teams run right at Micah Parsons. They have his whole entire career. And I'm not telling you that makes Micah Parsons a bad player. I'm just telling you Micah Parsons was not the answer in our run defense. He never has been. You look back at these games where we've got gashed for huge chunks of yardage in a game because we can't stop a damn run. Micah Parsons was on the field. Again, I'm going to point back to the fact that when we got our asses whooped in Dallas in AT&T Stadium, when Green Bay came and kicked in our front door, stole our TV and walked out with our woman and the keys to our goddamn car, Micah Parsons was on the field. Micah Parsons was on the field. And again, I'm not sitting there and I'm not trying to put all the blame on 11. I'm not trying to sit there and say he's trash. I'm not trying to do any of that. Micah Parsons is a great player. Green Bay, you got yourselves a great once-in-a-lifetime kind of generational type player. One of the best players in the NFL as far as defense. One of the best defensive players. Why the hell? Wait, hold on. I'm going to one thing at a time. But listen, this Dallas Cowboys team wasn't winning shit in the playoffs with Micah Parsons. They weren't. They just weren't. And I think the Dallas Cowboys, and again, I told you we're going to start to kind of go down the rabbit hole a little bit, right? We're going to start to go down the rabbit hole a little bit, but I'm going to just say this. I heard that Micah Parsons had kind of rubbed some people on the team wrong. And I don't know if these sources are confirmed. I hadn't went that far to research it, but there was some whispers, there was some talk, there was some tweets that there were some players on the team that were concerned with Micah Parsons and the way he talked in his podcast and the way it seemed like, just him talking, right? Maybe Micah Parsons did rub some of the players the wrong way. Maybe there was a divide in the locker room when it came to Micah Parsons. I mean, they got rid of DeMarcus Lawrence and said that Micah Parsons was going to be their leader. You know what I mean? And then they traded their leader away. Maybe he wasn't that great of a leader. What I really kind of struggle with, though, the most about this whole thing is why Green Bay? Maybe they put together the best package, but why Green Bay? Why trade him into the NFC? And why trade him to the team that literally gave you Jerry, you admitted that Green Bay changed you. Green Bay changed all of us. One of the worst, most embarrassing losses in franchise history. It changed all of us in Cowboys Nation. And you decide to help them out. A team that's already got playoff aspirations, a team that's already talked about as a dark horse kind of contender to make some noise in the NFC. You help them out? You send him 11? You send in 11 up to Green Bay. And that's the game that the Cowboys Cave tailgate's going to be at. The Cowboys Cave tailgate is going to be there in AT&T Stadium week 4 for the Green Bay game. Right? We're going to be there for that. Cowboys Cave, Cowboys Nation. We still turning the fuck up. We turning up like a goddamn vampire's collar. We turning up like a light switch. Ain't nothing stopping that. I promise you that. I don't care if Micah Parsons is there. I don't care if Dak Prescott went there. I don't care who the hell goes up to Green Bay to join that goddamn team with the cheese on the sides of their damn heads. It's all about the star, baby. It's all about this Dallas Cowboys. It always will be. And there ain't no one player bigger than the team. You can get pissed off, you can get mad, you can get angry, you can scream to the heavens and say, why, Jerry? You old geriatric fuck! Why? But at the end of the day, I'm still throwing on the colors. At the end of the day, I'm still throwing on the colors. That's it, period. Right? We got a season to play. We got a season to play. This Dallas Cowboys team still got 17 motherfucking games to play. 17. We throwing in the towel already and it ain't even week 1? Is that what we gonna do? Not me. Not me. Not me. And you know what? Yeah, you know what? It has. It is. I will say that, Mikey. It has been hard kind of throwing on them colors lately. It has been. But I still do it. I still suck it up. I'm still going to talk my shit. We still them boys. Are you still them boys? Hell yeah, I'm still them boys. Will be for the rest of my damn life till they drop me 6 feet in the grave. I can promise you that. So while we sit here and we kind of struggle with why Jerry would do these things, right? You know, it's got to be, you know, you think, oh, God, there's got to be a reason, right? There's got to be a reason. There's a reason for everything. Like, come on, Jerry, you can't be that dumb, right? You can't be that stupid, Jerry. Ain't no way that you're that dumb, right? So what's really going on, right? What really happened to disintegrate that relationship so bad, so quickly, where Micah Parsons went from being one of our best players to not being on the team no more? Like what happened? I don't know. I don't know what happened. Only Jerry can answer that question. Really, only Jerry can answer that question. All I know is it's left all of us sick. It's left all of us here searching for answers. It's left 556 of you right here, right now. 556 of y'all in the chat on a random Thursday, right here in the chat right now. That's where it's led you. Because we're all out here and we're looking for answers. We want to know, Jerry, what are you thinking? What's the master plan? You know? And I'll be honest with you, he's probably going to sit there and give us some bullshit. Yeah, he is. You know, we got, you know, anytime you've got a player like Micah Parsons, you've got, you know, he was unhappy with his deal. And we thought we had a deal. Turns out that his agent didn't want to play ball. And honestly, you can't, you really can't deal with a guy whose agent don't want to pick up the phone. So we got ourselves what we feel a nice package in return. We really like what we've got on this roster with our young players and some guys that are really coming up now. They want to step up. It's their time to shine. A guy like Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon, right? You've got that prize horse that you've been depending on, but that prize horse ain't been taking you to the Derby. Ain't quite got you to the Kentucky Derby, right? So we feel like we've got some young stallions that we want to get onto the track. And we feel we've got that. We do. And now our future is brighter with a couple of first-round picks as well. And we feel like that's going to be good. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be some shit like that. That's how I was going to spin it. But listen, I know they got a press conference at 6:30. You guys might have to multitask, man. There's 573 of y'all. Hey, listen, if you're in here and you haven't subscribed already to the cave, please do so. Like the stream. Please subscribe. Hit the bell, man, because things like this would go off. You know what I mean? This is the first time that your boys jumped on an impromptu live in a long time, man. But let me tell you something. It's like that national emergency thing went on. Like, when your phone goes off all crazy and you look at it and you say, oh, there's an Amber Alert, a 14-year-old and a goddamn white Chevy Suburban is going down I-80. That's how that motherfucker felt when my phone was blowing up because Micah Parsons got traded. My son called me, man. My son's like, Dad, are you okay? I got people calling me from goddamn high school. My 5th grade English teacher's calling me asking if I'm okay. Kelly, are you okay? Answer your phone, Kelly. Are you doing all right? Hell no, I ain't doing all right. The fuck you think? The fuck you think? This shit don't even feel real. We only got Micah Parsons for his rookie deal. That's it. Remember how lucky we all felt when we got Micah Parsons. There was a little bit of split in the draft because some of the people was wanting Patrick Surtain. People was wanting Patrick Surtain. People was wanting Slater, the offensive tackle. People was wanting 2 different guys. So there were some people that was a little bit, upset about Parsons. But then we saw him his rookie year, and everybody's like, God damn. We got a demon god pass rusher, right? And we didn't even get a second contract with the man. One of the best defensive players in football, and we didn't even get a second contract. Now, back to the optimism, right? Because here we go. We go falling off the cliff, diving down the rabbit hole, optimism. Back down the rabbit hole, flipping the fuck out, optimism. Back to the optimism. This Dallas Cowboys offense is still going to be really good. Some question marks in the run game, obviously. But listen, the Dallas Cowboys now got 3 first-round draft picks that they can toy with. And I'm not saying that they're going to go out and trade a first-rounder to get a running back and upgrade that position. Maybe they're good at that position. I'm just saying there are options on the table. But this Dallas Cowboys offense is going to be good. They're going to be really good. I think Dak's still gonna have a stellar season. Now, what all kind of hinges on this defense, and like I said, I'm gonna go back and tell y'all this defense did get better in terms of stopping the run. Maybe they got weaker in the pass rush, obviously, without Micah Parsons. There's no doubt about it. But in terms of stopping the run, this defense did get better, and that was our biggest weakness on this defense. It was my biggest concern all off season, all during the season when we didn't go grab nobody. That's where I felt, and they did get better when it came to that. But this offense is going to be good. This is going to be in my opinion, this will be a top 3 offense, a top 3 NFL offense. You're going to win games on the back of your offense. And think about this, Cowboys Nation. There have been plenty of years where the Dallas Cowboys run defense was shit. Think about it, that our defense in period was shit. But the offense did enough and kept opposing defenses off the field because every time we was on the field, score. And then, our defense is really all they had to do was pin back their ears and rush the quarterback. It kind of made things life a little bit easier on that defense. But how many times have we seen that? We've seen that happen plenty of times, Cowboys Nation. Can't sit here and act like we ain't had shitty-ass defense. We had the 29th ranked rush defense last year. You telling me we worse now? With a 3-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle in the middle of that line, you telling me we worse now against the run? No, we got better. Eberflus needed some beef in the middle. He needed some smoke up the middle of that defensive line, in the interior of that defensive line. Eberflus needed it. We was getting dudes pushed off. Everybody keeps talking about the scheme and how Eberflus has always been great against the run and that his linebackers can play the gaps really well. They can't do shit if the defensive tackle's getting pushed off the ball. We talked with Jesse Holley the other night, and he talked about it. He said scheme ain't got nothing to do with getting bullied off the line of scrimmage. And the Dallas Cowboys defensive line has been getting bullied off the line of scrimmage for the last couple of years. All right? 29th ranked run defense last year. 11 was on that roster, guys. I'm just saying. Again, not trying to put all of it on 11. I'm not trying to sit here and tote water for Jerry Jones. I'm not trying to sit there and say, hey, you know what? I'm cool with Micah Parsons getting traded to Green Bay. Because if you've been watching for the whole 30 goddamn minutes I've been on here and you think that I'm not upset about Micah Parsons being in Green Bay, then you ain't been goddamn listening. Take the earplugs out. Quit scrolling on TikTok and trying to have this in the background and lock the fuck in. Lock in. Because absolutely I'm upset about that. But I'm also thinking about the bigger picture, the big picture. We still got 17 games to play, Cowboys Nation. Are y'all ready to throw in the white flag already? Y'all ready to throw in the towel on the season already? You're ready to say, you know what, it's gonna be an absolute failure. I didn't think this team was winning the Super Bowl this year anyway, y'all. Let's keep it a buck. I didn't think this team was a Super Bowl team anyway. This team honestly seemed like a one-and-done playoff team once again. Tell me I'm lying. And that's with Micah Parsons. At least now we have some options. We do got 3 first-round picks that we can kind of meddle with. Maybe they can trade for another defensive player. I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't know what their plan is. Is the plan to keep them and to package up for something next year? Is that what they're thinking? Is the Cowboys, did they punt on this season? They're like, hey, we're gonna roll in the season. This is what we're gonna do. Or are they gonna use some of those picks? I don't know. And so, again, I say this that it's very hard to do, and obviously it's hard to do because you're looking at me and I'm Exhibit A about removing the emotion from it. But I'm trying to remove the emotion from it. I'm trying to. It's that cloud that's over my head. There's a cloud over my head right now. So I'm trying to remove the emotion so that I don't get overly emotional about this whole thing. But you have to remove the emotion, honestly, if you want to kind of get down to, I don't know, the meat and potatoes of this thing. Because from the outside, you look at it, it's pure shock. You're sitting there thinking, how could they do this? But then you're starting to think, okay, well, did get 2 first-round picks. We did upgrade at the run position, at the run defense. So if you truly believe that this team, if you truly believe like me that this team was not going to be a team that was going to make a deep run in the playoffs with Micah Parsons, does this really change your outcome that much? Does Micah Parsons make that big of a difference? And I would challenge you to say that if he does make that big of a difference, what the fuck happened at AT&T Stadium a few years ago when that defense got 41 points hung on him? And that's the other thing. SoCal got a point right here. Saved a lot of money. We did. Would I rather have spent the money on Micah? Sure. But the thing is, though, is the Cowboys, are they going to spend that money? Are the Cowboys going to spend that money? Because I feel like we've had money for a while. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the Cowboys have had money for a while. Right now, they have money before they traded Parsons. I think like 30-something million in cap room. So we're going to have to hope that Jerry's going to spend some of that money. But listen, as much as I'm mad at Jerry, as much as I'm pissed at him, I can't totally absolve Micah Parsons either. I'm not going to sit there and bag on Micah Parsons for trying to get his bag. Not at all. Not at all. But let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all remember when Micah Parsons said he didn't have to be the highest paid player in the NFL? Do y'all remember that? When he said he didn't have to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL? Because I do. I remember that. You remember Michael Parsons said that he would take less if they could put more players around him. He would take less if the Dallas Cowboys could put more talent around them, and if that meant them winning the Super Bowl, because Michael Parsons wanted to win the Super Bowl. His ultimate goal was to win a Super Bowl and to be a team player. Do y'all remember that? Because I do. I do. We all remember Michael Parsons saying that. But what happened when it came down to actually putting pen to paper? Michael Parsons wanted to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, period. All that bullshit about wanting to win, out the door. Okay? And if I gotta tell y'all something, I'm not gonna sit there and crucify the man for it, but I wasn't a big fan of the guy podcasting either. Because at the end of after the Green Bay game, I remember him and Trayvon Diggs sitting down and having a talk, and Micah Parson said, we gotta lock in. He said, we gotta lock in for 9 months. 9 months in a football season. We gotta lock in and make everything about football. Well, actions speak louder than words. Obviously, last year, kind of a throwaway year because of the fact that we had so many damn injuries. No Dak Prescott, nothing like that. But locking into me would be giving up your podcast for a year. It would. If I said I was going to lock in that anything that don't got to do with football on the field has got to go out the window. It's got to go out the window, and it didn't. And I'm not saying that Micah Parsons' podcast was the reason why that the Cowboys had problems or anything like that. I'm just telling you from an optics perspective, right? I'm trying to be as objective as I can, and I'm trying to look at both sides. I'm trying to understand why Jerry did what he did. I'm trying to sit there and think about, listen, we still got a long season. We got 17 games. I'm not trying to throw it all in. I'm not trying to throw in the towel right now. But it is what it is. I'm gonna start talking on the chat right here. I got what you plan on doing with the Parsons jersey? I am going to donate both of my Parsons jerseys to the Goodwill by the end of this weekend. I'm gonna wear this one today, right now. One last time, one last ride for number 11. But I'm gonna take these and donate them to the Goodwill. I've got 2 of them. Yeah. What kind of tequila you sipping on? 1800. It's 1800 jalapeno cucumber. It's actually refreshing as hell. It really is. And since I'm since I'm the only one that drinks it, I could drink straight out the bottle like that. But as soon as I got off work tonight, I was like, man, I know I'm about to get sauced. It's going to be a sauce. Mikey says it's going to collect dust in the closet. Yeah, I could give it to a Green Bay fan. I can give it to a Green Bay fan, I guess, and they could maybe change the logos on it. Put some cheese on these. Slap some cheese over these stars right here and give it to a Green Bay fan. But yeah, I did not think I was going to have to get rid of my Parsons jersey either. I mean, damn, we just drafted this man not that long ago. You know what I mean? Was that 4 years ago? Drafted him 4 years ago. Didn't even make it. We didn't even get a second contract with Micah Parsons. If you would have told me after year one, if somebody would have came and told me after year one that we would not get a second contract with Micah Parsons, that he would be traded, I'd have had you drug tested. I'd have accused you of smoking crack cocaine. No way I would have thought that. And nobody would have thought that. Not one goddamn person. Count Christo says, is this a price I got to pay for winning 4 Super Bowl wins? Man, you count yourself lucky, man. There's plenty of Cowboys fans out there that ain't even seen one. Mikey in here, Mikey Schefter is one of them. He ain't never seen a Super Bowl, man. Some of these fans in here ain't never seen a damn Super Bowl. So yeah, count yourself very, very lucky. Count yourself very, very lucky. Man. I've been going for like about 39 minutes here. We're up to about 680 in the chat for a solo chat. So I feel like, I kind of feel like Derrick Henry right now. I'm carrying this bitch, you know what I'm saying? But I appreciate all you guys tuning in, man. Honestly, it feels like therapy. When this happened, man, I was sick to my stomach. I felt like somebody punched me in the gut, grabbed on my testicles, twisted them bitches, and pulled down. And this feels like therapy to me. It really does, man. It feels the first thing I thought, and the first thing I wanted to do was I wanted to talk to Cowboys Nation, man, because y'all like family. Y'all really are. Y'all like family, and being able to talk with you guys, being able to unpack all this, being able to come in and be authentic and genuine and give my honest opinion. You guys rocking with me for the most part, you know what I mean? And if you ain't rocking with me, it's cool. It's fine. We're all Cowboys fans at the end of the day. There ain't no wrong. There ain't no right way to fan. At the end of the day, all this shit is obviously just opinionated. It's opinions. That's all it is. It's opinion. It's my opinion. What I'm speaking is my opinion. Don't mean shit at the end of the day. You can disagree with me, and, I'm not going to say you're right. I'm not going to say you're wrong. This is just how I feel. It's how I feel, and this is how I'm going to, it's how I'm going to get it out and how I'm going to put it out. I'm gonna fuck around and end up finishing this bottle of tequila tonight, probably, though. That ain't gonna be good. I ain't gonna make good decisions tonight. Y'all pray for me right quick. I got a super chat that I got to get to. Hold up right quick. Cass says, thanks for the, Chris, thanks for the super chat. Said, I get your frustration, bro, but the fact is we still didn't win shit with Micah Parsons here. Plus, if we did sign him, that makes $140 million cap space for 3 guys. Listen, I said that, Chris. I said that we wasn't winning shit with Parsons anyway. Really, at the end of the day, you got to nobody that you can't say anything. I saw the stats about when Micah Parsons was on the field, like the EPA was like the best in the league. Without him, it was the worst in the league. Listen, I get all that. Okay, but what were we winning with Micah Parsons on the field? What were we winning? I'm not justifying the trade. I'm just saying, what were we winning? Right? Did you think that this is the difference? At the end of the day, you got to step back, man, and you got to try to pull the emotions back from it. You got to peel the onion. You got to peel the onion, right? First emotion to me was a punch in the gut, instant stomach ache, right? The second was anger, immediate anger, absolute anger, right? Peel that layer, right? Then the third was, what did we get for him in compensation? 2 firsts. Peel that onion. Oh, God, what is it? It's more anger. 2 firsts ain't enough for Micah Parsons. But then I seen that we got a defensive tackle and a pretty good defensive tackle. Okay, that's the next onion layer I peeled. So then what it was, a little bit of optimism, right? Because I'm sitting here thinking, all right, man, our biggest weakness has been this interior line. We needed a 1-tech. We needed a space eater. We needed a guy to eat up blocks. Because what's Osa's strength? Osa's strength is getting to the passer, getting to the quarterback. Osa is a pretty good pass rusher on the inside of that interior line. He's not a great run stopper, but Osa's never really played with a guy. He's never really played with elite talent on the other side of that 1-tech. They can feed off each other. I'm telling you, this is good for not just one position. This is good for multiple positions. So did we get better there? Yes, I think we got a little bit better. That's another onion layer I peeled. Then I talked about the 2 first-round picks, and I talked about the future, and I talked about the fact that we could leverage those first-round picks. Maybe we can make another trade this year. Can't rule it out. We can't rule it out because, listen, you can sit there and say, you know what, Jerry Jones will never trade one of these first-round picks and try to make another splash move this year. We got cap space. $30-something million. $30-something million. And I don't know how much that clears or how much that changes now with Parsons off the roster, but I can guarantee you it's going to clear up some more. So if the Dallas Cowboys did want to go out and make another splash move, whether that be for a cornerback, a running back, something of that nature. I can't say that they couldn't. Because, yeah, and that's true. We do got Kenny Clark now on the payroll, on the salary cap. So I'm not sure what that looks like. I'd have to sit down and look at that. But I'm just saying the Cowboys still are going to have money. They still got money. They still got money to spend, and they could still make a trade this year if they decided to. If they decided to truly go all in. And Jerry Jones, of course, I'm not going to cross my fingers and I'm not going to really hold my breath on that. But I'm just saying, as we're peeling the onions back, this is what we're getting. Then I peel that onion back, right? That next layer back. And then it's more anger. There's that anger in there because I'm still angry. Because I go in and look at my closet and I got 2 Parsons jerseys. And, I'm thinking, boy, the Goodwill going to get some, they're going to get this one. I got the Color Rush jersey. Boy, I'm glad I didn't get no damn Michael Parsons tattoos on me. We get a super chat from Garland. You're still going to have a great time at the tailgate. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's 711 of y'all in here. And if y'all don't know, Cowboys Cave is hosting one of the biggest, one of the livest, most hyped tailgates you have ever been a part of. And nothing about that is going to change, y'all. Nothing about that's going to change. If you're in Dallas, in the Dallas area, or you just coming down for the Green Bay game week 4, I promise you this is going to be like nothing you've ever seen. I know you people have been to tailgates. Tailgates is nothing new, but this is something else. It's something different. It's me. It's my boy Mike Tagg. It's Fred Jones. It's Mark McDonald. It's Frankie from overseas. We got Mikey Schefter going to be in the house. We got dudes coming from overseas. Dudes coming from Germany. Coming from the UK to this tailgate. We got Eugene Lockhart talking about coming down. And he said he's going to be there locked in. We got players' families coming there. We got Cooper Beebe's family. His whole family pulled up to the tailgate last year. We got tailgate of the day. Rowdy was out there. Had a couple of cheerleaders out there. It's going to be something special. And you know I'm going to be out there, and you know I'm going to be toasting up with Cowboys Nation because I love to chop it up with y'all. Y'all like family. This is what I do it for. I don't do it for that dumbass old decrepit Tales from the Crypt looking motherfucker up in AT&T Stadium. I do this for y'all. I talk football for y'all because I love y'all. Am I getting too emotional right now? Is the love thing getting to y'all? Me saying I've got the bottle of tequila and I'm saying love, 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 love. I'll pull it back in. I'll rein it back in. I'm not to the love drunk yet. I'm not to the love drunk where I'm going to start crying and saying my emotions and singing sad songs and shit. I'm not there yet. Not there yet. I know it looks like I'm taking a lot of drinks of that mother, but I'm sipping it. I promise you. I'm sipping it. So, but listen, man, listen, the tailgate's going to be badass. I'm going to have a good time. I'm not going to let this damper my season. I'm not. I thought about it on the way home. I'm not. Fuck that. I waited too goddamn long for football to come around. Too goddamn long. And I had all last year that I had to deal with that bullshit on the field with all the injuries. Dak Prescott injured, blow the whole goddamn season up, tank for a top 10 pick. Like, I had all that last year. So pretty much lost the whole football season. So am I looking forward to this football season? Absolutely I am. You're not going to be able to take that joy from me. Nobody's going to take that joy from me. Right now, the haters are lined up, Cowboys Nation. Get ready for it. Because the haters are lined up around the motherfucker. They're spinning the block. You better be the Teflon Don in this month. You better be the goddamn Teflon Don because we can't let these haters, let them haters circle the block. Don't let them take your fucking optimism. Don't hang your goddamn head. I know it's hard. If it was fucking easy, everybody do it. But I'm still going to do it. I'm still rocking with this squad. I'm still rocking with the star. The World's Podcast, thank you for another super chat here. I appreciate all the super chats, y'all. They are much, much appreciated. Listen, they go towards fun of the tailgate. They go towards fun of the podcast. We can't do what we do without you. Thank you for the super chats. The World Podcast says it's like we are hoping for another Miracle Herschel Walker outcome. I mean, seeing a couple people say Arch Manning, Clark Steele's $21 million on the cap next year. He'll be gone next year. UK coming at Philadelphia and KC. Yeah, I know. I definitely don't think that this is anything like. I don't think it's anything like the Herschel Walker trade at all. But here's the thing: you do have 3 first-round picks now to toy with. 2 next year, 2 next year, and 2 the following year. So 2 the next 2 years, right? I believe that's how it goes, unless Green Bay had 2 first-round picks in next year's draft, which I don't think that's what it is. I think it's the first next year and the first the following. You'll have to forgive me because I haven't looked at all the details just yet. Haven't looked at the salary cap ramifications yet. All I've done is drink some tequila and try to not to throw myself off my balcony. But, look, I'm not letting nobody take my joy about this season, man. I waited too goddamn long for some football, man. I think that 2 next year and 2 in 2027. Okay, that's what I thought. I hadn't looked at it, so I didn't want to say it as gospel. But listen, there's still reasons for optimism with this team because, like I said, man, I've said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. I did not think this team was winning a Super Bowl this year with Micah Parsons. I did not think this team was likely making it out of the first round this year with Parsons. So in the end, it does 2 things, right? It allows us, we got more cap money in the long run because we're not having to pay out that gargantuan contract. We got a couple more first-round picks for draft capital that you can use either towards trading for a proven veteran or you can use to trade up in the draft, or you can just stay where you're at and get a couple of first rounders and hope these guys end up as impact players, hoping that you hit, home runs and not singles. Maybe that you find another Micah Parsons in the draft. That's a long shot, but maybe, possibly. Or you blow this thing up after this next year and you decide you're going to get rid of Micah Parsons and you go after a quarterback. There's a lot of different ways that you can go with this. There really is a lot of different ways that you can go. What's up, Nate? I hope all is well. Boy, that's a loaded statement right there, but I do appreciate it. I really do. Hope all is well. I do hope all is well with all of you. Listen, we're up to 735 people now in the cave. I said it earlier. If you have not liked and subscribed to the channel, please do so, man. I mean, you're sticking around here for this content. You're either just loving the misery because you're a sick son of a bitch, or you a Cowboys fan and you're liking what you're hearing and you like the content, you like chopping it up with, with Cowboys Nation, and you enjoy the therapy. And in that case, give us a like, give us a follow, and hit the bell, because we're doing good things this year and it's only getting bigger. Mike just told me about some amazing opportunities to grow the Cowboys cave this year with some pre and post game stuff. Eugene Lockhart, a couple others and stuff. So it's gonna be really nice, man. Leads to more subscribers. This thing's gonna take off in a good way. And you know what? Again, I always say it. We can't do it though without you. My boy Mark, over there on YouTube, the OG, would always say that I cannot do what I do without you. So, Man, when people say nothing can dull your misery and nothing can dull your pain, that is not true, man. Tequila can absolutely dull the pain. I mean, I don't know how many shots I'm in right now, but I'm feeling better. A little bit. I'm feeling a little bit better, But it may just be you guys, man, because honestly, again, I say like this is a therapy session right here. And you guys gonna have to excuse this guy. This is the resident Eagles fan that constantly tunes in. And he's one of them sick son of a bitches I was talking about when I said you gotta be a sick son of a bitch if you're sitting here taking pleasure in somebody else's pain. He an Eagles fan though, y'all. So I encourage all 744 of y'all to gang up on this dude right now. Gang up on him. Bully him into oblivion. No, I'm just joking, man. Carl gonna say his stuff. I don't give a damn. Eagles fans to me are like fleas, man. Scratch them. Get them off. Get them off. And Jerry gonna need some armed security. Damn right, man. All right. You know what? Let me hear in the chat, man. We got a ton of y'all in the chat. I want to hear. I want to see some supplies. I want to see some replies going on right now. I see some supplies. Here we go. Who is the more hated guy in Dallas, Texas right now? Is it Nico or Jerry Jones? Because Nico traded Luka Doncic and everybody hated that son of a bitch. He was public enemy number one. Has Jerry taken public enemy number one by trading Micah Parsons? Who's had it worse than the Dallas sports area? Luka Doncic goes to the goddamn Lakers, and then Micah Parsons goes to the Packers. And I would argue, me and Mike have talked about this on the show, that the Green Bay Packers are one of the Cowboys' biggest rivals. I mean, think about it. Played them in Super Bowls, playoffs, ripped our hearts out when it was Aaron Rodgers. Couple of times. The Dez Bryant catch, no catch up in Green Bay. Think about that. Think about how much pain that Green Bay has caused us, and we sent our best motherfucking defensive player up there. Huh? Say what, Jerry? Say what, Jerry? You sent who where? What the absolute fuck? Man, I know they're doing a press conference here at 6:30, and I'm looking at the clock right now, and it's 6:30. So I want to know, man, you guys in the chat right here, what y'all think, man? Y'all want me to stick around? Y'all want to keep chopping it up in the chat? Y'all want me to keep going? Because I can. Just not sure. I want to make sure you guys want to stick around. If I don't want to keep y'all from the press conference, y'all want to listen to that tales from the decrepit ass motherfucker that traded Micah Parsons. Y'all want to hear him talk and spit shit out of both sides of his mouth with them snake tongues. I'll let you do that. If you want to listen to a man with a forked tongue speak, I will let you do that. But if y'all want to stay here and y'all want to drink with me, let me know. I want to get a hell yeah in the chat. 748 of y'all in this goddamn chat. If y'all want me to stay up in this bitch and burn this motherfucker down, I want to get a hell yeah. I want to get some hell yeahs. I better start seeing them scrolling this chat or I'm going to end this goddamn live right now. Let me get some hell yeahs in the chat. Let me get some hell yeahs in the chat. I know we got some drinkers up in here. It's Thursday night. It's Thirsty Thursday. Come on, let me get it. Let me get a hell yeah. All right, we got Benny with a hell yeah. Can we get somebody else with a hell? There we go. We got Chris with a hell yeah. Let's get these hell yeahs rolling in. I want some hell yeahs if y'all want me to stay up in this motherfucker. There we go. We got the hell yeahs going on. We got that. Let's go. Let's keep them rolling. Let's keep them rolling. Let me get some hell yeahs. We got 751 of y'all in here. I gotta get some hell yeahs. I want to be like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Can I get a hell yeah? And I'm gonna stay up in here and keep drinking. Let's go, baby. All right. I see him coming in. All right. Y'all got me locked in. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. I got some hell yeahs. I got them rolling. Hell motherfucking yeah. Hell yeah. I'm staying right here. I'm like on the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving. No fucking leaving. They're gonna need to bring in the FBI to take me out. They need to call in the National Guard because we talking Parsons. We talking Dallas Cowboys. We talking Jerry Jones. We talk about pain and misery of 30 goddamn years. Woo! It's a lot to unpack, Cowboys Nation. There's a lot to unpack. It's like a 2-room U-Haul with 4 goddamn rooms jammed up into that motherfucker and some appliances. That's a lot to unpack. A lot to unpack, Cowboys Nation. So much to unpack. Man, it really is hard. It's a difficult day. Honestly, if you would have told me, if you ever at any time, I literally said it on Twitter. I got to walk it back. I got to tell people, listen, I was wrong. I've said this a million times. I say a lot of stuff. I talk big shit. I got opinions. I got things that I throw out. I got predictions. I got this. I got that. But when I'm wrong, I will own it. I will own it. When I'm wrong, I'll own it every goddamn time. And I'm just going to tell you, I was wrong. I did not believe the reports. I did not believe this was getting ugly. I did not believe that this was going to a unamicable end where Micah Parsons was going to get traded. I didn't believe that for a goddamn minute. I really didn't. I kept saying, Cowboys Nation, relax, man. Y'all got to chill out. Stop, man. Micah Parsons ain't going nowhere. Jerry Jones ain't dumb. He's not sending Micah Parsons nowhere. Look at that dude's a damn wrecking ball. Every time he's on the field, it looks like he's getting shot out of a cannon. I was wrong. Right? You know, some people going to make them victory laps around and say, hey, you was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. That's fine. You know, and I see some people talking about Al Davis. I seen Al Davis coming in through the chat here, and they're talking about Al Davis, who's better, him or Jerry Jones. I'm going to just say this, man. Hey, listen, the worst thing that ever happened to this Dallas Cowboys franchise was Jerry Jones winning 3 goddamn Super Bowls. And the reason why I say that's bad is because, listen, Jerry Jones came in, ran them Super Bowls. He had Jimmy Johnson, right? Then he talked about basically any coach could do it, took Jimmy Johnson out, brought Barry Switzer in, and Barry Switzer goes and wins another Super Bowl. And Jerry's like, you know what? I'm going to do it my way. And Jerry Jones has been dead set on showing the whole goddamn world that he can do it his way and still win. But the things have changed. Things have shifted. The culture has shifted with Jerry Jones. It don't even seem to be about winning anymore. It really don't. It don't seem to be about winning with Jerry Jones. It honestly seems more about they just had a Netflix special where Jerry Jones is talking to the goddamn media afterwards, and he's talking about if the Cowboys are not in the media, he's looking for a way to get them in the media. I mean, what kind of shit is that? What other owner in the NFL is talking like that? Seriously. Find me another owner in the league that's talking like that. That's talking about that if his team ain't in the headlines, he's got to find a way to put them in the headlines. Well, I'll tell you what, Jerry. Success, you old fucking bag of bones. You old crusty ass taint. Success. You got us in the headlines now. That's all they're going to be talking about leading up to Philly. All the way till Philly. That shit they're going to be talking about it while we're playing Philadelphia. They'll be talking about it then. Then we got a week 4 matchup with Green Bay where Micah Parsons makes his return to Dallas in a goddamn Green Bay jersey. You don't think they're going to be talking about it then? You don't think Jerry Jones is sitting there going, oh, yeah, I know. Green Bay coming to Dallas week 4, Sunday Night Football. The Cowboys cave tailgate coming to AT&T Stadium week 4. You don't think that's some headlines? That's some goddamn days of our lives motherfucking drama right there. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that Jerry Jones didn't put a gigantic spoon into a pot of holy what the fuck and just started stirring that bitch. Just stirring it. Jerry knows exactly what he's doing right now. I mean, y'all wanted to talk about getting a splash. Everybody thought the splash was going to be Micah Parsons getting a deal maybe on the opening weekend of college football so that Jerry could have the news. Well, Jerry got the news. He got it. He got the headlines. Even though he did it on a Thursday, he snatched them headlines. I mean, the Nebraska Cornhuskers and the Cincinnati Bearcats is about to kick off tonight at 8 o'clock at the Chiefs Stadium. You got college football playing tonight. Ain't no goddamn person talking about college football right now. Not on any of these sport networks. That lead is going to be buried. That lead is buried. Talking about college football this weekend. We all sitting here talking about college. We all want college football. We've been looking forward to college football. Well, what's going to dominate the headlines this weekend? From Thursday until next Thursday when the Cowboys line up against the Philadelphia Eagles, what's going to dominate it? Jerry, the Dallas Cowboys. Somebody said they should have traded in the Bills. They should have traded in the goddamn Cleveland Browns. Jacksonville fucking Jaguars. They should have traded in a bum-ass team like that. That's what they should have done. Man. I don't know, man. It sucks, bro. It sucks, y'all. It really does. And my phone just been getting blown up, man. My phone been getting blown up. I've been kind of ignoring it, but, you know, it's been getting blown up. It's been getting blown up. I just feel like, man, I want to pull for some optimism, Cowboys Nation. What is you guys' thoughts on it? I think I've unpacked some of what I thought as far as what I feel as far as some optimism for the Cowboys going forward in this season. And it's not all gloom and doom, believe it or not. I mean, it's not all gloom and doom. Again, I will say it again. There's 774 people. We just keep going up. Jerry's on right now, and everybody's like, fuck what Jerry's saying. We want to get in here and we want to have a therapy session, and I'm here for that. Am I more upset with Jerry or Micah? That is a fucking great question. Great question. Am I more upset with Jerry or Micah? I'm curious on the pulse of Cowboys Nation. I feel like most people are more upset with Jerry Jones because of the way that Jerry Jones continues to do these things where he drags out these contracts. Micah was the only top player in his draft class that had not been re-signed. The only one. And why? What did he do to deserve that? I feel like Micah Parsons laid it all on the line. You can say what you want about Micah Parsons, that he wasn't a great leader, you know. And again, here's one of the things that I do have to preface this by saying. I want to know, and I would love to hear, because now that he's no longer on this team, maybe we start hearing some things. I would love to know what the other players felt about him. We obviously know him and Trayvon Diggs were super close. I want to know how these other players felt about him, because there was rumors. There was an article that I read that some of the players had come to Jerry upset about Micah Parsons in his podcast and the way that he was talking and how he, you know, went on social media all the time and going back and forth. Some people seem to be maybe upset about that. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not saying that that's true. All I'm saying is maybe Micah Parsons wasn't as beloved in that locker room as we thought. Maybe there was a divide. And maybe Jerry Jones said, you know what? I'm not going to do this to Schottenheimer. I'm not going to do it to Schotty. I want Schotty to have a real chance, which I would have thought that chance would be with 11 on the field. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I did, but I'm just saying maybe that is the thought out of this front office. I do believe that this front office is, and I think this coaching staff feels a lot more comfortable with this pass rush than we may all believe. I do. I feel like that they feel more confident because you don't pull the trigger on that. You don't punt this season before it's even started just for the hell of it. You don't. We got a defensive tackle, which is one of the things that we all been begging for. We all been pounding the table for. We all been begging for it. We all know that's the biggest weakness on the defense. We got ourselves a defense tackle. Now, does he solve everything, right, in that run game and that run defense? No, I don't think so. But does he improve the interior of that defensive line? Will that make Osa better? Yes, I do believe it does. So is that beneficial for the interior? That isn't beneficial for our run defense? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely it is. It absolutely is. But I don't know, I mean, again, I just keep going back to the fact that, we got 41 hung on us by Green Bay in the playoffs with Micah Parsons out on the field. So I would say that, and there's some people now, I see some overshown comments in here. Another very great player who is really going about his rehab the right way. And I think is going to be back a lot sooner than expected. He is a beast. He absolutely is. And Easy E, Donovan, I can't even say his last name. Can't say his last name, but the kid that we drafted out of Boston College, that pass rusher. They've got a lot of faith in him. That they've been talking about how they loved what they've been seeing out of Sam Williams in training camp. Marshawn Nealon, who we didn't get to really see last year because of an injury. Guys, we got some guys. We got some Fowler. Fowler's a 10-sack guy. He's a 10-plus sack guy of the year. If we can get a nice rotation on the other side of Fowler, we're still going to cause pressure on the quarterback. Will it be the kind of pressure that we caused with Micah? Absolutely not. But we're going to get pressure on the quarterback. I don't believe we're going to be one of them teams that can't pressure the quarterback. And again, not to carry water for Jerry Jones, not to talk shit on Micah Parsons, that he's not a great player, because he absolutely is. But we've also seen him not get to the quarterback in the playoffs. It is what it is, man, guys. If y'all don't look at that and y'all can't see that and y'all can't admit that, then you're just then in that case you're toting water for Micah Parsons. Okay? Because we had some games where Micah Parsons didn't show up in playoffs as well. I mean, I'm gonna look real quick, and I'm gonna look at Micah Parsons' postseason stats. Because I don't want y'all to nobody think that I'm making this thing up. I don't want y'all to think that I'm making it up. Let's see. Nope, postseason stats. Because listen, for how much flack Dak gets, Micah Parsons doesn't have that same energy. In his playoff career, in Micah Parsons' playoff career, okay, you guys all listening? Micah Parsons has recorded 1 sack, 8 solo tackles, and 10 assists. 4 playoff games. 4 playoff games. And I know they double team him. I know they double team Micah Parsons. I do. But they also run the ball right at him. They did it in They did it with San Francisco 2 years back to back. They did it in Green Bay. I literally had people that were fans of other teams that said, you know what opposing offensive coordinators are going to do? They'll run the ball right at Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons wasn't helping this run defense. He wasn't. And listen, again, I'm not trying to sit there and say that I don't think Micah Parsons is a great player. I do. 4 playoff games, though, and 1 sack. And now he's getting, $47 million a year? Everybody wanted to bag on Dak Prescott because, he's the quarterback. He's the star of the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody want to bag on Dak Prescott about his playoff performances. But we were about to pay $47 million a year for 1 sack in 4 games in the playoffs. What good is one really, really, really good player on the defensive side of the ball that you putting all that money into if your run defense is still shit? If you still getting 48 points, 41 because Dak threw a pick 6, 41 points dropped on your head at home while you the number 2 seed, what good does that do paying him that kind of money? I mean, I'm telling y'all, we got to step back from the emotion, and we got to kind of start to unpack these things and think about them logically. Are we all pissed? Are we all upset? Yes, but let's stop. take a look at this thing and unpack it. Truly unpack it. Like I said, we're peeling off the layers. We still peeling layers, right? Because there's a lot of people out there that are looking at this thing and saying that, the sky is falling. The sky is falling. But did Micah Parsons ever single-handedly go out and win us a playoff game? Is Micah Parsons the reason for us winning 12 games the past 3 days? He's a piece of it. But it takes a team. We've said that a lot, man. Myself and Mike both. It takes a team. And yeah, someone does have to step up when he's doubled. You're absolutely right. Someone does have to step up when he's doubled. But the thing is, if you've got one player and that's it, and you're pouring that kind of resources into one player, and that one player is not beating double teams, because you don't think Micah Parsons is double teamed in the regular season? You think it's only in the playoffs when he's getting double teamed, that he's not getting double teamed, that he's probably not close to the top of the league in most double teams seen by a defensive player. Micah Parsons is beating double teams on a regular. He's absolutely beating double teams on a regular. But if he's not doing it in the playoffs, is he worth $47 million a year? I'm just being honest. Is he worth $47 million a year? You're already paying Dak Prescott a shitload of money. Hate it or love it, it's done. You're paying him that money. You're already paying CeeDee Lamb a shitload of money. Do you think that maybe you can spread them resources out across the defense that you would be spending and investing in Micah Parsons to maybe, instead of paying just one elite player and having below to mid players around him, that maybe you can have decent on both ends to where you're not bad, you're not elite, but you're not bad on both bookends, as well as having a solid one tech and interior and having a defensive, like having those two interior defensive linemen be good, maybe not elite, but good. Because, I know people say defense wins championships, but again, Parsons been on this roster. He's been on this defense for the last 4 years, y'all. It's true. I'm not going to sit there and absolve Jerry from fucking this deal up, because obviously he did, but I'm just telling you, peel them layers back. Step back from it and look at it objectively. Take your emotion out of it. It's hard to do. But when you start to remove your emotion from it, you start to see, and I'm sitting here thinking like, oh my God, am I crazy? But I'm starting to see that there's some positives in this thing. This can absolutely lead to some positives. And hold on, I got to give a shout out to it because I ain't seen a Giants fan in here a long time. It's Giants time to sweep the season. Y'all ain't swept us since Obama was in office, homie. But thanks for the laugh. If there's two things for certain, death taxes and the Cowboys beating the Giants' ass. Sweep. That was a good one. That made me laugh. But no, you gotta try to find a way to look at these positives, and you gotta try to find a way to unpack these things. You gotta try to find a way to remove the emotion from what we saw, why Jerry Jones did what he did, why he believes so strongly in what he was doing. 1,800 straight out the bottle, you're stressed, my man. Not going to argue that. I've been on here going on an hour and 13 minutes, and I've been telling all now 830 of y'all in the chat that, yes, I am stressed. Daniel, K9, I'm about to drink. Hey, drink, baby. Drink. I hope everybody in this chat is having a drink with me. I hope I'm not the only person that's drinking. And you know what's going to be fun later? It's going to be fun later. Not many of y'all will do this. I probably will, though, because I want to kind of see how it is, because I've done this before. And just see the general decline of me, because I feel like right now I'm still pretty sharp, still pretty fresh. Don't have no like slur or nothing like that, despite me, slugging this bottle like it's a baseball. My name's Sammy Sosa, but I still feel pretty sharp and I still pretty fresh, right? But I hope that y'all out there drinking with me. In fact, we're going to do some group participation right here. I've been asking the chat to participate. We're going to do some group participation right here. And I want to, y'all, I just comment in the chat, bottoms up. If you drinking right now, if you're going to drink tonight, if you're going to, I want to get a bottoms up in the chat. Let me get some bottoms up rolling in the chat. We got the hell yeahs earlier in the chat. This is participation, man. Bottoms up. That's all you got to do. Just chat it. Boop, 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 boop. Send. Let me get a bottoms up. Let me get a bottoms up because that's what I want to see. I want to see that y'all drinking in the chat. I want to know that y'all drinking. I want to know that y'all are out here with me, feeling like I do, in here with some therapy, and y'all drinking. Crack a cold one for Christ's sake, man. Go to your local 7-Eleven, get yourself a tall boy, even if you got to work tomorrow. Come on, man. Bottoms up. Bottoms up. There's another one. Bottoms up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get them bottoms up rolling. I'm going to keep looking. I got to read this super chat, but y'all keep bottoms up. Bottoms up. Get you a Miller Lite. Get you a Coors Light. Get you a Bud Light. I don't care what the hell you're drinking. Get you a bottle of 1800 and sip it straight out the middle. Bottoms up, baby. Bottoms up. Come on, baby. Y'all, this is therapy session together, man. This is therapy session together. Come on now. Let's do it. Woo! All right, bottoms up, baby. All right, I got to go up here to this super chat right quick. Hold on right quick. I'm going to get to you, Kay. I'm going to get to you, Chris. All right, super chat we got here. Thank you for another super chat. Got a $5 super chat from Chris Warden. Take out the final score from both playoff losses to the Niners, and our D still wasn't good. They were able to run down our throats and control the clock, and that is what I've been saying. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Bottoms up. We got a bottoms up. Bottoms up, bottoms up. Bottoms up, bottoms up. Let me see a couple bottles, something, so it ain't enough. You know the song. No, we wasn't winning shit with Micah. That's what I'm saying, man. When I'm unpeeling the layers and I'm unpacking this U-Haul that's full of shit, that's what I'm saying. We wasn't winning anything with Micah. It's a sad reality, but it's a reality all the same, guys. And Micah just got paid. Just got paid. Just got paid. Just got paid. And, it is what it is. He got paid. But he didn't get paid by the Dallas Cowboys. He didn't get paid by the team that we thought would pay him. I was wrong. I was wrong about that. And Micah Parsons is a goddamn cheesehead now. I wonder what Micah Parsons is feeling. The guy that got drafted and said it was his dream to be a Dallas Cowboy and he got 4 years with the Cowboys. I don't know. I wonder what he's feeling. 4 years with the Dallas Cowboys. 4 years. 4 years we got with number 11. 4 years. That's it. 4 years. Man, who would have thought that that's all we was going to get with Micah Parsons, a guy that we thought is a generational talent, a guy that has had comparisons to LT, which I'm going to say is bullshit. He's not LT. He's not. Stop fucking comparing him to LT. I thought that before he got traded. Jerry is channeling K9 saying teams ran it right at Micah. It's because it's true. They did. I used to deny it, man. I had a 49er friend, and he was like, dude, Shanahan's running it right at Micah. No, he's not. They ain't going to run it right at Micah. They did. Teams did. They ran at Micah. Go back and watch the tape. And again, for the 825 people in here, I talked about Micah Parsons' 4 playoff, in the 4 appearances that he's had. I think it's 4 playoff games. 4 playoff games that Micah Parsons has appeared in. Well, that can't be right because we didn't make the playoffs last year. Anyway, in the playoffs that he appeared in, your boy's drinking some tequila. 1 sack is what he got. Oh, yeah. 4 games. 1 sack in 4 games in his playoff career. So, yeah. Anyway. We got some people from other YouTube channels from the Mavericks saying the Luka trade was still worse than the Parsons trade. I don't know, man. That's definitely debatable. We were talking about that in the chat earlier. Who's the bigger enemy, Nico or Jerry? A lot of people are feeling like it's still Nico. And I think why is because in basketball you've got 5 starters on the court for the most part. You know, so you got 5 players. In the NFL, it's a 53-man roster. It's bigger than just one guy. So when one guy gets traded, yeah, it's a punch in the gut. Yeah, it's not what we wanted, but again, Micah Parsons was not. Think about it. He wasn't changing any games. He really wasn't. Not meaningful ones, anyway. You know, not meaningful ones. I keep trying to think about. Can anybody in the chat? I'm gonna challenge y'all in the chat. Y'all got your keyboards handy. You guys got your research at your fingertips. Can any one of y'all tell me? Did Micah Parsons at any point in time single-handedly win? Like, did he single-handedly just like win a game? Did he wreck a game at any particular time? Micah Parsons. I'm curious. I don't know. I'm not saying he didn't. I just want to know. Was there one game where Micah Parsons took over and Micah Parsons actually won the game for us? Like, come down. We need a fourth quarter stop. Micah Parsons gets a sack, ends the game, and he was just completely unstoppable the entire game. I don't feel like that ever happened. Maybe it's selective memory. Maybe it's 1800. Maybe she's born with it. Somebody says Seahawks. Casey Rose says Seahawks. Thank you for the comment, Casey. I'm going to have to look at that. Yeah, Seahawks, he was great. Okay. I'm trying to run this back in my head. I got a lot of things going through my head. I've got, all kinds of emotion. I've got anger. I've got Jerry issues. There's more to the team than just one player. And we can't put all our pie and feed all the pie to one player, if we're being honest. And if we're going to cut down to brass tacks, we had a handshake deal. I shook hands with Micah. I shook hands. Shut the fuck up, Jerry. You shook hands. Jerry fucking shook hands with Micah Parsons, and that was a handshake deal. I bought the Cowboys on a handshake deal back in 1989. Yeah, Jerry. And I also had a female that was a 10 back in 2001. Since then, it's been 7s and 8s for your boy. Boy, Jerry is something else, though, man, ain't he? Jerry is something else. Ain't no other owner in the goddamn league like Jerry Jones. Ain't no other owner in the league like Jerry Jones. Have you ever seen a contract situation play out like this in the media? Ever? Ain't no goddamn way. Ain't no way. I've never seen that. My entire damn year. My entire whole life, I've never seen that shit. Like, it's crazy. And no, I don't think you can replace a player like Micah. Absolutely not. You can't replace a player like Micah. Now, what you can do, though, is spread them resources out that you was going to spend on one player and get multiple players and build through your draft. Which now, over the next 2 years, you got 4 first-round picks in the next 2 years of the draft. And absolutely, he's one of a kind. He is one of a kind. Oh, my goodness. Holy shit. Here we go. Wait a minute. Hold on. There we go. Here, wait.
Look, I'm not going to take too much time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But just first of all, look, can I thank you for coming into the chat right here? I'm just going off on a damn spiral down here. We got Jimmy D, host of the show and a Falcons fan in here. Man, what you got for me, bro?
So you've been holding it down hard for an hour and a half, right? So I just want to say, Camel Piper and I were out at dinner for our wives. It's his wife's birthday today. So I got like a minute or two, and we're planning our 49ers Falcons Sunday night football trip. And we were just very, very shocked. We thought it was all false lies and propaganda about Micah Parsons going to Green Bay. And we're in shock right now.
I wish. I'm just gonna let you know. For those of you that don't know, I'm a manager where I work. I'm not going to tell everybody where I work, but I am a manager, and I left work a little early today. I did.
Look at even Camo's right here. We're all dressed all nice for the occasion for the birthday party. And
are y'all? Have I gotten a solid commit? Are you guys
on the season and ended before it started?
Ooh.
Oh, now come on, now let's not try to rub no salt in the wound.
He's saying not to rub salt in the open wound right now. And meanwhile, wait, do that again, Kelly. Do it again.
We don't know
Look
what
at
we're getting.
No. There we Oh shit!
I don't know where the camera is. The first time on camera. Cheers.
This bottle was full when we started.
That was full. Holy
it was
shit,
full,
man. Well, you know what? We were just like, when I had to say, and I was texting Mike Tag on the side because we were out at dinner, and I don't want to whatever. But I said, Jared is. I'm in awe. Like, what are you doing? Like, screw around, play games in the friggin' media, and, make it out like it's a friggin' reality show. And all of a sudden, he's traded to an NFC team? Like, what are you kidding me?
The Packers at that.
Right, of all days, right.
Jerry Jones literally said the Packers snatched his soul. It changed him. It changed Cowboys fans.
That's ridiculous.
And that's the team that he traded him to.
Garland, what's up? Chris, what's up? Count Christo. But, I'll tell you something, though. He played game, and I thought for sure. I know we were goofing the last couple of weeks and what he did last year with CD and freaking with Dak. And I'm like, I thought for sure he played games till next week, and it would lead into the freaking game next week. And eventually it would be, he'd sign him, and it would be like, fait complete. But this is ridiculous. I mean, you're trading away potentially a generational player. I want him in Atlanta. And I'm sure Cam will want him in San Francisco. He's nodding his head. Yes.
Hell's yeah, baby.
Hell's yeah.
The thing is that he's only 4 years in. He's not even in his prime really yet.
That's the whole point, man. So
4 years in, and I've said this numerous times over this chat today. I've said, I don't understand how, if you would have told me year one that Micah Parsons was not going to get a second contract with the Dallas Cowboys, I'd have had you drug tested. I mean, I've got 2 number 11 jerseys in my closet because I thought he was the surest thing that the Cowboys have had since DeMarcus Ware, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irv, the Jason Witten, the guys that you knew were going to be around for 10 years, guaranteed. Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Tyron Smith. Like, I had him in that ilk. And to think that he is with another NFC team and he was down there with the damn Packers now, unbelievable.
Well, can I say one thing? And I don't know, because like I said, we were out to dinner and all this with for Camel Piper's his bride's birthday. How about
happy birthday to Camo's wife?
And happy birthday. They're all saying happy birthday to Camo's wife. But
cheers.
And one more thing, though. That brings out to the tailgate weekend an extra aura of the tailgate weekend. Has that been brought up yet?
It brings some animosity. It brings a little bit of hatred. Well, because here's the thing. People are going to sit there and tell me that I can't hate, that there's no way you can hate Micah Parsons. Bullshit. If I could hate him and Smith when he the Cardinals, I sure as hell can hate Micah Parsons when he comes back to AT&T. I know it wasn't his choice, but you wearing the Green Bay Packers uniform now ain't going to be no love for Micah when he comes to AT&T. Not from me.
Well, it shouldn't be. He's no. Despite what your genius GM did, what Jared did, he's still no longer a Cowboy, right? I mean, just like when Wade Boggs became a Yankee, when we went to Boston, they didn't care about Wade Boggs. He's a Yankee. They hated him.
Yeah.
So, oh, wait a minute. So, are you wearing number 11 jersey right now, Kelly? Yeah.
Burn that shit.
Hey, no. Ain't no gonna be no burning it. I already said before. Hey, listen, I'll tell you this right now. Before Sunday, both them Parsons jerseys gonna be in the Goodwill down the street.
Well, you know what? At least that's good. You help the people who need. That's a good thing, Cherry.
Yeah,
so
I
look,
want to burn it. I'm gonna give it to somebody that needs. You want to see some homeless? I'm gonna see some homeless crackhead down the road about 2 miles from me, and he's gonna be wearing a Micah Parsons jersey. I'm gonna say, "That's my jersey. That's my shit." He's gonna be like, "Hey,
homeless guy needs a diaper."
He's gonna be like, "Hey, can I get a couple of dollars?" I'm gonna say, "Hey, that Micah Parsons jersey cost me $120, buddy."
So Camo said it's gonna be a diaper, and Jay says it's gonna be a throwback jersey.
That's fine. Hey, fill it up. Fill it up.
So-
hopefully he has some nacho cheese in there, so then it's a Packers jersey.
Dude, you're gonna kill that freaking tequila tonight. Holy shit.
I'm drinking it like it's beer, Jimmy, but I can't stop. I need something to dull the pain.
See, at least Phil Dog says to donate it. You know what? Camel Piper's brother, he's a tequila drinker. I drink a tequila with him, but Phil Dog says donate it. But look, it's Camo's wife's birthday. Like we said, we got to go back up and celebrate. We want to jump in and just express our shock and dismay. And I'm
going to see both of y'all at the tailgate, though, right?
That is the hope.
Don't make it hope, goddamn it, Jimmy. You better be there. I better see you and Camo both.
You know what? That is the hope, bro.
I'll
talk to you.
All right, man.
All
well,
right,
hey, man, I appreciate you jumping
Peace
on.
out, guys. Sorry for
Love
your
y'all,
loss.
man. Hey, I appreciate it, Camo. I know you were one of them sick sons of bitches that has taken some joy.
What do you say?
He said, say that again?
I said, I know Camo, one of them sick son of a bitches taking joy in this, but that's all right. I get it.
I won't publicly acknowledge that, but I'm going to say sorry for your loss. Go Nick Bosa.
Yeah. Hey, y'all have a good night and enjoy. Be safe, man.
You too, Kelly. Thanks, man.
All right. So, that was Jimmy jumping in, man. Jimmy's my guy. He's, a host of the show, man. We got 839 people in the chat right now. 839. Thank you for each and every one of y'all that have tuned in, that have been tuning in, that still tuned in, that are looking for answers, that are looking for a safe space, as we should call it. You know what I'm saying? In the age of people that need safe spaces, this is a safe space for Cowboys fans. At least I think it is. I don't know. I've seen some Giants fans in here. I've seen some Eagles fans in here. I feel like some people are definitely enjoying my crash out. They're like, hey, but I don't understand why people want the Cowboys to suffer so much. Like, have we not already suffered enough? Is there any worse sports franchise team right now to be a part of than the Dallas Cowboys? And people are going to say, yes, there is, because other teams have went their whole time without ever winning a championship. But that's the problem, is that we did. At one time, the Dallas Cowboys were one of the greatest teams of the 90s. This team won one of the best teams in the 70s. And probably the Steelers, but still, they were one of the best teams. And this Cowboys team has tasted success. Listen, it's like you don't really know how good sex is until you have it, right? And the Cowboys, we've been on a drought. We ready. We ready to make that O face again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Cleveland Browns, y'all have never experienced it. Y'all don't know what it's like, man. You don't really know what you're missing out on. You have an idea, but you don't really know. You don't really know until you experience it. And there's plenty of Cowboys fans that have never experienced it. There's plenty of Cowboys that are Cowboys fans that are football virgins, right? But us Cowboys fans that lived through it, us Cowboys fans that saw the greatness, us Cowboys fans that saw Emmitt Smith rush for the all-time leading rushing record, us Cowboys fans that saw Michael Irvin terrorizing secondaries, us Cowboys fans that saw Troy Aikman throwing darts, us Cowboys fans that saw Larry Allen moving mountains, that saw Deion Sanders doing his thing in Dallas, that saw Darren Woodson doing his thing in Dallas, being one of the greatest safeties, should be in the goddamn Hall of Fame. We've seen it. We experienced the greatness, the Tony Dorsetts, the Roger Staubachs. We've seen it. And it's hard to unsee it. You can't unsee it. It's hard to, you can't unsee it. You can't. And listen, man, fuck that documentary. I can't watch that shit. I'm sorry. I feel like YouTube, I know I'm not going to be able to monetize this video because I've been cussing way too goddamn much. So Mike Tag, I'm going to apologize to you in advance because I already know we ain't going to be able to monetize this video because I've been cussing a lot. They're going to go through this thing and say, yeah, he said he had clean language. The only thing clean there is countertops or something, the countertop behind. That's the only thing that's clean. That ain't even really clean that many either. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. My homeboy's asking me what channel am I live on YouTube? Cowboys Cave on YouTube. How do you not know? This is my dude, man. This is my dude, and he don't know what. Find us on YouTube. Listen, 838 of y'all in the chat. I gotta keep doing this, man. While I remember, before I forget, before my mind goes from the tequila. But please subscribe to the channel. We're between 4,000 and 5,000. We get to 5,000 subscribers. I know my boy Mike has promised 2 club seats, season tickets, 2 of them, not the whole season, 1 game, 2 club seats. once we get to 5,000 subscribers. We've been doing a lot of special things, and we got something really special going on soon with the Cowboys Cave and some pre and post game sponsored spots, talking football, having former Cowboys on. I'm not going to go and give everything away because Mike, I'm going to leave that to him and let him kind of unravel that and unpack that with you guys. But some really special things happening for the Cowboys Cave very soon. So thank you for each and every one of y'all that has tuned in, that has stuck with me and still talking football and still wanting to hear about football and feel what I feel about this whole Micah Parsons thing and how the Cowboys move forward. And basically just like a giant group therapy session. The chat has been jumping off all night. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And listen, it's 7-11 right now on a Thursday night. I don't got to work tomorrow. I'm not saying I'm going to pull a marathon or anything on this because, you know, I don't know if I have that kind of stamina, especially drinking the tequila the way that I'm drinking. This bottle was full when I started. I don't know if you can see where it's at, but your boy got a liver that is basically the Emmitt Smith of livers. So I can go for a while. But what I want to know from the chat is, you know, are you guys, do you guys want to call it a night? Y'all done? There's 839 of y'all. It keeps kind of going up. Now we're up to 840. Are you guys done? You want to continue talking some football? What you guys want to unpack? I'm ready to start looking through the chat and seeing what you guys want me to talk about. You know, obviously we're here because of Micah Parsons, but we don't have to just strictly talk about Micah Parsons. We could talk other things. We could talk about fuck the Eagles. We can talk about fuck the Giants. We can talk about fuck the goddamn Redskins. We can talk about whatever you guys want. You guys want me to stick around? Y'all want me to keep going? Y'all want me to keep on drinking this tequila and keep on spitting some facts and keep on letting y'all know what I think this Cowboys team is going to do this year? We can go further into that. We can. If I can, let me get some hell yeahs in the chat. Let me get some hell yeahs. I like the audience participation. It's kind of like when a guy's out there and he's doing you know, he's rocking the kind of, hey, get your hands up, like, oh, so I need some hell yeahs in the chat. Let me get some hell yeahs rolling on in the chat. I want to get some hell yeahs. Get them going. Gotta see them. Come on, type it in. Hell yeah, sin. Hell yeah, sin. Hell yeah, sin. Let me get them. I need to get a few of them. I got Brandon Free finally joining up in here. He asked me what my YouTube channel is. How the hell you not know I had the Cowboys Cave going on? Be free, man. I'm gonna whoop your ass in fantasy football week 1. Let me get some hell yeahs. All right, here we go, Armando. We got Phil Dog with a hell yeah. We got Benny Blanco, my boy. I know Benny Blanco coming through with a hell yeah. Benny Blanco from the Bronx, baby. We got the hell yeah rolling in. We got a hell yeah from Booker. We got another hell yeah from Philadelphia. Let's get the hell yeahs going. Y'all want me to stay? I'm going to stay. All right, baby. We got the hell yeahs coming through. I do not, 2 words, Roy Williams. I do not trust Jerry. Okay. Let me get a few more hell yeahs. Casey said, this is making it a little bit better. This is making me feel a little bit better. Thank you. Hey, it's a group therapy session. It's a group therapy session tonight. You know, I needed somewhere to go. I needed somebody to talk to. And I thought to myself, man, do I really want to go out to a bar and have people, you know, ask me about this Micah Parsons trade? People that just really don't know and don't understand what it takes to be a Cowboys fan and the misery of being a goddamn Cowboys fan. Like, no, I don't really want to do that. I just want to be surrounded by my people, man. That's it. I want to be surrounded by my people. I want to be surrounded by Cowboys Nation, and I am loving being surrounded by Cowboys Nation. It just keeps going up. The numbers just keep going up. I want to get to 1,000. So if you guys want to share it, stream it, share this thing, let's get up to 1,000. Let's make it a personal goal of ours to get 1,000 people in the chat tonight with the Cowboys Cave. Chopping it up, baby. Let's get the goal to 1,000. So if you are on X, if you're on YouTube, however you are, share this chat, stream this chat. Let's get it going because I want to get to 1,000. I think we can, Cowboys Nation. This is the largest therapy group right now that we have going for us. Let's go. Let's keep this thing going. We make ourselves feel better. I agree with Casey. This makes us feel better because it's better when, you know, they say misery loves company. Well, they don't just mean people being like, like, yeah, we want you to be miserable like us. It's people, misery loves company because if you're a miserable person and you have somebody else miserable, then y'all could be miserable together. And this is Cowboys Nation. We're going to be miserable together because Micah Parsons, if you have not heard today, if you've been living under a rock, Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers. Yes, that is a true statement that just came out of my mouth. Never in a million years thought I would utter it, but here we are. Here we go. Dallas. Oh, my goodness. And I haven't even watched anything within the media. I'm not watching the press conference. If anybody out there is watching the press conference and want to drop a few nuggets here in the chat, go ahead and drop them because I don't really know what's going to be going. Afraid offense all year long. I don't think they're going to be afraid. Afraid offense, or you're afraid like offense is going to shred our defense? I don't think our offense is going to be afraid. I think they're going to be pretty good. I still think we're going to be pretty good. I might have to go put some of that in a glass. The tequila's starting to warm up. This bottle's been sitting out here for an hour and 39 minutes. We're making some good progress, but I might have to put some ice in it, or I might have to switch to beer. I've literally drank about half a bottle of tequila. If I don't want to hit the floor here in about a few minutes, I might want to pump the brakes on it, or at least put it on ice. Because, yeah, it's getting a little warm. Warm tequila don't do well. Shout out to 1800. Not because they paying me, but because I'm drinking it. I'm staying away from sports TV other than college game. Hey, college football. College football is actually, well, it's on. It's been on. It hasn't just started, but you've got Nebraska playing the Cincinnati Bearcats. Are they the Bearcats, or they're not the Bobcat Bearcats? Cincinnati Bearcats. You've got that tonight. They're playing that at the Chiefs Stadium. So you've got some pretty good college football. I say it's a pretty good college football game. I live in Nebraska, so there's a lot of diehard Husker fans here. I'm not one of them. I'm a Texas Tech fan, as you can see up over my shoulder. Wreck 'em Tech. Oh, there's a lot of y'all Longhorn fans out there. But college football is coming too, so we've got that to look forward to. And in fact, a lot of people feel like they might have pivoted from this Dallas Cowboys team to college football because they're saying that the season's over. Listen, I'm here to tell you this. I said it earlier. I am not throwing in the towel on this season. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm not going to throw the towel in on this season because why? Again, man, we've talked about the fact that, yes, is Micah Parsons a really good player? Absolutely, he's a really good player. Has Micah Parsons directly affected games that has caused or basically led us to do anything in the playoffs? No. 1 sack in 4 playoff games. I know that he gets double teamed. Everybody's going to talk about it gets double teamed. They're going to talk about his efficiency. They're going to talk about this, talk about that, talk about that. Blah, 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 blah. Did it result in wins? Because the thing is, you could talk about Micah Parsons and the way in the the EPA when Micah Parsons was on the field versus when he was off the field, but it's no different than talking Dak Prescott stats. It's no different. You could throw out all these Micah Parsons stats, and this is what people kind of won't say. They won't say the silent part out loud. You could throw around all these Micah Parsons stats about how great he was, but you're going to sit here and ignore the fact that none of that really led up to shit. And when it came to the biggest moments, where was he? When it came to the biggest moments of the playoffs, where was number 11? Was he wrecking a game? Because people compared him to LT. We heard people compare him to LT, right? And how many people of you 866 in the chat actually watched LT play football? Because LT absolutely wrecked games in the playoffs. A rookie, Jared Verse, last year wrecked games in the playoffs. Did y'all watch Jared Verse last year in the playoffs? Did y'all watch the way that he affected games for the Rams? I mean, Jared Verse almost single-handedly blew up the Eagles. Kept the Rams in that game. Name a game where Micah Parsons has took over in the playoffs. Name a playoff game where Micah Parsons took over the game. LT would wreck a playoff game. Absolutely destroy a playoff game. And Jared Verse, yeah, he's a dog. As a rookie, he did that shit. As a rookie, he did that in the playoffs. His presence was felt. And again, I'm not trying to put it all on Parsons and put all the mistakes of the defense on Parsons. I can't do that. This team has neglected a defensive tackle for far too long. This run game has been shit for far too long. Getting bullied off the line of scrimmage for far too long. But let's just face it. They've been getting bullied with Micah Parsons on the field too. If we're going to be fair, if we're going to keep it a buck, they've been getting bullied by Micah Parsons, not by Micah Parsons. Well, in his contract, I guess you could say they did get kind of bullied by Micah Parsons because didn't give in to Jerry. But the Cowboys have been getting bullied by other offenses while Micah Parsons is on the field. Simple, plain and simple. You know what I mean? So I can't sit there and ignore that. I can't sit there and say that didn't happen, that I haven't seen that happen. Again, nobody was prepared for what happened today. Nobody was prepared for what happened today. But as Dallas Cowboys fans, we kind of got to look at this thing and be like, all right, well, this is how our owner operates. And for whatever reason, Jerry dug in and he dug his heels in and he decided that he was not going to let Micah Parsons win this deal. But I mean, ultimately, really, if you look at it, then I guess kind of Micah Parsons did win the deal, though, didn't he? He said he didn't want to be a member of the Dallas Cowboys anymore. And he said he wanted to be traded. Now, ultimately, I think that was Micah Parsons bluffing. I don't think Micah Parsons wanted to be traded. If you ask me in my heart of hearts, I don't. If not, if you believe what Micah Parsons said when he was drafted, that it was a lifelong dream to play for the Dallas Cowboys. So do I think he wanted to get traded into Green Bay? No. Do I think he wanted to get traded anywhere? No. I think Micah Parsons wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy. It's one of the most recognizable brands, right? It's one of the reasons why his podcast was so successful, because love him or hate him, you're tuning in. Hate him or love him, you're tuning in. Think about it. How many people do you know, if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan in this chat, how many people do you know, because I know I'm not the only one, how many of you guys know people at your work that don't live in Texas, right? I'm from Texas, but I don't live in Texas now. I live in Nebraska. How many people at your work come in and hate on the Cowboys when the Cowboys lose? How many people give you shit? How many people post up on your Facebook? How many people tag you in comments? How many people send you text messages? How many people call you? How many people tag you in this bullshit on your social media when the Cowboys lose? Fans of other teams. Not talking about just the Eagles fans. I'm talking about Steelers fans. I'm talking about Green Bay fans. I'm talking about Raiders fans. I'm talking about Dolphins fans. I'm talking about Tampa Bay fans. I'm talking about all 31 other goddamn teams that talk shit about the fucking Cowboys. All of them. And you know what I don't do? Unless it's an Eagles fan, a Giants fan, or a Reds, I don't really give a fuck. I'm not out here talking shit about fucking Packers when they lose. Not out here texting Dolphin fans when they lose. Not out here texting Chargers fans, Broncos fans, Chiefs fans. I don't give a fuck. I'm not watching your game. I'm watching the Cowboys when they play. I'm keeping up with my fantasy football. But we, Cowboys fans, we are like the goddamn Teflon fucking Dons. Because we get shots taken at us. We get more shots taken at us than the Godfather did when they shot his ass up. We like Bonnie and Clyde. We get so many shots taken at us. That's what people do, man, because there ain't no in the middle. You either love the Cowboys or you hate the Cowboys. I mean, how many people do you know that are out there that are like, and they don't like, I don't like the Cowboys, but I don't hate them. Like, no. They either cracking jokes or they're a Cowboys fan. It's no in between. There's really no in between. That's why it's like every time I go out to a bar, or every time I go out to shoot some darts or something like that, every time I go out in public and I'm wearing my Cowboys jersey or my Cowboys, I always catch some slick ass comments all the time. All the damn time, man. Get some slick comment. Are you a Cowboy fan? No. I just threw this on. I stumbled into it. You know what I mean? I'm going to be like that homeless guy down the street when I donate my Parsons jersey to the Goodwill on Sunday. I'll be like that guy. I'll be like, nah, I got this at the Goodwill. I ain't a Cowboys fan. Now I just threw it on. Shit, look good. Nah, man. I'm a fucking Cowboys fan to the day I die. And nothing that they can do. It's the most toxic relationship I've ever been in. And nothing these son of a bitches can do. Nothing that they can do is going to make me run from this team. And I'm going to be back tomorrow. And I'm going to be back the next day. And the next, and the next, and the next, and the next season, and the next season, and the next season, and the next season. Another biggest myth ever told is that Cowboys fans are always saying this is our year. Did anybody think this was our year with Micah Parsons? I want to know that. I want to see that in the chat from Cowboys fans. If you're a non-Cowboys fan, sit this one out. Talk your shit in a minute. Just right now, respectfully, shut the fuck up. Let Cowboys fans answer this. Did any of us think that we were going to be a Super Bowl team this season? In fact, did any one of y'all think we were going to win a playoff game this season? I've got a nope. I've got a no. I want to know. I need some more answers. That's only 2 answers. There's like 800 people in here. Don't be shy. All it takes is a little click, 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 click. Be free. There we go. My dog. No. Got another no. So keep on flowing. I need to see them. I want participation here. I want to know you guys are paying attention. Come on. Carl Smith, hell no. You're an Eagles fan. I told you to sit by. Hey, put the pinky in your mouth. Didn't want that. I wanted Cowboys. Armando, hell to the no. No. We have a defense that's horrible this year. Okay. Right. I feel like the consensus is that nobody within Cowboys Nation, and if I'm wrong, please post it if you're in the chat. And if I'm wrong, and if you believed otherwise, please post it. The consensus was this team is not good enough to win the Super Bowl. It's a team that's good enough to probably win double-digit games, right? Pre-Parsons trade. I still think that this team is capable of doing it, even without Parsons. I'll get back to that here in a minute. But I'm just going to say, pre-Parsons trade, thought this was a double-digit win team. Thought they'd win 10 games. Now, there's plenty of people out there that are saying, no, they're going to win 9, they're going to 8. That's fine. It's neither here nor there. I'm just saying I thought they would win multiple-digit games, which means playoff team. Did I think that this team was going to win a game in the playoffs? No. I had this team going one and done. With Micah Parsons, I had him going one and done. So, that being said, what do we really lose when we get rid of Parsons, right? We lose a player that we were all very passionate about. We lose a player that we all obviously were enamored with, loved the way that he played, recognized the play, the talent, that he is elite. He is an elite pass rusher. There's nothing you can say to take that away. Nobody's trying to shit on Micah Parsons. Nobody's trying to take away from his shine. But what do we really lose not having Micah Parsons on this roster this year? You've got 4 first-round picks over the next 2 seasons now. You upgraded your interior defensive line to help better stop the run, which was your biggest weakness. Okay? So are you better or worse? You don't have to pay Micah Parsons $47 million salary. I said salary. You don't have to pay that salary. You gained 2 first-round picks, and you improved your biggest weakness on the defense, which is your run defense. Right? So, did you get a little worse on the pass rush? Obviously, you're not going to be as impactful without Micah Parsons. But did you overall maybe kind of even it out a little bit? I think so. And it gives the Cowboys flexibility to make another move. I know the Cowboys haven't moved like that in a long time, right? But they did trade for Pickens, which if they don't re-sign him next year and get him extended, then he just becomes a rental. Guy that we got to become Green Bay becomes a rental. You gave up premium talent and picks to get these guys on your team, right? So who's to say that the Cowboys don't make a move? Who's to say that the Cowboys don't make a move and add somebody else to this team? Maybe at the running back position. Maybe the defensive back position, right? Because they've got some ammunition to kind of move around. They've got some ammunition to make some trades. They've got ammunition to make this team better. They've still got money to spend. And be free. You said that, bro, that's not a fair statement. It's the only player that cared when they won or lose. Heart means something on the field. The others are too cool to care. You're talking about Parsons, right? What did that get the Dallas Cowboys? What did him caring get the Dallas Cowboys? Did caring get him sacks in the postseason? 1 sack in 4 games. I mean, if caring got you something, we would have won a 6th Super Bowl with how much I care. Whew. Yeah, we may have to switch to beer soon. Yeah. So look, man, I think that you guys will be contenders in the next few years if your front office makes the right move. Yes, look, I think that it was always kind of the long game looking at this team. I always think it was kind of the long game, and I think that if you thought otherwise, you were probably a little bit short-sighted, because if you thought this team was doing anything with Micah Parsons this year, that's pretty short-sighted in my opinion. Like, there, you could be optimistic. You could be optimistic. And no, Brandon, I'm not saying he's the only reason why, but I'm saying with all the flack that Dak Prescott caught for not showing up in playoff games, when did Micah Parsons show off in a playoff game? When did he show up in a playoff game? Micah Parsons Dak Prescott gets hella credit for all these losses. All the blame, right? Where's Micah Parsons on the defensive side of the ball? Because he's the best player on the defensive side of the ball. Because you could argue he's the Dak Prescott on the defensive side of the ball. Where the fuck has he been in the playoffs? This defense got bent over by Green Bay. I said it in the early part of the show, man. Green Bay came into AT&T Stadium, kicked our door in, stole our big screen TV, grabbed our woman and the keys to our own car, and walked right out the front door. We had to watch our big TV, our woman, and our car leave at AT&T Stadium. They took our pride. Jerry said that game changed him. Changed him. And he was willing to send Micah Parsons to the team that broke his will, broke his spirit, changed Cowboys fans. How many times has Green Bay ripped our hearts out? We've seen it so many times. But that one felt different. That one, I remember that game. I remember that embarrassment. I remember. It was one of the first times I can promise you that when I walked across the bar, we had nothing but Cowboys fans in there, but then to get to the bathroom, you had to walk by the rest of the bar. And I'm in Omaha, the Midwest, right? You could bet there was some Packers fans in there. And I've never been embarrassed. I've seen this team get their ass kicked plenty of times. I've seen us take some bad losses. That one was embarrassing. That was one of the first times I wanted to take my goddamn jersey off and walk to the bathroom so they would not know I was a goddamn Cowboys fan. That's how bad and embarrassing that shit felt. And this is coming from a guy that's got Cowboys tattoos. I named my kids after Cowboys. My son's name is Troy Landry. My other son's name is Dallas. Like, had a dog named Zeke. Like, this ain't something I do as a casual thing. I'm a diehard. But that was one of the most embarrassing losses that I have ever experienced. And guess who was on the field that game? Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was on the field that game. If you were paying $47 million a year for a guy, do you want him to affect a playoff game? Do you want him to wreck a playoff game? I think you do. For $47 million? For $47 million? What is that $1 million? He better come in and wreck a damn playoff game. He better come in and wreck a damn playoff game. He better come in, and if I'm paying him $47, if y'all got that energy with Dak Prescott about how he's the highest paid quarterback, but he's not doing enough in the playoffs to win, y'all better keep that same energy with Micah Parsons. One of the people that we talk about as being one of the best players, and now he's the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. He better come in and goddamn fucking just wreck the shit out of a game. He better come in and wreck the shit out of a game. I'm paying him $47 million. So again, am I sitting there thinking that I would have personally made the move to get rid of Micah Parsons? No, not saying that. But am I saying that I would that I know how Cowboys fans are? And if we paid Parsons $47 million, if we paid him the exact same contract he got from Green Bay, you can bet Cowboys fans would be talking about him being overpaid. You can goddamn bet it. Like you can bet the fucking sun coming up tomorrow morning. You can bet Cowboys fans would be talking shit left and right about Micah Parsons. And yeah, you're right. You're right, Brandon. Dak does got 10 years to Micah's 4. Micah Parsons still got 4 playoff games to his credit. And Micah Parsons still got 1 playoff sack. You going to pay $47 million a year for 1 sack in 4 seasons and 4 playoff appearances? That's what you're going to do? $47 million for that? And you think Cowboys Nation's not going to be pissed? I mean, come on, man. You know Cowboys Nation better than that. We all know Cowboys Nation better than that. So, like, I understand. I understand why we're all upset about this Micah Parsons thing. I understand why we ain't got faith in Jerry to run a damn franchise. I understand all of it. But at the end of the day, man, I've been talking the whole show about peeling back layers, and that's what you got to do. You got to peel back the layers from this thing. Like I said, first layer obviously is anger, absolute anger, and then you just start unpeeling this trade, and things kind of start to fall in place, and you start to pull the emotion back from it, and you start to think about things a little more logically, a little more than reactional. Because look, man, at the end of the day, we're all fanatics. That's what fan is short for, is fanatics. We don't think rationally. I mean, come on. How many times have you seen a fan breaking their TV or burning a jersey? You know? How many times have you seen overreaction from fans? How many times have you seen fans go out and hate tweet, you know? We do it. We're fanatics. That's what we are. We're fanatics, and we're not always rational. So I don't expect people to be rational over this Micah Parsons trade. I expect the emotions to be all over the spectrum. I expect your emotions to range from, angry to confused to sick to your stomach to, some people optimistic, they're all over, man. I texted Mike, man. I texted my co-host and told him I was in a glass case of emotion. That's the way I felt. I'm in a glass case of emotion. Like, that's how I felt like that. And, I don't know. It's just how I felt, man. And I said when this thing first happened that I better not ever get around. I better not ever get around Jerry Jones because I might catch a case. I said I might do it. I won't. Cowboys Nation, I won't. It ain't really gonna happen. But I'm just saying, I was thinking I might. Might want to strangle an old dude. I might want to hurt a senior citizen for this. Because, I mean, listen, how many of you guys were absolutely sick to your stomachs when you saw this? Like, sick. Like, you know what it felt like? It felt like the Dez Bryant catch, no catch. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. I just texted my friend that I'll call you back in a movie. Meant to say a minute. It was autocorrect. It's not the tequila. I promise you. It's not the tequila. It's the autocorrect. But still feels this will haunt everyone. Listen, who you telling? Who you telling? You know what game the Cowboys has chosen to go to AT&T Stadium to tailgate? The Cowboys Cave every year has a tailgate, for those of you that don't know. and it's wild. But we have a great tailgate. You'd have to be there to experience it. Last year, I was walking around with my boy Jeff that brought some homemade moonshine, a 5-gallon jug of moonshine, walking it around and having people take shots. And Rowdy came out there, a few cheerleaders. We got tailgate of the day. They gave us Whataburger. We had my boy Cuts by Jones was doing it up. My homeboy Doug is doing it up on the grill. And Jeff brought 2 pork butts. It's just phenomenal, man. All these people that chip in, great food, great beer, great atmosphere, music, all the stuff. Great time. We decided that this year the Cowboys Cave tailgate is going to be but we decided this a long time ago. This was not just decided now, but it was decided to host one of the biggest tailgates amongst Cowboys Nation. Week 4, Sunday Night Football, Green Bay versus Dallas. And nobody ever told me should have traded Rowdy. I did try to do that. Rowdy, he told me no. I tried to talk like Jerry and everything. Hey, Rowdy, come sit down. I need to talk to you. The fans want your ass out of here. They really do. And it's time to get you gone. I tried, man. He didn't listen to me. But awesome tailgate. But we chose week 4 this year versus Green Bay, Sunday Night Football, Cowboys Cave tailgate. There's going to be Cowboys Cave fans, Cowboys fans from across the globe, literally across the globe. We got a dude, Frankie, comes all the way from Germany. I don't know if Cowboys Can fans going to be there, and if we got my homeboy coming over from the UK, but he's always a great time. I am Stu on Twitter. Good dude. Good time. Anyway, we're having that tailgate, man, and it's versus Green Bay. That game is versus Green Bay, Sunday Night Football. Our tailgate's going to be there. Never in a million years, would I have thought that Micah Parsons was going to be playing on the other side of that game. I'd have told you he was crazy. I remember not that long ago, that Ricky dude, man, which I guess I'm starting to believe this stupid son of a bitch. That's this Ricky guy with like 50,000 followers on YouTube that literally a week ago, like 4 days ago, is talking about this Dallas Cowboys and a Green Bay trade was on the table. And I'm like, nah, this dude's an idiot. Got 50,000 followers and who is this guy? Not a reporter. He's not associated with what the fuck is this guy? But he's gotten some scoops in the past. He's been right about some things. He obviously got some connections. He knows some people. But I'm criticizing it. I'm like, nah, I'm not believing this. I ain't buying it for a second. Guess what? Ricky was right. I literally, my phone started blowing up. And one of the first things I seen, Micah Parsons traded. And the 3 letters. Then the 3 letters that made my stomach feel like somebody just twisted it in knots. Micah Parsons traded. Wouldn't have thought that I would hear those ever. Would have never thought I'd have heard that. Never in a million years did I think I was going to hear that. But I heard it. It happened. All right, listen, I am going to let y'all know. I'm going to stay live for about, we're going to play this by ear with y'all about 15 more minutes. But your boy's been over here drinking some tequila pretty hard. And I got to hit the head. Y'all keep the chat between yourselves. I got to bounce out for a second because I got a baby bladder. It's been 2 hours. I've been talking boom, 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 boom. Y'all want to stick around, stick around. If I come back and there's none of y'all here, we call it a wrap. Go to the bathroom. Let this thing break. Let it breathe. And then I'll be right back. Give it a minute. Cowboys Cave. Discuss amongst yourselves. Yep. See it done. We back. Oh shit. There's more of y'all here when I came back to sit down than there was when I left. So I thought you guys was gonna start bouncing out and rolling out of the chat, and now there's more people here. That was the intrigue. They're like, what in the hell is going on? There's an empty room here, and this guy's gone. Sorry, guys. I drank enough that I needed to, hit the little man's room right quick. But it's done. I think I got rid of about half a bottle of tequila. But you know what, Cowboys Nation. Man, Carl is one of the funniest dudes in here, man. He's a real comedian. He's an Eagles fan. And I mean, at what point, what can you really say to Eagles fans right now, right? You can't really say anything. I mean, they've been to a few Super Bowls the past few years. They won a couple, you know what I mean? What can you say? They still little brother of the NFC East, though. And that's why I tell Cowboys fans, I really do. I tell Cowboys fans, I say, listen, Cowboys fans, we can never stop talking shit. Absolutely not. Ever stop talking shit. And this is why I tell people when they're submissive Cowboys fans, don't be a submissive Cowboys fan. Be a guy with your chest out. Be a guy about your convictions. Be a loud, proud Cowboys fans. Do you know why? Because regardless of what they talk about, they went 57 years, the Eagles did, before winning their first Super Bowl. 57 years. And they talk shit the whole time. So what? Cowboys are in a 30-year drought and still got 5 to their 2. The Eagles fans are the only ones that got to put time limits on things. Eagles fans are the only ones that need to put a time limit on something. They have to put a time limit on it because now there's a little bit more recent, right? And recency is like all that matters, right? It's not the actual Super Bowl count, which is 5 to 2. Eagles fans, the only fan base that are that fucking goofy. I'm sorry, they just are. We recognize that y'all just won the Super Bowl. We recognize that. We recognize you got a great team. Congratulations. But for 57 years, you didn't win a goddamn thing. And we've been in a 30-year drought, and y'all still behind 3. Sit down at the table, little bro. It's like if you're an adult and you play your kids in games, everybody has, most people have kids. And if you don't, eventually you will, and you'll find it out. You're a master at a game. You played Madden forever. You played Mortal Kombat forever, whatever it is. And your kids, they're growing up, and you beat that ass, belt to ass every time, right? Belt to ass every damn time. Every time you play a kid. Because I don't know about y'all, but my kids got to earn it. And it doesn't matter if we're playing basketball. It doesn't matter if we're playing, on the PlayStation. It doesn't matter if we're playing pickleball, the volleyball, anything. My kids got to earn it. I'm never going to let them win. I'm a competitor. That's what I do. And, eventually your kids get that. They eventually start getting better. You know what I mean? They get older, they start getting a little bit better. And eventually, at some point, we all fall. The kids get lucky. They've been around doing enough, and the kids get lucky, right? That's the Philadelphia Eagles. That's the Eagles. Y'all been getting belt to ass your entire existence. You got a little bit of recency success here, and now you want to bump y'all's gums. Knowing damn well that we've been dominating y'all for as long as I can goddamn remember. Oh my God, we got a Jimmy backstage. Let's bring it. We got another. Wait, what the hell just happened? There we go. Oh shit, let's change it to the little smaller.
There you go. What's going on?
Nothing, man. I'm just going at it with the Eagles fans and got to put them in place right quick. Because I'm letting the Eagles fans know that they want to chime in here. I keep letting them know it's that little brother syndrome. They've got a little bit of success in recent years, and it's just kind of like, like I always beat my kids down and all the games I play them in. And every once in a while they get lucky and then they want to start chirping and you got to remind them who daddy is. So, championship scoreboard, baby. Scoreboard. What's going on in the world of Jimmy over here? Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy's. I thought he looked very still. I got to turn a light on here. Jimmy, you're very still. You're very still, Jimmy. You're not moving, Jimmy. I don't know what happened to Jimmy. We're going to turn this light on because it's starting to get kind of dark in here. I started this thing really early, and then we got dark. All right, Jimmy, log off and come back in. Jimmy went, Jimmy cracked corn, and I don't care. Jimmy went gone. Yeah, but that's Philly. Little brother syndrome. Little brother syndrome. And that's fine. Okay, Jimmy is back in the studio. We're going to try to add him back to this. There. Oh, shit. Sorry, man. There you are. You froze, man. I said, what the hell happened?
Let's try round 2. I think there was too much input because Dominic, the former producer, screwed things up on this thing last week. But anyway, so I wanted to say, well, first I wanted to say one thing. So I get this, so Camo and his bride left. It was her birthday. We talked about that. I'm sure they have other important business to tend to as a couple.
Okay.
You probably to give her real birthday prize, I'm sure. I don't want to know nothing about that. But hey, Chris, what's going on, man? It is a wild day, and we're in shock and awe over here. But I'll tell you, so I get this about 5 minutes ago, just after he left. I get this phone call. You know, you get the phone call to say unavailable number, whatever it is. So I pick it up, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's Uncle Cheech. First of all, how did he get my number? Mike Tagg must have given it to him. So he's gloating about his upset with the 5.5. He said that Boise State, the potato pickers are now the French fries, and he's all gloating about his pick. And he said, if you guys got the pick, you got some money. So give some credit.
Okay. All right. Well, college football is going on. I was telling these guys, we got college football going on tonight. You got Nebraska about to take on Cincinnati. Should be a good game, We've got other things besides just the Micah Parsons thing, but it's just like that Micah Parsons thing is just dominating, It's
no,
crazy.
Of course it is, yeah.
It's crazy,
But I felt compelled because Uncle Cheech, I fear him. I respect him, but I fear him. So when he called me with that information, I said, I better come on and make sure everybody knows about it because, people were bitching last year, early in the year, that he wasn't hitting his freaking this and that. Well, you know what? He's hitting early on, and
he's hitting early on. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Cheech, I could use some money. Money, they say money don't make you happy, but I've never been broke and sad. So rich and sad, I guess I should say. But you know what I mean. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying. But yeah,
I know.
Listen, I'm just I could use some of that money, Cheech. So trust. Give me some. I'll take some of that good advice, and Jimmy, let me ask you a question because you're from the outside. Obviously, you get to look. You're one of those other fan bases that gets kind of looking on the Cowboys circus through the window, per se. You're not actually having to live it. There's Cowboys fans that I've been through this thing. We've been through the cycle, and I've been telling them we're peeling back the layers of this thing, and we went through a lot, man. We went through this big ass onion. But
yeah,
the one thing I got to is that I do not think that any Dallas Cowboys fan right now at this point of the season should be throwing in the towel on the season.
It's funny because, Mike and I have talked about this. Anybody, I don't care what the situation is. I don't care if it's Micah Parsons. I don't care if you're a Dolphins fan with Tua and all that. If you're going into the season saying my team sucks, we're going to lose, we're under 500, then why bother watching? Then watch something else. Watch soccer or some other shit, right? Watch baseball. Because at the end of the day, you can't throw in the towel because you don't know matchups, week to week. You don't know how things go. Big injuries. Look at last year. Last year we went into the season saying the Niners and the Cowboys were the two big swinging dicks in the NFC. And look what happened. Big injuries. You guys both had issues with injuries. So at the end of the day, you don't know what it brings.
Yeah.
You know that I would have taken Micah Parsons in the ATL. You guys obviously wish that Jerry would have done the right job and signed him. But at the end of the day, you don't throw in the towel because it's just stupid at this point in time.
I agree. That's what I was saying. I keep telling these guys, I was like, y'all got to keep the optimism, man, because there's no reason to throw in the towel on this team. We're still in this thing. It's not over. It's a 17-game season. And you know what I keep saying and I keep harping on is that our biggest weakness, I think everybody, once you step back and look at this thing and take your emotion out of it, the Cowboys' biggest weakness going into the season was going to be on our run game. And we got a defensive tackle from Green Bay that, say what you want, they're like, he's 30 years old. Listen, he's a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's played very well the past several years. He is an absolute instant upgrade in run stopping. So did we lose a little bit on the pass rush? Yes. Did we gain on the defensive run stopping? Yes. And before all this happened, we considered ourselves deepest at the pass rush position. So this front office is taking a gamble saying, listen, we're deep at pass rush. We suck at defensive tackle. Let's upgrade that position. We think that our young guys can step up and by rotation, keeping these guys fresh and rotating them in and out, that we can not replace Parsons, but still be good enough to affect the pass rush position and get after the quarterback, we can
Right.
still do that with these guys and not have to pay Parsons $47 million a year and gain 2 first-round picks from it. Does that benefit the team? I think it does.
Well, you know what it is, and Carl, we'll get to you in just a second. It's always the next man up mentality, right? If there's an injury, you don't know what's going to – if there's an injury, you need to deal with the next man up.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, this is the next man up. And Barkley over 150, you know what? Hey, Carl, I hope it doesn't happen, but if Barkley gets hurt, and I pray to God it don't happen because you don't want that shit, the Eagles suck. They don't go to no Super Bowl last year without Barkley, and same thing this year, and I don't want to hear any different.
Yeah, no, it's true. That's why they got Barkley, is because I mean they needed a Barkley.
Exactly.
They needed Barkley. And they got him one, and kudos to them for going to get that.
Well,
but
and Kelly, they got Barkley because it takes a quarterback like Hurts, who's an average quarterback, and can get him a couple steps higher than average just to get that Super Bowl win. Facts.
I was telling these guys too, one of the other things that we've been talking about and kind of covering and going over is about when you take away and you look at how much Micah Parsons is going to make now, right? And how much he's making. And we look at this Cowboys team in the past and we look at their past failures, right? They have failed the past several years with Micah Parsons on this roster. Like, and that is something, again, I'm not sitting there saying he's a bum. I understand he's elite, but I'm saying when you take back and you got to step back, take the emotion out of it, and you look at it, Micah Parsons was on this team when we got our asses whooped by Green Bay. You know what I mean?
Right. That's right.
It's one player.
That's right.
So if you're dumping all your resources into that one player, don't you have to step back and say, maybe not. Maybe that's not the way. Maybe I should not pour all my resources in there.
Look, Carl, our defense and Hurts led us. I don't know about that. I think you must be drinking tonight, bro. I don't know about your Hurts led us. Saquon Barkley is the one who controlled the friggin' time of possession. I don't want to hear anything different.
Yeah. No, it's there. It's Barkley was what put him over the top.
God bless him. Right.
Yeah, he was what put him over the top.
And we said it, and I'm going to interrupt you, but we've sent, like we've been on this podcast, I think 3 seasons, Philadelphia, and I'll give them credit, and I hate to do it, their front office always does what they have to do to make moves to try to solidify different spots. And the Barkley thing obviously was one of the biggest moves in decades.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and it did it for him. So I mean, look, big trades they happen. They upset teams. They upset the fan base and all that stuff. And I mean, it sends shockwaves around the NFL world when things happen like this. But it's not going to be the first huge trade where a player of Micah Parsons' caliber gets traded. Shit like that, it happens, man. I mean, we look at a few years ago when Ramsey was traded. He was looked at one of the best cornerbacks, number 1 cornerback in the league. You know what I mean? And he gets traded. Trades happen because one player can only affect your team so much. So if it's like, okay, do we think we're close enough there where we pay Micah Parsons $47 million a year that we have a good enough team where we can win with Micah Parsons? And if not, then the Cowboys had a tough decision to make. And that's ultimately the decision they went with. They said, you know what? We need to pool our resources because we got bigger needs than we're not just one player away. We're not a Micah Parsons away from winning a Super Bowl. We're not a Micah Parsons away from competing in the playoffs. Many fans in this own chat even said they did not believe the Cowboys were a team that would win a playoff game this year. So if you thought that with Parsons, how does this team ultimately get worse without him? When you add 2 first-round picks to your future that you can sit there and you can swing and you can do things with, and add the fact that you upgraded your weakness, which is the run defense. I can't look at it and say we lost that trade. I don't look at it that way.
So let me ask you something, because again, we were out at dinner, we had festivities tonight. So it was 2 first-rounders and an edge rusher?
No, we got their defensive tackle.
Their DT. Okay.
Yep.
So, but 2 first-rounders.
Yep.
It doesn't suck.
2 first-round picks. So for the next 2 years.
Oh, Carl, come on. Really?
Well,
Get him, Kelly. Get him.
The tequila ain't beating me, Carl.
I got news for you. For the amount of tequila he's emptied, it ain't beating him.
No, and we're not even done here. I'm trying to get the guy's name. It was what the hell was it? last name, defensive tackle for. But yeah, I mean, we definitely he is a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's an upgrade over what we had over Mozzie Smith. Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark is his name. 29 years old. Kenny Clark.
Young.
And he's a big dude. He's a space eater. And look, he's good. He is definitely good. And he's going to improve this run defense. And so, again, like I said, the fact that we improved the run defense, the fact that now Micah Parsons, you don't really have to account for him. He's off the books, right? Yeah, you bring Clark onto the books, but you could look at this Cowboys team, and maybe Jerry decides to go out and make another move. Maybe he takes one of these first-round picks, or because of the fact that he's got 2 first-round picks the next 2 years, maybe he takes a second-round pick or a third-round pick and decides to go for, hey, I'm gonna go for another big trade. I want to add somebody else. I already got rid of Parsons. I brought in George Pickens. Now I want to bring somebody else in besides Clark that we already got from Green Bay over the Micah Parsons. Now I want to bring in a cornerback. I want to bring in maybe not a top 5, but maybe I want to bring in a top 10 to 10 range to 15 cornerback into this to pair alongside Diggs and Bland and take this defense to another level. Listen, it gives them options. People were going to say Jerry Jones is an idiot and that he won't fucking pull a trade like that, but I didn't think he would get rid of Parsons.
Neither did I. Neither do we.
So, I mean, I'm Jerry Jones threw a damn, threw a snake eye into this thing. We're over here expecting something else. We're expecting 7-Eleven, and Jerry Jones hits us with a snake eyes. You know what I mean? He surprised everybody.
So look at Benny. Benny's saying, we drink the alcohol. We don't let alcohol drink us. Canine, taking it like a champ.
Damn right.
So, but Chris, Kenny Clark, defensive tackle, is the best defensive tackle we had in a long time.
I don't disagree with that. The Cowboys have been neglecting the defensive tackle position for a long time. This Cowboys team has not been great against the run, and in many years they haven't been great against the run. So again, like I say, what did you have to lose by trading Micah Parsons? Really nothing, man. Because if you didn't think you were winning this year with him, what's the big fall off? Because I still think this team's going to be good offensively. I still think that this team upgraded now with the run defense. So now you have a better chance of improving that 29th ranked rush defense that you had last year with Micah Parsons on the squad, right? I think you have a chance of improving that. Diggs coming back and being ready on the 53-man roster and probably going to have a chance to compete week 1 is huge for this defense. Great news, right? Yeah. So I think this defense has a chance to be a little bit better than people were initially expecting after you get rid of that first, it's like you start a boxing match, you take that hard kidney shot, it takes the wind out of you, but it takes a minute, you get your breath back. I feel like that's how Cowboys fans are going to get within the next week or so. They're going to regain their legs, get a little less wobbly, and understand this might actually be a good move towards the future. Because we weren't winning shit this year anyway.
You can't hinge the entire season. I mean, obviously, I wish that Micah Parsons was rolling out Mercedes-Benz next week against Tampa Bay, but that ain't happening, right? So you guys nobody can hinge unless it's a quarterback, their entire season on one player. And you know what, Carl, I know Carl's grasping at straws here. Their old line's still trash. Whatever,
Carl is what we call a habitual line stepper. Carl's a habitual line. He liked to walk the line. He literally tunes in here more loyally and more faithful than many Cowboys fans. Cowboys, I'm just letting y'all know right now, Cowboys Nation, it's hard. It takes a lot of hard work, sweat, and dedication to be that big of a hater. To where you're just 2 hours long. Carl's been here with the cave, supporting the Cowboys.
You know what though?
Getting views to the Cowboys cave, getting clicks for the Cowboys. Carl is a contributor. He's literally sending nuggets into the Cowboys cave bank as an Eagles fan.
But
so
Carl,
go ahead, Carl.
We appreciate your participation. We really do. We hope you join in several nights a week because Carl's fun. We like him a lot. So
no, he is. And here's the thing. I want to get him a participation ribbon. I do. I want to get him a participation ribbon that says Cowboys Cave's favorite hater. Cowboy K's favorite hater. He can pin it on his lapel. You know what I'm saying? He can have it, hanging and go to work with pride. He'd be like, listen, Cowboys Cave gave me this participation ribbon, and it is the best thing I've ever got. It replaces the Eagles Super Bowl. It replaces all the recent success we've had. this is a badge of honor. And Carl, we're going to get that made up for you. We're going to get that made up for you. And Jimmy, real quick, I want to get something for you, but real quick, 985 people right now in the chat. I said about 30 minutes ago when I said I was going to keep going, I said that the goal was to get 1,000 people in here, and we are getting close. We are getting close, my guy.
So Danny is saying, hey, Carl, why don't you got some Eagles content creators to heckle? Well, he wouldn't heckle him. He'd be on board with him, right?
Well, he might heckle him. I don't know. I said his own fans don't like Carl. That's why he's in there. But, you know what? I didn't ask Mike. What's Mike got going on tonight? I've been expecting a pop in by the Godfather.
No, so Mike Tag is out of town. He has no internet access right now readily available. And unfortunately, he can't be in the cave tonight. So,
okay.
So he stutter-stepped. He dropped the ball. You better not make a mistake again.
Yeah, well, I gotta text him that we're only like 15 away from getting the to the nine away. We're only 9 away. Oh my God, that's gonna require another shot of tequila for sure. We're gonna have to hit another shot of tequila if we listen. We're almost at 1,000. I feel like it would be against the best interest. I'm sorry, I'm starting to the best interest of the Cowboys came for me not to take a shot. Right, I owe it. I owe it to him.
No, it'll be good. Even Carl's saying you're funny as hell tonight. That's good.
Okay, 2.5 hours. We've got some entertainment going. It's people say, I don't know. It's hard to talk Cowboys football tonight. It's felt like therapy.
Hey, Chris, I'll tell you one thing. Dante Fowler, when he's in the ATL, I love that guy. Dante Fowler,
he's a 10 sack guy a year. And this is what I say about this front office, Jimmy, is that I said this front office must have felt confident, not just the front office, but the coaches must have felt confident in some of these younger guys to move on from Micah Parsons like that. We heard in training camp, Shoddy was over the top about Sam Williams. Feels really good about Nealon and the way Marshawn Nealon's looking. Easy E, Donovan is something. I can't pronounce his last name, but we call him Easy E. Got him from Boston College. He's looked great in training camp. So listen, they must have felt some type of confidence to be able to move on from Micah Parsons. If not, then you're just an idiot. And we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough.
And they freed up cap space. Hey, guys, we're 991. Tell a couple of your friends to say, hey, come on board. We're going to get to 1,000 tonight.
Restream it, y'all. I know there's some of y'all on X. Y'all restream this thing. Y'all retweet it. Y'all share it. Y'all like it. 9 away.
Tell them. We're going to talk about all family business tonight.
Yeah. I'm going to bust out another shot of this. After that shot, I got to switch it to some beer because I'll tell you what, if I keep doing this tequila, it's going to be floor for me. So it's been one of them things where I'm like, after the bartender starts serving you, and then you can take another one. There's no bartender to cut me off here, so I'll keep on going. But Jimmy, so let me ask you a question. We got all this Parsons drama, but now you're not investing this money into Micah Parsons. You're not investing this $47 million a year into one particular player. How do you view this right now, just standing outside? How do you view this for the Cowboys? Do you think this was a win for them? Do you think this is a bad decision for them? What do you feel? How do you feel about it?
Well, I think that in the court of public opinion, the Cowboys the next few days are going to take a beating, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But it gets back to what I said before. It's always next man up. If somebody gets hurt, you got to do what you got to do. And if it was Dak Prescott, it's a different conversation. Then it's like you got a big problem. But in this case, of course, you wanted him back. I mean, and Jerry might have dropped the ball on this one. He stutter-stepped and he dropped the ball. But you know what? It's not the end of the world. So me being on the outside, I wish I had Parsons, and Cowboys fans wish they had him. It's not the end of the season, though. It's not a quarterback. It's not Bijan Robinson, right? That's so I of course you're pissed, but I wouldn't lose too much sleep on it.
Yeah. See, and that's kind of why I feel the same way, because I feel like, okay, all right, we probably won't have as many sacks. I feel like obviously Parsons is going to, he's a guy that they constantly got to double team. He's a guy that, offensive coordinators, they got to prepare for. They got to have a guy back there chipping.
Right.
They have to do all that, right, against Micah Parsons. But the thing is, okay, even with all that being said and done, Micah did not take over and wreck and dominate games. He just didn't. There, we sat there and we talked, and I asked the chat, when was the last time Micah Parsons single-handedly went out and just wrecked a game? Because they compared him to LT. Let's not forget that. He's been compared to LT. LT absolutely wrecked games. Like literally destroyed game plans for offensive coordinators because what he could do rushing the passer. Micah Parsons is no LT. Right. As much as I loved Micah Parsons, as much as I got 2 number 11 jerseys, he was no Lawrence Thomas. And I was telling people in the chat earlier, Jared Verse as a rookie was wrecking games in the playoffs last year. Micah Parsons is yet to do that in the playoffs at all. And literally one of the only games that they could come up with was there was a Seattle game. And I do remember that. He did play very well, affected that game. But other than that, Micah Parsons, you racked up a lot of sacks. I mean, he had a 4-game sack against the Giants. I think that team won 5 games this year, that Giants team. A lot of people sacked them a lot.
Yeah, but we're at 1,002. We hit 1,002. Look at a 4-digit jumping. That's how you take control of the match. That's how you take control of the match. Woo! Yeah.
All right. Yep. Here we go.
For the wrong reasons, but yes.
Cowboys Nation, I want to let y'all know, and you can't judge me by this, but this bottle, it doesn't look like there's. This bottle was full when we started the show. We down. That's about the halfway point. The bottle gets skinnier at the top, so it's all an illusional effect here. But I'm definitely gonna have to switch to beer if I'm gonna continue this much longer, which I don't know if I will though. The Husker game is starting, and I'm not a Husker fan, but oh God, get a text from. Oh, God. See, that's the thing, man. I can look at my phone. The text messages I have got are downright offensive. Downright offensive. The text messages I have gotten from all these damn Dallas Cowboys haters. It makes me sick. Sick. There's 1,000 of y'all in the chat, though. Let's go. So Jimmy, you know what? We hit the threshold with you.
Look at that. 1,005. Look at that, Kelly. Good for you, bro. You held out 2 hours and 36 minutes. Kelly's been on here, hit 1,005. That's how you take control of the match. And I'll tell you one thing. So, Ultra. Now, I'm going to get real here. You can't win with players like with Parsons. Okay, I know you Michelle, you're being funny. Look, part of it depends on the scheme and the defensive coordinator, right? So you put Albrecht in Atlanta. You don't know how differently things work out with different personnel, different defensive coordinator. You can't really compare the two. I would have taken them all day long. I would have traded away. I mean, we traded away our next year's first-round pick for one of ours this year. We did a swap this year. But at the end of the day, I totally would have swapped out a first-round pick, more than a first-round pick for Parsons, because I think in our scheme with our defensive coordinator would have worked out great. But you know what? It's over, and it is what it is. And Ultra's saying we got lucky when we drafted Donovan E.
Easy. Yeah. So, look, you know what's crazy about me and Ultra is that we don't normally agree a lot. We don't normally agree a lot, but there's not one thing that he said tonight that I have not agreed with, because here's the thing. I feel like I really do. I feel like the Cowboys did probably get a little bit better, because I do feel that they addressed a weakness with that defensive tackle position. I do feel like that we addressed the strength. Now, the one thing I will disagree with Ultra on is I don't think that we're going to be drafting Arch Manning. I don't even think – Arch Manning's got to prove himself first. So, anyway, guys, I did switch to beer. For those of you that were getting concerned about the enormous amount of tequila consumption, I am switching to beer now. So, I'm going to keep this thing going light. Behind the goat. Hey, salud to that, Benny Blanco.
Hey, salud, Cennane.
Salud.
E tutto bene, saluto a tutti.
Yeah, so that's my boy. He's Italiano.
Panataniano stasera. Bene, liquor before beer in the clear. That is true. And Mike Tag. Now I gotta show. So wait a minute. I saw something here, and I didn't. Oh, here it is. So Carl, and you know what, Carl? We're gonna have to get receipts on this one when Mike Tag gets back, saying we hit over 1,000 because Mike is not here. And I disagree with that, but at the end of the day, we're going to take a picture. We're going to mark the tape on this one so Mike Tag knows what Carl said, that we hit over 1,000 because Mike ain't here.
Yeah, you know what?
That's bullshit.
That's like, don't make me put you in timeout, Carl. That's I know you're trying to. I know. I feel like it may be a compliment to me, but you can't compliment me while backhanding my partner over here, buddy. Okay, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Kyle. Come down there and you be wicked mad about what I'm gonna do to you, buddy.
and Chris, yes, I remember we traded up for Julio, and remember I said last night, I said, look, I'm going to try to learn more about college football because I don't know enough about college football to talk about it. I'm not going to pretend. So back when we got Julio, we drafted up for him. You know, I didn't know better, but a bunch of my buddies texted me and said, holy shit, you guys got Julio Jones. It's great. And so to your point, you know what? You never know when you get a draft pick like that. So, and Chris is all about it. Look at that. He's laughing. He's saying he's a GOAT.
You know what? I'm gonna say that tonight has been a pretty epic night. It started out with a lot of anger, and then it ended up with just kind of a lot of I don't know, man, a lot of love from the Cowboys fans, all of it, man. And it just feel pretty good, man. It feels really good to kind of get on with Cowboys Nation, and then they've really helped me relax. Not just them, but half a bottle of tequila as well. But I'm feeling fine, Jimmy. You know what I mean? I'm feeling really fine. Listen to that. Got Jimmy done spitting up the red, man.
Excuse me. So barbecue saying, what's up, peeps? Barbecue, you know what's up? I'll tell you one thing. So I just joined in about 15 minutes ago. Besides a 5-minute interlude with Camel Piper a while ago, I joined in about like maybe 10 minutes ago. Kelly's been holding down the fort, bringing up at 1022. We got 1,022 tonight. So that's what's up tonight. And we're going to assault the caramel, but we got a lot of people hanging out in the cave tonight.
Yeah. Jeff, we don't have any salted caramel, but listen, I've done my due diligence by drinking half this 1,800, like right at the halfway mark, maybe a little bit less. I might take one more shot. I'll tell you right now, if we get to 1,500, before this go, I'll definitely take one more shot. But I don't think we're going to get to 1,500. I don't know that. I try to want to watch this. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait. I'm going to stay here with you, Cowboys Nation. We're going to keep talking for a little bit longer until this laptop battery right here starts hitting in the red mark, and then I'm going to have to probably bounce because we're going to have some things happen. But, Jimmy, how is your night going, my guy? You gonna hang out with me for a little while and drink some beer and talk with these guys?
Yeah, we're gonna hang out until I get a text message from my wife who's upstairs watching Big Brother on delay because we were having birthday festivities at Campbell Piper's wife tonight. And but I'll tell you one thing. So Ultra, Uncle Chief loves salty camel. I'm sure he does, and I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. But like I said before, I get this phone call about 25 minutes ago from an restricted number, whatever. I pick it up and I knew the voice, right? It's Uncle Cheech. So I'm like, I got to run to a secure location and listen up. He said, look, I hit that upset, Boise State and the Bulls, South Florida, right? And so he's all, he wanted to make sure I brought it on board and told everybody about it. So he's happy. So you guys already, if you would have bet with Uncle Cheech's picks, you're making money on the upset tonight.
Making money on the upset, and that's what it's all about, is making money on that upset.
Now, look what Ultra's saying. Now, you see, here's where you got to like optimism. So the trade allows money to keep Bland, Tyler Smith, Pickens, Aubrey, Sam Williams, and to add a Pro Bowl defensive tackle, plus a couple of first-rounders who are going to be on that rookie contract.
And this is again, Ultra and me. I feel like we're never, ever on the same page. And wow, we have been on the same page because I said the same thing. One of the first things I said when I started to calm down and I started to stop freaking out, as that Tom Cruise movie, don't worry, I'm not going to do everyone thinks I do. Just flip out, man. Like I was flipping the fuck out. But when I walked it back, I said the same thing that Ultra said. I said, "Look, man, we're gonna get some good shit going."
And look at Casey. Look at all as Casey can look. Been out South Florida and won some money because Uncle Cheech is like the gospel. Like we read the Bible on Sunday mornings, and oh my gosh, look who it is!
Oh! What is going on, man?
The Godfather has graced us with his presence, Cowboys Nation.
Let me get my glasses on. So we got to fix this thing, man. What are you guys doing? You guys running a hell of a show here.
Man, it's an all-timer there, Mike. We got 1,033 in the chat right now. 1,033.
Are they 1,033 of disappointed Cowboy fans? Are they?
Man,
Where are we at?
we've been peeling the onion, Mike. We've been peeling the onion all night long. This onion's got so many layers, man. Man, this onion is big, man. We're peeling it back, man. There's been a lot of emotions. We've been all over the map. All over the map. Tell us how you feel.
And Mike,
Well,
before we get to the real deal, Uncle Cheech, I got a restricted phone call a while ago, picked it up as Uncle Cheech gloating about his upset of the week with Boise State and the Bulls tonight.
Boise State, he called it, didn't he? And
Yep.
they blew
He said those potatoes can be French fries, and he was right.
And it happened. It happened. Uncle Cheech making that scuttle again.
He's getting. I got to get my reading glasses. I want to see you guys. But no. Well, I've gotten. I'm at the Hard Rock down in Miami, getting ready for this game this weekend. And this has been, we got kicked in the nuts with the Parsons deal, and then I just got finished off at the roulette table. So this has been a bad day for me, my friends.
Well, Mike, you haven't been around for the majority of the show, but I'm just going to let you know, your boy here, me, I've slowly started to do this 180. So here's where I'm standing right now at 8:22 p.m. The day of, like a day that'll live in infamy. Here's where I'm standing. I don't think we were winning anything with Parsons this year anyway. I don't think we were winning anything with Parsons this year. So what did we do? We upgraded our biggest weakness on defense at the defensive tackle position, right?
Yeah.
Now for the next 2 years, you have 2 first-round picks in the first round. You've got 2 first-round picks next year and the following year. You can use those to either trade for a proven veteran or move up and around the draft. The Cowboys have given them options to ultimately get better and more talented across both sides of the ball, whichever way they decide to go, because they didn't invest $47 million into a guy who we have been getting our asses kicked on defense with him on the roster. It's not saying anything negative about Micah Parsons, but if we weren't winning now, why not make this move? Because now this move seems like we're looking towards the future.
Yeah. I mean, this is honestly, you let things marinate, right? So our initial reaction, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of hurt, there's a lot of frustration, but you got to kind of look at it. And I talked about it. $47 million, man, that's a lot of scuttle to have tied into one player on defense, one guy on defense. Now, one of the best defensive players, I get it. But if there's one position that the Cowboys have depth on defense, is defensive end.
That's what I said.
We've got pass rushers. Now we pick up a defensive tackle. You and I, we had Jesse Holly on, man. If the Cowboys are going to go anywhere, it's going to be because of the offense. Yes. And we weren't going to be able to re-sign Pickens after this year. Now if he has a good year, we're not getting him. Now you have opportunities to get him. I read where I think they're number 2 in salary cap now behind the Patriots with money. So this is going to be on Jerry. This is going to be on Steven and Will McClay. What are you going to do with this? Are you going to invest in getting some of these guys signed that we need, like a Pickens? Or are you going to move up in the draft? I mean, let's be honest. We talked about Dak Prescott. Depending on how this year goes, there's some big name quarterbacks coming out this year. They got the firepower to move up in the draft if they want to. So I know I'm a positive guy, and come Thursday night, man, there is no crying in this face, man. I'm going there to beat Philly, and that's just the way it is, man. Well, I roll with the Cowboys, and I wish Parsons the best. But come September 28th, this Cowboys Cave tailgate party just got lit, because you better believe, it's just like when Emmitt Smith rolled his ass over here. I'm looking for Parsons to get laid out by one of our offensive linemen or chip blocked against one of our tight ends and get put on his ass. And that's nothing personal. That's business. And that's just the way it's going to be.
And here's what I said, Mike. I also said the fact that you do have 2 first-round picks next year, 2 first-round picks the next year. Maybe we don't trade one of them first-round picks, but maybe that gives Jerry and the front office a way to look at it and say, you know what? Maybe we can trade a second-round pick this year, or say a third-round pick this year, to go and get another guy to add to this roster to solidify this defensive side of the ball even more. Maybe they go get a cornerback. Maybe they go to get us an extra linebacker, or maybe they decide to get us even maybe another defensive tackle. They decide to get us a guy, maybe they trade in a third or fourth. I'm just saying, because you have the first round picks, gives you options for your later round picks. And for all the people saying, well, that's not how Jerry moves. Nobody saw this Parsons trade coming. So right now, we really can't talk about Jerry moving a certain kind of way, because this is unprecedented for Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
It really is.
They don't. This is like, I think I texted you or whatever. I mean, this is the first time in my history where I've seen a Cowboy in their prime get dealt
Correct.
away. And
Correct.
people might say Herschel, but Herschel wasn't in his prime. Herschel was in the USFL for a few years, then came to Dallas. He wasn't in his prime. I mean, they made the trade and they stole it, but this is getting a guy in his prime. Now, my only gripe, this is where I'm just going to be on, my only gripe with the Cowboys, and I know that this kind of caught them off, out of left field, and I think egos got the best of this whole situation. I wish they would have done it in the offseason. I wish they would have done it just so we're past this stuff. You would have had that extra draft pick. You would have been able to maneuver if you wanted to. I wish they just would have done it. But I'll be honest, I think Jerry thought he was going to be part of this team. I don't think they had any doubt until the last maybe few weeks. And maybe that second opinion MRI that he went to go get on his back was kind of the final straw. And like I said, man, I side with the players 99.9% of the time, but it's a business too. I mean, and 188 million over 4 years, man, that's a lot of money to tie up into a defensive end. I mean, it just is.
It is, absolutely. And like I said, again, that's what I can't ignore, the fact that if you're talking about investing that kind of money into one player, and that one player has been on your roster when you got your damn teeth kicked in and you got curb stomped when Green Bay came to town in 2023. Parsons was on the field that day. He scored 41 on us. So if you're going to invest $47 million into a guy like that, Mike, I unpacked the numbers and we looked at it. I pulled it up. How many sacks would you say in 4 playoff games that Micah Parson has got?
One
sack. You're telling me, so all these people that talk all that shit about Dak being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and they talk about him putting up, you better put up great numbers. You got to be damn near perfect. You better affect the game, blah, blah. They definitely better give Parsons that same energy now when he's making $47 million over at Green Bay, because 1 sack in 4 playoff games, that ain't it. Not for $47 million.
No.
Hell no.
Jimmy, were the Falcons paying $47 million?
No. But I'll tell you, at the end of the day, I'd pay the money. But it depends also, because we talked about this a few minutes ago. If you're losing because somebody said, oh, you're throwing the season away. No, it's not a quarterback. It's not a Pro Bowl running back that you're losing. You're losing a really good player, maybe a generational player, but also on defense, part of it is the scheme and the personnel. So you can't turn around and say, oh, the season's done and this and that, because that's stupid. You can't do that, especially on defense. So.
Well, and where I agree with Jimmy here is that yes, I understand that, yes, you would pay him, but I don't think that the Cowboys' smart move was to pay him. And I'm saying that right now because, honestly, I don't believe that we're one player away from it. And when you have the type of resources invested in Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, and now you've got a guy that you traded for draft capital to bring George Pickens in, who you hope to sign next year, you can't really invest that kind of money in Parsons, because now you've got all this cap invested in 3 players, and that one player that you have in Micah Parsons is he's not the one piece you need to win a Super Bowl. You're better off spreading that money around on the defense and trying to build a defense that's good, that's solid across the defense. They don't even have to be elite or great. Just a solid defense with an elite offense can take you far in this league. We've seen it happen with many teams before. We've seen teams win the Super Bowl with a decent defense, top 10 to top 15, and then a number 1, number 2 offense. This team has the potential to be there offensively. They don't defensively if they're paying Micah Parsons $47 million a year.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, can you read Ultra's comment?
I can't.
You got the right glasses on. You can't read it.
I can.
Well, so small,
Ultra is saying. Well, that's what she said. Ultra said this trade allows you to keep Bland, Tyler Smith, Pickens, Aubrey, and Sam Williams. You add a Pro Bowl defensive tackle, plus you get the 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, at the end of the day, I've got a Parsons jersey in my cave. I got a 16 by 20 Parsons in the cave. I got a helmet in the cave. All that's got to go out now. That's just the way it is. But I love the guy, and I love what he brought to the team. It's not personal. There's a business side of football. I wasn't the one, and Jerry wasn't the one. Kelly wasn't the one who said, "I'll take less money because I don't need to be paid the highest because I know we have to have pieces around us." He's the
Yep.
one who said it. What Jerry said, unless you guys, I didn't hear the press conference. Maybe I'm wrong, but Jerry, last I heard from him, the deal they offered him made him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Still that 47 million. I mean, look what Hendricks said. Look what the Cincinnati guy got. What did he get? 30 million out. They're going to say, well, he's 30 years old. Well, he's got more sacks than him. He's been, he's rated a little bit higher than him as just a pure pass rusher. So that's a $17 million gap between one guy to another.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, on defense, you can win with blue collar guys that believe in the scheme and that have some dog in them. And like I said, it's nothing against Parsons, man. I love Parsons. It saddens me as a fan, but this is business, and guys are going to come and go, man. We've seen them come and we've seen them go. And, at the end of the day, Cowboys Nation, you got to move forward. We can't look in the back. You can't be crying. You can't be whining about it.
And you know what, Mike? Now I'm not to interrupt you, but so I asked Jimmy, and I told Cowboys fans. So because I've said it, I said all night long. I said this is a 17-game season. So let me ask you a question because I know the answer with you, but I want to hear it. You're not giving up on the season, are you? You throwing in the towel on this season?
Fuck no, man. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't happening. Look, the Cowboys are talented. And like I said, it's going to come down to the offense. The offense is explosive. This move puts more pressure on Dak, puts more pressure on CD, puts more pressure on Pickens because they're going to have to score unless Eazy-E, unless Sam Williams, Fowler. I mean, we are loaded at defensive end. Nealon. I mean, we have defensive ends that can rush the passer. Hold the fort down till Overshown gets back. You know what I'm saying? They've got guys. We can't. No franchise can survive having the highest paid quarterback, wide receiver, defensive end, cornerback. You can't have the highest paid guy at every position on your team.
Right.
It don't work that way in the NFL. So the Cowboys made a business decision. Maybe the timing wasn't perfect in my eyes or your eyes or anyone else's eyes, but I can't hate them for it. I honestly, and I'd love to hate Jerry, and I know you, Kelly, like get on Jerry, but I can't hate them. I can't hate them for this because when I see the contract, it would cripple the Cowboys if they would have done that deal.
And
So
can
I just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
Ultra
ahead.
said,
Go ahead.
and I asked you. So Ultra saying with this move, it shows that Overshown, if he stays healthy, it is his defense. Thoughts?
I mean, he's got to stay healthy. He's got fire, but he's got to stay healthy, right, Kelly? I mean, he's got to
get some time under his belt. I think he's got to get some time under his belt. But no, Mike, just kind of piggybacking off what you were saying though, like for me, it just validates what this two things. One, it validates what this coaching staff felt about these pass rushers that we've been talking about. It's the deepest position group in our whole team. Offense or defense. It's the deepest pass rusher, right? They felt comfortable enough to move on from Parsons because they feel like they have a good enough rotation to just rotate these guys in and out. And two, I think the reason that it brings this much raw emotion from Cowboys fans, this move in particular, when you step back and take the emotion out of it, two things is that one, this is not normal for Jerry Jones. Like you said, this is unprecedented what we're seeing here. Jerry Jones doesn't let a player like this not get a second contract. He just don't. What were people saying leading all up to this? He's going to get his deal. They always get the deal.
I believed it.
And we all believed it. So this is truly, people want to talk about Jerry moving, the front office moving differently. This is truly them moving differently. And I almost wonder, is it actually Jerry? Maybe they're like conceding something to Will McClay because this don't look like a Jerry move. This is him throwing a complete curveball at the entire world because nobody really saw this shit coming. Nobody. No. Everybody thought he was getting his deal. Even when we were hearing the news saying, "Hey, things are getting contentious." We're all like, "Nah, bullshit. Jerry's gonna sign him." So look. This is Jerry moving differently. I don't really know what to expect at this point now. I'm just kind of like, damn. Again, maybe it's not Jerry, because think about it. This don't feel like no Jerry move?
No, I mean,
it
he's
don't.
plastered all over the stadium. He's plastered all over the website. He's plastered all his jerseys are everywhere, all over the place. You know, they have a lot invested in
Star
their
power.
premier players. I mean,
Yeah.
this was personal. This was personal to the Cowboys. They felt slighted, and even if you saw the Parsons did his farewell letter, and he kind of you just saw him kind of hinting to it, saying, you know, they didn't want to work with my agent. My agent got, you know, was job to get me the best deal. But that's not what Parsons, that wasn't his attitude last year. And he deserves to be the highest paid defensive player. Make no mistake about it. I got no problem with it. But it was a little extreme in the way it was handled. Maybe on both sides. Maybe egos got the best of them, like I said, and feelings got hurt. Line got drawn in the sand. It wasn't a good look for Parsons to be laying on the trainer's table, just kind of flopping around. And I know it was only a small little bit of it, but you know as well as I do, cameras, these players know cameras are on them, especially your elite players. They're on you 24/7 on the field. So maybe it was calculated, maybe it wasn't. I don't know, but I'm just saying I'm just over it, and I've moved on, and let's roll with the 53 that we got, and let's just see what happens, man. It might surprise people. It might surprise people.
You see, I thought he was enjoying the friendly confines and Mercedes-Benz getting used to the stadium. I'm like, yeah. And then my hopes and dreams are shattered tonight.
Yeah.
So
probably all right for you.
I'll tell you this, this is a harsh thing, but if you can look back over my track record, you'll see that I have held true to this, and that's whether it's with DeMarco Murray, Emmitt Smith, any guy that has been traded to. It doesn't even have to be a rival. It's just if they get traded, right? I'm wearing the number 11 jersey right now. And the reason I'm wearing that number 11 jersey is because this right now, 1,072 in the chat. This is Micah Parsons' funeral in Dallas for me, because from this day forward, tomorrow, this jersey, my other Micah Parsons jersey in the closet, they're going to the Goodwill. They're getting donated. And you know what? From here on out, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound harsh. It is what it is. It's fuck Micah Parsons. He ain't a Cowboy no more. He ain't a Cowboy no more. I ain't got no love for him. And I tell people this from the bottom of my heart. When you leave the Cowboys, I've got no love for you. Listen, if I could stand up and cheer for when Roy Williams broke Emmitt Smith's collarbone in a game, and I'm cheering that Emmitt Smith is down on the ground like, yeah, like that's what you get going to another team. Like that's the passion that I feel as a Cowboys fan. Like, so there's no love for Micah Parsons as a Packer, man. Fuck him. I hope they beat his ass all game versus Green Bay. I hope he gets humiliated. I hope he gets no sacks, no pressures. I hope he looks like a bum. It's just Micah Parsons' funeral. After today, that's a name that don't even talk to me about no Parsons.
But and that's why I've moved away from getting players' jerseys. And what I do is I get legends. You know, last year I got Gogan. This year I got the hit machine Eugene Lockhart. I'm just, I'm not going to invest in some of these. I'm not going to get burned again. I am not getting burned again. So I'm going with the OGs that have been here, that are tried and true, and that retired it. But I agree 100% to your point with Parsons. It's just, it sucks. And people, hopefully people are getting over it. But I'm sitting down here. I'm drove down, working my way down to Miami. I'm enjoying myself. My kid calls me up and he's flipping out. He's like, dude, I said, bullshit. Here we go. And I thought it was because I got burned on an Adam Schefter, fake Adam Schefter tweet. And I reposted and the guy goes, that's a fake one, right? And I was like, oh shit, they got me. And so I just thought it was a fake thing. And then everything just kind of blew up. But I'm here. Look at it. It's the Catholics versus the convicts. I'm repping the U, and that's where my focus is this weekend. But I'm just telling Cowboys Nation, just chill, let things play out. Let's see how it goes. Don't, if you want to jump ship, then it is what it is. But like Kelly and Jimmy, even for your team or any of you guys, man, you've seen them come and you've seen them go. I mean, I've been here before Jerry. I mean, going to be here. Well, I'll be here after Jerry if the Lord spares my life. He's He's older than I am. I should outlive him, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope we all lay after Jerry.
Good
I'm
luck.
all here after Steven.
Good luck with that.
We've seen all these guys, like you talk about Emmitt Smith, and then they come back, or Irvin's come and go. I mean, these guys, it seems like yesterday that Tony Romo was on this team. And you know how long it's been since Tony Romo's been wearing a Cowboy uniform? It's been like a decade. So
Jeez.
you look at some of these teams. Look at the way, we talked about it Monday, Kelly. What did we say about the culture?
Yeah.
And Jesse brought up a great point. He says, forget culture. Culture is trying to get 53 people buying into one thing. And if one person doesn't, then it just kind of screws everything up. The Cowboys need to create the Cowboys way. Look at the way the Patriots ran their organization, the Ravens. We talked about these great. Maybe the Cowboys are starting to do the Cowboys way, whereas you know what? We're going to be loyal to you. But if you're not 100% back loyal to us, man, maybe it's time to get the step in. I mean, the star brings a lot of power to these players as well. And respect the star, respect the organization, respect the fans. And I'm not saying he isn't, but I'm just saying that the mindset of this organization, if you're in it, let's do it. If you got any doubt, then move on. I mean, it is what it is. And the actions that you saw in training camp and some of this stuff, you could see it building. You could see it boiling over. And it was I didn't think it would happen. I thought cooler heads would prevail, but obviously this dug pretty deep. What are you laughing at? Because I can't hear the
Benny says, I hope his career flops.
Oh.
That's funny as shit.
Don't we all?
Playoff career hasn't been so good.
Mike, you missed it earlier, man. I made our boy Jimmy spit out some wine that he was drinking.
You did.
Yeah.
What did you do to him?
I was talking about how Cowboys Nation. I said, man, you guys made me feel good. And I said, and I've literally been on this live for 3 hours now. I've drank half a bottle of tequila here.
Yeah.
And I said, Cowboys Nation, y'all made me feel better tonight. I said that, and probably the half bottle of tequila that I drank too.
Well, that'll do it. Hey. And also, just while we got over 1,100 people we're up to now.
Oh shit, that's another shot.
I just want to share some news with you guys too. I talked to Kelly about it today. It kind of happened all so fast. Happened within 48 hours.
That's
so the Cowboys Cave is partnering with Eugene the Hit Machine Lockhart, doing a pregame and postgame show. It's going to be live in the Dallas area, and I'll be posting the locations. You're going to have former Cowboys there participating. Cowboys Cave will be there, obviously. And our first guest that will be on the show will be three-time Super Bowl champion Kevin Smith, along with Eugene Lockhart, along with the Cowboys Cave. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to get you ready for Philly. So Cowboy fans, be on the lookout for it. We'll be dropping some information on it. But I mean, we're gonna have some fun this year, man. I know it's just this year might surprise y'all. This year might surprise y'all.
And you know what? I think that that's the growth amongst the Cowboys Cave. I was telling people before you came in, and I didn't go into detail, so I was wait till Mike gets on. But I was saying this is a testament right here, though. We get on. We've been on for 3 hours. People could go somewhere else, man. There's entertainment somewhere else. You got TV, you got Netflix, you got porn. People can watch anything. People can watch anything, but they choose to come to the Cowboys Cave and they hang with us because I'm telling you, it's therapeutic, man. It literally has made me feel better. Honestly, that combined with mass alcohol consumption has made me feel like a new man tonight, and I've turned things around. Mike, you would be happy because I was so angry at the beginning. Like I was like punching the dash of my car. I was angry. Like I was one of them Cowboys. I was so angry. But now, honestly, it's like some clarity, and I'm starting to feel like, I'm starting to feel a little bit better. And Cowboys Nation is a big part of that. So thank you guys. 1,100 of y'all, man. Please like and subscribe. If you're not already, what the hell are you waiting on? You're here. Been here that long. Come on now. Like, subscribe, bell.
And can I always say one thing? We say this all the time. If you're on X, we appreciate it. We love you here in the cave. But the fun stuff and the outrageous stuff that we can't put on the ticker on the bottom on the comments is on YouTube. So if you can scoot to YouTube, it's free. You don't ask for your money. the fun stuff and all the chaotic comments might be a little profane, we can't put on YouTube, so we'd appreciate it. You have fun.
Yeah, and I would just say this, and as we're talking about the cave and the evolution and where we started, think about it, man. It's been 2 years. I mean, we've gotten over 4,200 subscribers. Kelly's over 20,000 followers on X. I'm over 20,000 followers on X. I mean,
I'm not.
Jimmy, can you guys help Jimmy out? First of all, it's embarrassing. Help
Please,
Jimmy out.
exactly.
Follow him on X. But all kidding aside, I don't know what the hell I'm doing on this YouTube. I know, I damn sure know Kelly don't know what the hell he's doing on YouTube because I see all the stuff getting all messed up. I had to fix it. And Jimmy, we see half of Jimmy, so I know Jimmy doesn't know what he's doing. And what I mean by this is there's a algorithm, there's SEO, there's all these things that you could do, but we don't know what the hell we're doing. So when you see 4,200 subscribers, man, that is organic. That is true fans and true friends and family members of everyone on this show that's part of Cowboys Nation. So I'm proud of that. I mean, we don't have 100,000. I mean, maybe we'll get there one day. We'll figure this thing out. But the more you guys can spread the word, the more you, because a lot of people, I've talked to people just yesterday through Twitter, like, oh my God, you have a YouTube channel? I didn't even know that. I mean, it is grassroots for us, man. It is there's no secret sauce that we're doing, man. And it's a testament to everyone who's part of the show, Greg and Kelly, right? And Jimmy and me. I mean, we're a team, we're a family, and it's a good time. Cuts is part of the family, Mark and all them. And it's a great time. So I do sincerely appreciate everybody support. I mean, getting over 1,100 people hanging, and you think it'd be hanging in misery, but I can't see the comments because I'm blind. But I think people are feeling better about it. I think people are kind of moved on from it, and they're ready to get this season rolling. Is it a bunch of crying now? What's going on, Jimmy? Help me out, somebody.
It's been very positive, and I got to say that's what you got to do. You can't go like hang your head in shame. You're pissed off, but you got to go and say, you know what? You make what is it? Lemonade and lemon. You know what? You got draft picks. You got draft picks.
We make tequila lemonade out of lemon as well.
Exactly. I gotta get a refill in a minute.
Mike, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. I came in here tonight, man, and I feel like that I have been the Dr. Phil to Cowboys Nation. I really have. I think they rode the roller coaster of emotions with me. Like we came into this thing, and it just slowly trickled and slowly got more and more people, and it snowballed. But at first we were all angry. And we were, and then, I start peeling back them layers, and then I get to a little bit of positivity about, and then Cowboys Nation starts, you see them start turning, and organically, then next thing you know, man, we're taking shots where, we had the chat interactive tonight. You know how you get a person and they start bouncing the crowd? We had the chat bouncing out here. I said, all right, give me a hell yeah if you want me to stay here for another half an hour. And then we was doing hell yeah. I felt like Stone Cold Steve Austin. It's been a thing of beauty to watch the evolution of Cowboys Nation right here in the cave tonight after the Micah Parsons debacle.
Can I just say one thing? DJ Lang says the authenticity is what keeps us watching, and he's right. And I know that obviously, I don't know I'm sure Mike and Kelly have the same thing. When Mike and I come on Monday nights, we don't talk. We probably haven't talked since the Monday before, and I'm sure that Mike and Kelly are the same way, or G-Rag and everybody else. We come on here. There's no script. There's no predetermined stuff. It ain't like no fake Olympic.
There's no clickbait.
It ain't it ain't like fake Olympic wrestling where there's some predetermined stuff. We come on here and it's real.
And look at Danny Henry said we all skipped the press conference. So that was having a press conference at 6:30. I said, you guys want to watch the press conference? I said, I'll leave you guys be. And they're like, no, we want to stay right here. We want you to stay right here. We want to keep talking Cowboys. And so I'm saying, hey, I'm going to be here for you guys. I said, I ain't got shit to do. I got nothing to do. I want to drink. I want to be upset with you guys. I want to drink with y'all. I want to chop it up, and that's what we're doing.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, and the good thing, on a positive note, I got annihilated at the roulette, but I got elevated to icon status. So that's the most important thing. Now and Kelly, you're going to be looking. What does that mean for you, Mike? What does that mean?
What does that mean for you?
That means free rooms with no resort fees.
With free dirty movies.
Whoa! Now with free dirty movies. Oh my goodness! Now see that's what I said. Other people have other options of what they can watch, but they're here watching the cave.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. It's awesome, but yeah. So I appreciate. I'm in the middle of the casino, but I moved to the side, so I don't want people crowding around. So I will get out of y'all's hair if you're going to continue with the show. But definitely, Cowboys Nation, we're going to be talking about it. Keep your head up. More importantly, it is. Don't forget, I got so many great comments. Old school shirt, Catholics for the first of convicts. And we're going to handle that business Sunday. Listen to Uncle Cheech. I tried to tell you guys, he's a smart man. He knows what he's doing. You heard him on the phone with the whale. He was giving him tips. And the tip that he was giving him, I found out, was he told him, you bet everything on USF. Trust me what I say. And look what happened. USF absolutely annihilated him. So keep an eye out for that. Listen to Uncle Cheech, but we'll be back on. But I appreciate it, guys, man. Thank you for everyone and Kelly running this thing because I felt so bad being out of town. The biggest news in the Cowboys for the last, I don't know how many years. And I'm driving down to working my way down to Miami. So I appreciate you jumping on, Jimmy, being here as well. I mean, you guys holding this thing down, man. So Cowboys Nation, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. But I appreciate it, guys.
All right, Mike.
Hey, good luck.
Good having you come on, brother.
All right, bro. Take care, guys. I'll see you.
All right,
Take it easy.
All right. Bye.
And I just say, Jimmy, I couldn't not do something and jump on here. I knew Mike was busy. I knew he had some things going on, but I thought there's no way that I can't not jump on this thing. You know what I mean? I had to jump on here and do something. You know what I mean? It's too big of a moment to not have the Cowboys Cave be represented amongst this space with Cowboys Nation right now. It just felt too important. And yes, and for those of you for somebody that Benny said RIP, Micah and Dallas, yes, you are all 1,119 of you attending the Micah Parsons funeral. Dallas Cowboys. So we have been giving him, his eulogy here on the Cowboys Cave. So we are putting Micah Parsons to rest here tonight. So if you raise your glasses here for number 11, because as soon as your plane hits, you're gone.
I need a refill. Dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about the same thing. So I'm looking. I was about to look and see what this Nebraska game was going on. Because Nebraska's playing Cincinnati. Oh, it's tied 3-3. It's funny because they got that baby Mahomes in Nebraska. And it's big here. They talk about that Dylan Raiola. I'll tell you what, if a kid could be charged for identity theft, I tell you what, man, Dylan Raiola should be looked at. He always says that he doesn't try to be like Mahomes. If there is, he's got the same celebration. He's got the same warm-up routine. I'm like, dude, that's not coincidence. I'm sorry, my guy. That's sorry.
Well, it's funny because I'm trying to, like I was saying earlier, I'm trying to learn about college football so I can talk more about it. But the funny part is I know exactly what the hell you're talking about right now.
Well, hey, there you go. That's all that matters is that he calls himself, or he likes to be called Baby Mahomes. He acts like he doesn't, but he absolutely does. But anyway, they're tied 3-3. Oh my God, if they lose to Cincinnati tonight, I'm gonna bathe in Husker tears tomorrow.
Now, Andrew, you're talking about you're gonna have the pile of 11 jerseys and posters and a pile for the bonfire.
The bonfire.
Why don't you give the 11 jerseys to Goodwill or to what's the other one? You got to help like homeless people and that. Don't burn them. Help the people out. Don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any relation to Dominic Raiola?
Yes.
Am I missing something?
I think so. Any relation to Dominic Raiola? Yeah, I think that's his brother. Or wait, hold on. Is Dominic Raiola related to Dylan Raiola?
Bene, tutta la famiglia, è certo.
Well, it's not telling me real quick. Come on now. There is no relation. Nope, no relation. Dylan Raiola's dad is actually named Dominic, but it's not that Dominic.
I think that's false lies and propaganda. I think the AI is wrong on this one. Can't trust that AI.
Well, AI does sometimes let you down. I have been let down by AI before. But most of the time, they're pretty good. Actually, though, Dominic Raiola was a All-American center for Nebraska. So if that's the Dominic you're thinking of, he was.
Thank you, Benny.
So yeah,
we appreciate you.
Yeah, Benny Blanco, Benny Blanco from the Bronx, Man, I can't. Every time I hear Benny Blanco, that's what I think. I'm sure that's what I'm sure that's what that name is off. Is that what was that? What was that movie?
I'm right around the corner from the Bronx, man.
What's that movie though? Benny Blanco from the Bronx. It's come on.
I'm trying to remember and I can't.
Al Pacino.
Well, look at Danny saying, "Ask the Google."
Ask the Google. Oh man, trying to remember. It's he was Spanish gangster. What's the name of the movie? Come on, Benny Blanco. What's the movie? I know you know what it is. He said anyway. There was a Carlito's Way.
Carlito's Way. That's it.
There you go. I knew it. Goddamn, I couldn't come up with it. There we go. Way to go, Terminal
Hey,
B. Yeah. Benny, my name's Benny.
He's talking about that
Benny
Mike Tag T-shirt back here.
Oh, we got the Mike. Yeah, we got another one. Carlito's Way. Yeah, the Mike Tag T-shirt with the Falcons helmet in the back. And you got the big Falcons deal back there. Ooh.
Oh, hell yeah! I got more. You guys say through the wall here because we got like 2 rooms here in the basement, and this one's got the computer and all that bullshit, all the wiring. On the other side is where my Atlanta Falcons, New York Yankees, New York Rangers, New York Knicks, and the autographs of all sorts of shit is on the other side of the wall. But unfortunately, I can't reach out that far.
Well, Jimmy, let me ask you a question. What is it that you're drinking tonight?
Well, I had wine and okay. I started out with what the hell? Espresso martini, and then some beer,
okay,
and then a gin drink, and then a few espresso and anisette, and 3-4 glasses of wine, and now I'm out. I mean, this really? I mean, what the hell?
I'm sitting here and I'm debating if I do another one of the shot of these.
Hey, Waterboy is drinking Henny. I love it. And yes, you know what? The Cowboys Cave bottle opener is Cuts by Jones, who is the Picasso of 2025 of the 21st century. You want some good stuff, and I'm serious about this because upstairs we have something. So for my wife's birthday last year, I wanted something different, and I sent Cuts a Polaroid of the family, and he did this beautiful cut, and it's hanging actually in a prominent place in our house upstairs. So if you want some good stuff and some beautiful stuff, whether it's sports, family, whatever else, Cuts by Jones is a place to go.
Cuts by Jones is the place to go. He's got that Texas Tech you see the Texas Tech back there. That's Cuts by Jones.
Well, that's Cuts? That's awesome.
Yeah, that is Cuts. He gave me that a while back. It's beautiful. Love it. Texas Tech kicks off on Saturday against Arkansas Pine Bluff. We are 52-point favorites in that game. Of course, that's what happens when you play the sister of the blind, but still. It is what it is.
It was a homecoming game, okay?
A homecoming game. I seen the point spread, and I was like, holy cow, 52 points, man. That is crazy.
Look at barbecue. That's right. He's got one of his porch.
He said what that guy said, what the hell is Jerry drinking? Yeah, we need to ask that question.
Danny's right. I need a refill. Give me 2 minutes. I got to run upstairs to get a refill.
Man, I got this thing. We're not, get the refill.
Well, you had it for like 2.5 hours before I joined. You're good.
Yeah, we can hold it down for a couple of minutes here. We're good, man. We good.
ISIS game. Regards from Mexico. Yeah. Arriba la raza. Yeah, baby.
There you go.
Benny's feeling no pain.
Benny Blanco from the Bronx. Yeah, from Mexico. All right, that's what I'm talking about. He said we got fans from all over the globe. I think it's a little bit, I don't know what time it is over there in the UK or in Germany right now. I'm surprised Frankie's not in here. I'd love to hear from him, my boy from Germany there. It's coming over to the Cowboys Cave tailgate. Again, let me remind you guys, for those of you that weren't in and haven't been in, and where we haven't mentioned it, Cowboys Cave tailgate. Oh, listen, we choose this thing months before, right after the schedule comes out, and we chose almost fortuitously, that's a pretty big word for a guy that's drank half a bottle of tequila. Fortuitously, we chose this game. Week 4, Cowboys Cave tailgate is going to be at AT&T Stadium when we take on the Green Bay Packers Sunday Night Football. If you would have told me when we picked that game that Micah Parsons was going to be on the opposing side playing for the Green Bay Packers, I would not have believed you. There's nothing you would have. I mean, literally, Marty McFly could have shown up in the DeLorean open the door with Doc Brown popping out the trunk. We've got to get some more plutonium, Marty. And I'd have still not believed them motherfuckers when they told me Micah Parsons is a damn Green Bay Packer. Man, can you imagine if there would have been like some bet out there? I wonder if there was a bet that eventually came out. Micah Parsons would be traded. I bet you'd have made some good money off that. You'd have made some good money off that, and rightfully so. Nobody saw it coming. Battery's running low. The battery is running low on this computer over here. Cowboys Nation, I want to know real quick. Do y'all want me to go grab the charger for this computer right here and keep this thing going? Do y'all want to hang around for a little bit longer? It's 1,130 of y'all. Y'all want to hang around? Should I get the charger? Let me get some hell yeahs in the chat. How about that? We'll get the chat bouncing again. Let's get some hell yeahs if y'all want to stick around for a little bit longer. We're going 3 hours and 24 minutes. I want to get some hell yeahs rolling in the chat. I want to get more than one. Come on, y'all. Let's bounce the audience now. There's 1,100 of y'all in here. All it takes is just to type out a little hell yeah. I want to see a bunch of them roll across. Let's get some hell yeahs rolling, and we're going to stay in here, and I'll go ahead and get the charger going because this laptop about to die, and this one over here dies. Then my light dies. All right, we getting some hell yeahs. All right. We're going to keep this thing going for a little bit longer. Jimmy, I'm going to need you to run this thing now because I got to go get my charger for this laptop before we lose juice.
Yo, Rick, from Worcester, that ain't far from me. Remember the Adam Sandler thing of Worcester? Welcome to Worcester. Was it Toll Booth Willie or something like that? So, Steve, keep this shit going. That's a hell yeah in my book when you translate it. Take a shot if you get 20. Well, look, and I ain't doing shots. It's a work night for me, you know. I'm drinking tonight because we had Camel Piper's wife's birthday, so we went out to dinner with him and her and my wife. So I'm throwing a few back tonight, but you know what? Charge it up. Let's go. Casey's still in the house, and Rick, you lived in Webster or Worcester? Webster, like in Rochester, or Worcester, Mass? Which one? So anyway, like you know what? And I gotta agree because at the end of the day, I would have loved to have Micah Parsons in Atlanta, but can't cry over spilt milk. You got to deal with what you dealt with, and you lose one defensive player, that ain't the end of the freaking year, man. And you know what? If you think it's the end of the year, then just don't even watch football. It's like any team. You know what? When we lost Garrett Cole, Yankees fan, say it's the end of the year? No. I mean, our manager sucks, but you know what? We're still in contention. We're 4 out, and I'll deal with it, right? So, and you know what? Carl, go Eagles back-to-back. And we said it earlier. You know what, Carl? The Eagles do what they have to do every year to make moves, to try to make the team better. So you know what? I hope you guys suck, and I think you guys will suck. But at the end of the day, you know what, man? You guys do what you got to do to try to make your team better. So Calvin's a Lions fan. It don't look good. So Calvin, when you say this don't look good, what don't look good? Like the Lions' future or the Cowboys' future without Micah Parsons? Or you just pissed it? The Green Bay has Micah Parsons. Which one is it? So, Jimmy D, did you see the Bills? The Bills. DJ, sorry, man. I don't know if you do that talk to text thing. I can't read it. Benny, hells yeah, baby. Chendani, salud.
Yes, this is my charger.
It sounds like Kelly's on a telephone call right now. And Barbecue, you know, you got a point. The Eagles fans do live rent-free in the Cowboys spaces. I got to agree with that. So, Calvin at par. Chris, you know, I'll tell you something. The reason I was asking is because my kid played hockey at a pretty high level. We were in Massachusetts all the damn time. We were in, tell us the name of that place. We were up by Foxborough, and I can't remember the name of the hockey rink out there, but we were always out there. And it's a beautiful part of Massachusetts. As long as it ain't Boston with us punk-ass Red Sox fans, I'm okay with it. But I can't remember the name of the damn town we used to go to all the time. There was a few of them. Well, the Bills' alternate uniforms are terrible. Yeah, you know what? We got them. So the Falcons, we have the Bills on Sunday night. The following week, we got the 49. No, we got the Bills on Monday night. The following week, we got the 49ers on Sunday night, which myself and Camel Piper, who's a 49ers fan, we're trying to coerce the wives into going out to that game to on Sunday Night Football. I think we made it happen. I think I'm going to be at that 49ers Falcons game on that Sunday. Then the following week, we've got the Dolphins. Dolphins, easy dubs. We know we're taking care of business against Miami. But Niners ain't going to be easy, and the Bills obviously won't be easy. But and barbecue.
Whew.
The ice ones. He digs them. You see those Bills alternate uniforms, Kelly? Because that's what they're talking about.
Oh, those things are sick. Those things are sick. Those things are sick.
Mick Ultra.
It's a Mick Ultra. I have people tell me all the time, they're like, that's not real beer. You're not drinking real beer. I'm like, well, you know what? How about you drink 10 of them and then get back to me and see how you feel?
Exactly.
Tell me it's not real beer. Get out of here. It's the same alcohol content as all that other beer.
Okay, so Calvin brought this up earlier. He's a Lions fan. He said that the Packers, because he said it's an issue. I said, what's an issue? That the Cowboys lost Parsons or that Green Bay got Parsons? Because he's a Lions fan. He said, yeah, they got Parsons, plus we got a brutal schedule, but I still think that we, meaning the Lions, will still win their division. What do you think?
I probably would agree with that. I think the Lions are probably still the best team. Again, I don't think Parsons is that one piece to push Green Bay over. I know a lot of people all of a sudden are talking about Green Bay, and now, you know, it just seemed like the narrative was that Parsons pushes Green Bay into Super Bowl contention, and I don't buy that. I don't think that it does. I think that Green Bay, yeah, it definitely makes Green Bay a more dangerous team. They've got two really good pass rushers on that team now with Parsons. But does that make Green Bay a Super Bowl contender? I still don't think so. No, I think Detroit's still the best team in that division. I still think, as much as I hate to say it, I still think the Eagles are better than the Packers. I think maybe even Tampa Bay you might consider is better than the Packers. But I think that it definitely makes them good. It definitely makes them good. That's for sure. I mean, obviously Parsons definitely helps them. But I mean, look, is that the difference between them winning a Super Bowl and not? No, I don't think so. And it wasn't with the Cowboys. And that's what I've said numerous times tonight. I've said that I don't think that I don't think you're winning a Super Bowl with Parsons. So I don't think that by trading him and getting better in your run defense and getting 2 first-round picks, I don't think that makes you worse as a team, because I don't think you were winning with Parsons. So what do you have to lose without him? Ultimately, you can still do some things still to improve this roster. I know it's a week before it starts, but trades can still be made even after the first week. We saw a few years ago when the Cowboys went in to the season thinking that they were good with no number 1 wide receiver, and then they had to go out and they traded for Amari Cooper, right? Cowboys could still ultimately decide to make that decision. They could go into the season and their offense could be humming right away, but they, and the defense could look better, but they'd be like, you know what? We're like a piece or 2 away on defense. You know what? Let's trade for this guy. For all the people that are sitting there and listening to that, as I say that, because as I say that, that does sound foreign to me. It's like, yeah, but can I really trust that the Cowboys would move that way? Can I really trust that the Cowboys would make an aggressive move this way? Would they make an aggressive trade this way? And listen, my answer to you, my honest answer to you right now would be, we don't know. In the past, I would tell you no. In the past, I would tell you that's not the way that the Dallas Cowboys move. In the past, I would tell you, yeah, they ain't trading for nobody after the season starts. The shit just ain't happening. It's been a once in a blue moon type thing. The Amari Cooper thing seemed like, millions of years ago. And before that, it was a pretty long time. But here's the thing. The Dallas Cowboys traded for George Pickens in the offseason. Nobody really saw that coming. In fact, there was people over and over that were saying the Dallas Cowboys are good. They're good on that. They're good on that. Don't look for any significant trades, right? Well, was George Pickens a significant trade? Yeah, he was. Is Micah Parsons getting traded off the Cowboys a significant trade? Goddamn right, he was. None of those really seem to be typical Jerry Jones moves. None of those are moves that people really saw coming. I mean, yeah, we saw the Micah Parsons thing deteriorate and we saw it start to get ugly, but nobody saw that move coming. No, everybody up until literally probably a week and a half ago, everybody was confident this thing was going to get done. And then some smoke started coming, little rumors about the Packers being interested, kind of getting floated out there. Came to reality, came to fruition, right? But nobody really saw that move coming. So you can't tell me. I don't know what Jerry's next move is going to be. It's like watching a guy play poker and he's got a tell. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, every time this dude got a good hand, he tips his hat. You know what I mean? He does this. It kind of rubs his hat. It's just kind of it's a weird nervous tick. But every time he got you, that's Jerry. We're like, yep, that's Jerry. We already know what he's going to do. And all of a sudden, Jerry don't do nothing. And he lays down a full house. And Cowboys Nation is absolutely floored because wasn't nobody expecting this. Nobody. We just weren't. Who we got here? We got somebody here on this. We got somebody here on the stage. Who we got here?
Yo. What up, man?
Is this hold on, is this our Washington Commander guy?
Hell to the W, baby. Hell to the
man?
W. What's going on, my guys?
You know
How
what?
y'all doing? Y'all all right?
You know what? I'm in the middle of what started as a crash out, right? But then I spun out, and then I regained control of the wheel, and I got myself back on the road. And I'm thinking about this thing objectively. I'm curious to hear what you think, but I gotta spit it if you haven't heard it yet. Kind of where I've landed as a Cowboys fan right now. But go ahead. I want to hear what you think.
Hey, I want to say this at first, man. On behalf of all Commanders fans, Giants fans, and Eagles fans, thank you, Jerry Jones. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. As my man Sanchez says, what do you say, Sanchez? Long live Jerry Jones. Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen, man. I've been watching y'all. I'm gonna tell you what's going on with you right now. You in the first stage on the 7 stages of grief. You in denial. Because you don't get rid of a Micah Parsons and say, well, we good, so now we can move on with the season because we got clarity. Come on, man. Hey, that would have been like us trading Sean Taylor back in the day. You don't make no move like that, man. You get that man that money and you let him go hunt the quarterback, man.
Okay, but hold on here. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you something, okay? Here's something that I've been saying. Okay, Dak Prescott gets flack for what? They give him flack because they say he don't show up in the playoffs, right?
I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Micah Parsons, right? 4 playoff games that Micah Parsons had. 4 playoff games. He got 1 sack. You paying $47 million for 1 sack in 4 playoff games?
Hey, but why is he getting 1 sack?
If it's because people say he getting double teamed, he get double teamed every damn game. All 17 games in the regular season, he getting double teamed. So what changed in the playoffs? He was on the field when we got our ass beat by 41 points by the Green Bay Packers. He was out there the whole time. So we're gonna spend $47 million on one man that we already getting our asses kicked with. We had the 29th ranked rush defense last year. Michael Parsons he was on the field for almost all them games. He missed 4 games. He didn't affect Saquon Barkley going for 176 in January. And I'm saying that Parsons is elite, but what I'm saying is he's not the difference between us going to a Super Bowl or getting past the first round of the playoffs and not. So investing $47 million into that guy when you've got problems across the defense, including the defensive tackle, which has been our worst spot and our biggest weakness. So now if you can shore that up and you are very deep on the pass rusher, you ain't going to replace Parsons. But if you can level out the talent across that defense, you might stand a chance. But
we got an Eagles fan?
Compete with 47 million.
Hold on.
We got an Eagles fan here?
No. Washington. He's
no. Hell to the W, baby. You hear me from the beginning? Hell
I was out, man.
You see these W's up. Hell to the W. Now let me say this, bro. You in denial, man. Yo, he's arguably the best defensive player in the league. Arguably.
I would have taken the ATL.
Argue that with. Number one, number two. You know why his totals might be down in the playoffs? Because they're game planning against him. So that should free up somebody else. And if nobody else can get the job done, that's on Jerry. Just like it was on Jerry to sign him. But you know what, Jerry Jones? I just watched that Cowboy documentary. Hey, great documentary. Great show. Great show. But you know what it shows you? Jerry takes everything personally. And he took this shit personally. But when it's just business, it shouldn't be personal to Jerry. It's personal to Micah Parsons because he won arguably the best defensive player in the league, and you don't want to give him the money? Like, come on, man. It was the same thing with Emmett. The only difference was hold on. The only difference was he didn't wait around to the regular season to game 1 and game 2 and watch y'all get mollywopped on defense to where he had to pay him. So he just jumped the gun. But it's a bad move, bro. Ain't no way around this, bro. You got to pay Micah Parsons. But, you see Green Bay didn't waste no time.
Okay.
They paid him before they traded for him.
You got the highest paid quarterback. You, at the time when you signed CD, you had the highest paid wide receiver.
Let me stop you right there. You got the highest paid quarterback. Is he the best quarterback in the league? Is he top 2, top 3 quarterback in the league?
But no, that's the way that position works, though.
No. That don't matter. We talking about the player. We talking about the player. CeeDee Lamb. I like CeeDee Lamb. Is he the best 1-2 wide receiver in the league? Hell no. That's Chase and Jefferson, and then AJ Brown. Chase, Jefferson, AJ Brown. I got Micah Parsons is arguably the best defensive player in the league.
I'd say Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. Myles Garrett and TJ Watt both better than him.
No. That's an argument.
Absolutely.
It's an argument. It ain't no argument about.
Absolutely.
It ain't no argument. Thank you.
Kelly's right.
There's no argument about that. There's no argument about CeeDee Lamb. They're not top 2, top 3. They might be top 10.
I think
Micah Parsons is arguably the best defensive player in the league, man. And you didn't want to pay him. That's like the Giants traded the Lawrence Taylor back in the day. Never happened.
Hold on, you got to answer this question. So you're saying he's the best defensive player in the league, but we've already allotted that money to the highest paid wide receiver and the highest paid quarterback. So you're telling me that that's a smart business move to spend $47 million on a player that we just got our asses waxed 2 years ago in the playoffs with him on the roster. But you telling me that's the answer is to pay him that money and ignore the other places that we can't.
What I'm telling you is, if anybody should have got the highest paid money for their position, it should have been Micah Parsons, not Dak Prescott or CeeDee Lamb. You got to eat that money. So you got to eat that money. So he's a better player at his position than Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb is at their positions. What are you talking about, man?
That makes
it's
zero.
Okay. Denial. It's called grief.
Hold on.
It's called grief.
Hold on.
It's called grief.
But listen, he's had 4 playoff games that he's played in. You tell me a playoff game where Micah Parsons made a difference.
You tell me a playoff game where Dak Prescott made a difference. He the reason why y'all lose these playoff games.
Is he? He gave up 41 points to Green Bay?
Dak Prescott is the reason why y'all lose these playoff games. He threw 3 picks against the 49ers.
Did Dak Prescott give up 41 points?
Hey, stop, bro. You in denial, man.
No,
you in denial. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on. Let me look this up. I'm gonna give you a number to a therapist, all right? Because you in denial, bro.
I got therapy right here, baby. I got therapy right here.
That ain't therapy, man. Look, that's drowning your sorrows.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you right now.
Look what Benny's got to say. Look what Benny's got to say.
I'm just telling you right now.
Hey, listen, man. Like we said, long live Jerry Jones. Thank you very much. Hail to the W, baby.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Hey, thanks for coming in, man.
Hey, yeah. Hail to the W, man. Hey, look, man. Y'all got a great Cowboys show, man. I ain't even gonna front. I watch y'all. Hey, listen, I keep my friends close, but I keep my enemies closer, man.
Oh, we gonna
Hey,
Godfather shit up
hey,
in here
listen,
with
man. Y'all be good. I might
Micah
send you,
Corleone shit right here.
hey, listen, I might send you a bottle, bro, because you definitely need it, man.
All
Hell
right,
to
all
the
right.
W,
I'll see you
baby.
soon.
Y'all be
I'll
easy,
see- we'll
man.
see you soon. All right,
Y'all
man. You too.
Take it easy, man.
All right, he's a good guy. He's good shit, man. He's
Well,
good
the
shit.
funny part was when Benny said it's a Timu Ja Rule.
Oh. Hey, look, I let all people talk, man.
God.
Everybody gets a say in the Cowboys cave.
That was funny.
Listen, if we let Carl talk, and Carl don't really say anything interesting. Oh, that tequila getting warmer and warmer. 3 hours and 44 minutes. This tequila. Holy shit, we done almost hit 4 hours. That's a record for the cave. That's a record.
Now, the only time we hit this kind of noise was the tailgate last year.
How many hours did we go that one?
That was 4.5 because
Ooh,
there was some questions about that night. We replayed it, and I just was laughing my ass off.
I'm just gonna tell you right now, there was some decisions I made later that night that I do not.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
The
I
one
do not-
decision that I didn't regret, that Mark regretted, and I don't see Mark in the friggin' cave tonight, was not letting me parallel park his truck because he don't know how to fucking parallel park the damn truck. I would have done it on one shot, and he ran out and blocked me. I couldn't do it.
So I went over to. I remember going over to that. To the. Damn, we're almost at 1,200 people in the chat right now. This is crazy. This is crazy. I cannot believe how many people have come to hang out. I went over to the Walmart though, and if you've not been over to the Walmart across from AT&T Stadium, I'm telling you right now, it is the greatest Walmart to ever go into. One, because there's more Cowboys gear than you can shake a stick at, but two, it is full of characters. It is full of people watching. I went into that Walmart. I bought me a cooler. I put 2 cases of beer inside the cooler. I went to go pay for my stuff. I opened the cooler. I did pay for the beer. For those of you thinking that this story was going towards me stealing beer, no, I didn't do that. Paid for it, but then I went and I got me some ice, paid for the ice, and there's literally 2 cops standing by the door. I'm busting bags of ice. I'm pouring the beer out into the cooler. Throwing it in the tray. I'm pouring ice into the cooler. I'm icing down this cooler at probably like, I don't remember what time we went out there. Was it like midnight? It was like 12:30 at night.
It was about quarter after 12, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We go out there about midnight. I'm icing this cooler down at Walmart while 2 cops are standing there, and I'm sitting here like, shit, I'm about to walk out this door with a big ass cooler. I went out there with the grocery cart. I took the grocery cart and walked the 2 blocks back down to the deal, crossed the street with the grocery cart, thinking that, hey, that was a good way to get the beer back. You know what I mean? So I got to carry this big cooler. Next thing I know, I look back and you are riding in the damn grocery cart, and you just like, he's just cruising past in the grocery cart, getting pushed. I forgot who it was pushing. I think it was
Camo Piper.
Camo Piper out here just pushing you, and you just see me and Mike are talking. Here comes Jimmy just rolling past us in the damn grocery cart. That grocery cart became a staple of the show that night, and that was us holding down the tailgate for the next day. We offered to do the night shift, which, yeah, that was rough. Then the next day, man, I felt like sandpaper and a cat's tongue.
Not only that, Camo Piper's a man. He's a great guy and a hell of a freaking guy. But you know what? He's a good chauffeur. He pushed me along that friggin', the shopping cart was like in a limousine. A nice smooth ride, nice good pace, right? You know what? And so barbecue cooking, I got to say, he's gonna head out, but he's asking if I'm gonna come to the tailgate. I am trying my best. I'm not trying to punk out. There's just a couple of very important things that I'm trying to maneuver a way around a little bit. But my plan is I want to be there. Yeah. Because that was the last couple of years have been so much fun. Yeah. So much fun.
Everybody in Cowboys Nation wants you there, Jimmy.
I want to be there. That was so much damn fun. I was there. I wasn't there year 2, but I was there years 1 and 3. It was great.
The big pig in Walmart, the huge pig. Got the huge pig in Walmart. He got that big oversized, big ass pig. That shit is funny. I'm telling you, that Walmart, when I first went to that Walmart, back when they opened the stadium, it was 2011, I believe, was the first year they opened it. Was the inaugural opening of the AT&T Stadium. I went over there and there was a guy at that Walmart on a horse. There was a guy at that Walmart. And then not only that, I seen some women walking through there in like some 6-inch stilettos. I mean, this chick looked like she came just straight from the strip club. I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? It was the most craziest. I'm telling you, the people watching there at that Walmart is unbelievable. And I always pick me up something really nice there. They got some really good stuff, like for way cheaper than the pro shop. You know what I mean?
The Cave is all about value. And you know what? When you're all about value, we're at the Cave tailgate and you go across the street to the Walmart, there's value there. So you know what? We keep it consistent here in the Cave. And you want to know something? When talking about value, barbecue cooking with that jug, that was value. That was a home run, that jug last year.
That was good.
Yes, it was.
That was
and
good.
look at Garland's like, damn, he's like, you people are still on? Holy shit.
I used to. Oh man, they that jug was
stellar,
honestly unbelievable, man. At the end of the day, what was funny was that I was going around and I'm just passing and I'm drinking straight out of the jug and then just passing it to people and they're like, oh, we don't need a waterfall, just drink. I just drink straight out the jug. There's so much alcohol in that goddamn thing that nobody really cared at the end of the day. And
you're right.
Well, such a good turnout, man. Such a good turnout. And this year's going to be even bigger, man. So you definitely can't miss this, Jimmy.
No.
It's going to be even bigger.
You know what?
I think we got 5. I think we have 4 spots locked down for this tailgate. And I think last year we had 2 or 3.
2.
3.
Last year was 2.
Okay. So 2, and we're going, I think, 4 this year. Because I know if we got 3 for sure. And I believe there's a 4th that jumped in, said they had a parking pass and was willing to donate it. So I put us at 4 spots, 4 tailgating spots. Just such a huge tailgate, so much food. There's going to be an actual DJ there this year that's bringing his own equipment, going to DJ for us, doing that free of charge. Just coming to enjoy the Cave. It's going to be awesome.
So 3 spots. It's not a liver spot. It's not my dog spot. It's the Cowboys Cave spot, and we got 3 of them this year. And you know what? 1201. 1203.
1203. As I say, I got 1203.
That's Bobby. Great. Bobby, you're off of your bender and you joined us at 10:30 at night.
Hey,
what's going on, Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby.
Easy there, Bobby.
Bobby, let me just tell you something, Bobby. We've been online here for 3 hours and 51 minutes and 17 seconds, but who's counting? And I will never be able to watch this whole thing back, but I can guarantee I'll see my eyes start to droop about hour 2.5. I think my eyes have been kind of droopy eyed for a little bit, keeping them open, but they're a little bit droopy eyed. Still cool.
Ben is right. That free Whataburger.
Yes, they brought over a big ass tray of patty melts. There was I think there was 20 something patty melts on that tray. Yes. They passed them out to everybody that was there. We got free Whataburger. Provided for being tailgate of the day. There was a $200 gift card that got given out to a lucky Cowboys fan that was out there. $200 gift card from LL Bean, I believe, is where that gift card was to. Then there was a nice book bag that got donated to the Cowboys Cave from and then they had Rowdy out there. They had a couple cheerleaders out there. I mean, it was awesome. It was awesome. Tailgate of the day, and of course, you already know that it was Cowboys Cave to represent and do it because we just drew the attention because we had the biggest crowd. I mean, the crowd was massive. It was amazing.
On your end, do you see that pic on the top right of last year's Cave?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you see there's me next to the Cowboy, whatever the name is.
Yeah, he's back. You're right.
Your face.
You're
there's
right.
Kelly. There's Mike. There's barbecue cooking.
Yep, and there's Mr. Jimmy. And, Jimmy's back there. I think, were you wearing your NWO shirt in that picture?
Well, okay. So what I was doing was, yes, I had my NWO, but so Camo Piper's brother had something from when Camo was a little kid. When he was a little kid, he was wearing this Cowboys coat. We live in the Northeast, and it's cold, and you got to wear coats at night. So his brother gave me a pic of him when he was about 5-6 years old with a Cowboys coat on. So I said, hey, can you make a T-shirt out of this? So his brother, being a Giants fan, wanted to F with him. made a shirt, and it had Camel Piper as a kid in the Cowboys t-shirt. So I had that underneath my NWO shirt. So I told Mark, I said, Mark, you got to keep a secret because he's the only one I could trust, right? I said, I'm going to pull this shirt off and just start walking around. Don't say a word. So I pull it off, and eventually Camo's the one who spotted it because he's got his little coat on with the Cowboys gear on. And so that's how all hell broke loose with that one. But I still got that shirt. But I was wearing my NWO shirt for the most part, yeah.
Oh, man, that's good shit. The Cowboys Cave is always a place where you get to see
Modelo. Love that. Yes.
You know what? I got the I don't know why I didn't have this. Shout out to my plug. I got the Nebraska game put on here. It's still 6-3. It's a minute and 24 left in this first half. I'm interested in that because I live in Nebraska, but I'm just going to say for the 1,200 people that are on here, if you're tired of paying expensive cable bills, holler at your boy. I'm not going to get into details here. Just holler at your boy. I might have a hookup for you where you can get something for a low price of like $25 a month, but we won't get too much into that. Just remember to holler at me. Anyway, Nebraska's not doing too great right now. It's 6-3. Are you I know that you're a Falcons fan. What is your deal? You said you're learning about college. So you don't have a college team?
No, but you know what I'm thinking? And I'm going to get that in 1 second. So, Bobby, I'm going to get that in 1 second. So, Bobby, where's Mike? You miss Mike. You see, if you weren't screwing around on Grindr, whatever app you were on, you would have saw Mike Tag about 40 minutes ago. He was here addressing everybody's questions. You missed it, Bobby. So that's your problem, not our problem, okay? So, that being said, you know what? I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do because I lived in well, it used to be 305. Now it used to be the 305. Now it's 954, but that was Hurricanes country. My father's a Hurricanes fan. Mike Tag, I think the Whale, and I think Uncle Cheech might be too. I'm thinking just to jump on that Hurricanes bandwagon because look I got no loyalty. I'm not going to like jump a bandwagon of a winner or whatever. Like obviously they're ranked 10. So I'm not like jumping on the number one team, but I think that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go for the U, right?
Go for the U. You might as well. I mean, it is. It's it's a Mike Tag. It's a Mike Tag deal. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't mind doing that. So what's funny is that I lived in I've lived in Texas the majority of my life, but I did move up here to Iowa for a while from like that time I was 12 to 19. So I didn't, or 12 to 18. I didn't actually become a college football fan until after I moved back to Texas and I moved to Lubbock. And at that time, I was kind of hedging on whether I wanted to be I didn't know who I wanted to be a fan of, but I ended up, rolling with Texas Tech because I moved to Lubbock and I lived there for about 19 years. And Texas Tech is who I settled on. Listen, we have never been shit. We've never won shit. We don't got a Big 12 championship. We've never been in the college football playoffs. But this year, I'll be honest, is the first time I've had more optimism for my college team than my pro team, just because Texas Tech should be really good this year. They went out and spent a lot of money. We got that oil money, spent a lot of money, and got a really good recruiting class, got a really good NIL class. I feel like I honestly think they run the table this year. I don't think they win the national championship, but I think they go to college football playoffs, and I don't think they'll lose a game on the way. When they get there, they'll be undefeated. And, when that college football playoffs comes, who knows what happens? I don't think we're ready yet and there yet, but I've got a lot of optimism for Texas Tech. We're about to find out. They're 52-point favorites versus the school of the blind. But, we'll see what we do when we go up against some real competition. But I'm excited, man. But I'm also excited for the Hurricanes, for Mike. I hope they do good. We've talked about if Texas Tech and Miami end up playing in the college football playoffs, we will attend that game together, come hell or high water. So I'm hoping that happens.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about Texas Tech, TT. I like the initials, TT, right? I like that one. So you know what? I might got to second guess my decision. I don't know about that.
Well, I'm telling you, and listen, I mean, you go down there and go to Texas Tech. Go to one of their home games. I'll tell you what, they got these margaritas at this spot called Chimmy's. Anybody that's been to Lubbock, I'll tell you what, these things, I think they're made of Everclear. I'm not 100% sure. I just know that two of them will have you walking out of there sideways and questioning life decisions. They're kind of like Cowboy Ritas in AT&T Stadium, packed full of tequila and vitamins. It's just so delicious. But it'll get you lit.
I like Bobby trying to defend himself because I said, "Where you been?" Mike
I have
Tag
a
was on
job,
it.
bro. I
I
got
have
a
a job, bro.
too. Bobby, what do you think? We're unemployed?
He's right. Like exactly. We're on the dole. No, you get him in a middle finger. You're laughing. I get it. It's funny. But you know what? I think honestly, like Benny's saying, you were on Grinder. I said it. You're on Grinder. I think that's where you were. You missed out. You know what? You got to make time. You got to have that subscribe. And when you subscribe and you get the alerts, you'll know when we're on. And you would have saw Mike Tag.
Oh.
You've seen Kelly for the last 4 hours. You've seen
Bob-
Lee for the last 2 hours. You see Mike Tag too.
Bobby was on Grinder. Yeah. Bobby, you're a frequenter on Grinder. He's like, yeah. He's like, treat it like a pepper grinder.
Wait a minute. So here's a serious question from Juan. Does this move give the Cowboys space to sign Pickens if he turns out to have a good year?
It does. It absolutely does. It gives the Cowboys flexibility in a lot of different areas. But yes, the Cowboys definitely are going to have a lot more room. And not just Pickens. They got another guy in Tyler Smith that they can decide to sign next year and be a little proactive. Tyler Smith has another great year. You probably want to lock him up, before next season starts because he's been a really phenomenal rookie at your left guard position. So it gives them some freedom in a couple different areas, and hopefully Jerry takes advantage of that. Listen, the thing is we had the money to sign Micah. And if we would have signed Micah, we had, I think, $30-something million in cap space, and it was only going to increase that by about another seven or 8 million, I believe, get us close to 40. Or maybe actually might have got us over 40. I'd have to look that up again. But signing Micah was actually going to save the Cowboys money. So the weird thing is that they could have signed Micah, and they could have actually went and they could have strengthened their defensive tackle position in the offseason. They could have avoided a lot of this drama, which is quite curious and probably another reason why Cowboys fans are frustrated is that we saw the cap room that we had. Listen, a guy like Calais Campbell gets signed for, I believe, around $6.5-7 million, maybe closer to $8 million. But Calais Campbell would have been an upgraded defensive tackle. And for those that say, yeah, Calais Campbell's old, listen, he was the number 1 ranked run stopper last year at his age. He was graded the best off PFF.
In the ATL, baby. Yes.
And I mean, they wanted to gamble around it. And, they're like, hey, let's give him another. I mean, listen, the Cowboys have done worse. I mean, they paid, I think $3 or $3.5 million to Jonathan Hankins not that long ago. And he was older than what Calais Campbell is now. There are defensive tackles out there that could have been had. They could have signed Parsons. They could have done a number of things. So it just begs the question again about what exactly was it about Micah Parsons that made them not want to do this deal? Was it Jerry Jones just deciding not to be, to not sign Parsons because he felt slighted? Was it that they thought Micah Parsons was an issue? Was they didn't think that he was worth that money? I don't know. And I don't think Jerry Jones is ever really going to tell us the truth. I don't think
I'll tell you something. And this is me looking on the outside in. And I got to be honest with you. This is probably my last gig. I got to go upstairs and go to bed. I got to wake up tomorrow morning. And I've had one too many or maybe two too many. But I'll say this. I think that if Jerry wanted him, it's kind of like the last couple seasons with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. He would have been signed. It would have been done. Might have trickled in next week, but it would have happened. So that leads me to believe there's something behind the scenes that maybe might come out at a later date. Because if that wasn't the case, he would have signed it because of the public reaction, Cowboys fans being pissed off and all that stuff. I think he would have pulled the trigger, made it happen. Again, he's a generational talent. I don't see, unless something behind the scenes was an issue, I don't see that he wouldn't have re-signed him.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I just feel like something happened that we don't necessarily know about. When it comes to Mike and Jerry, when it comes to Mike and Jerry, the relationship deteriorated to a point that Jerry would have rather traded him than signing him. And again,
right.
It just feels like again, something. I feel like something really did have to happen behind the scenes. Something was said. Something was, because this is just not the way Jerry operates. Like I said, the whole storyline leading up to this was that Parsons would get signed. And yeah, bad blood. Exactly.
Right.
And, when we first started hearing like whispers of that, when Schefter's reporting it, when, that other guy, whatever the hell his name is.
Dove Kleiman or whatever.
Yeah, you start seeing some of them guys speculating that there's, bad blood and that things are going south and, that the relationships deteriorate. You're just kind of like, I don't really buy that. I don't believe that. This is just normal Jerry Jones contract negotiation. It's how he does. When Zeke went down to Cabo and was holding out, and Tony Pollard had a good game in preseason, Jerry Jones' first comment after when they asked him was, Zeke who? They're asking him when he's going to get a deal done with Zeke. Zeke who? That's Jerry. That's how he operates. And, this took a turn for the worse. And where that turn happened, really only Jerry and Micah really know that, because it did. It took a turn.
Now, I'll tell you one thing. Being a Yankees fan, George Steinbrenner had his ways, but he never called out shit like that in the public quite like that.
I don't know that I've ever in my life seen a deal get negotiated like that in the public ever.
Rick is saying this is like a Jimmy Johnson situation.
It was just very, very odd because, again, like I said, the back and forth, it's not odd for a player to request a trade because he feels like the team's not negotiating, or maybe he doesn't feel like they're negotiating in good faith. But what's weird is when they're basically Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones are beefing like the old Tupac Biggie Smalls beef. You know what I'm saying? You got Jerry Jones as Suge Knight. You got David Mughaleta as P. Diddy. You know what I'm saying? You got Micah Parsons as Notorious B.I.G., and these sons of bitches just beefing with each other back, you know what I mean? And it just got bad, you know what I mean? In the end of that battle, you know what I'm saying? Tupac got smoked and Biggie got smoked. And now you look at it right now and you got Micah Parsons out in Green Bay. You got Kenny Clark over there, the DT, you got him. And, things happen. Dominoes fall when beefs happen. This is a beef that played out against the media, just kind of like, some West Coast, East Coast beef. And now here we are, sorting through the aftermath, trying to figure out why Tupac and Biggie died, and only Jerry Jones has the answers for the Cowboys fans. Only Jerry Jones knows. But things went south. We all know that. We do know that.
Well, look, Cowboys Cave, I got to go to sleep. I'm an old man. It's a Thursday. It ain't quite Friday yet. So
I'm off tomorrow. I'm off. Kelly, that's why I've been holding it down. I'm off. So
Kelly, this is 4 hours, 5 minutes. You've been holding it down for 3 hours of it by yourself. So it's about to hit 1,300.
Yeah, as long as this thing keeps rising, I think I'm going to keep going. I'm going to see how long I can do this.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. And then, hey.
I don't know. I'm hoping they're 1,300, baby. Woo! That's how you take control of the match.
That's what I'm saying. I want to appreciate you. 1302. Let's go. We'll take a shot for that, Jimmy. I want to thank you for coming in, though, man, holding it down with me for a good minute, man, and helping this thing out. Woo! This thing is going to continue to roll. As long as I'm rolling, God, it's getting hotter and hotter. Every time I take a shot, it's like breathing.
Jeez. Good for you. Hey, you know what? You got people, they kind of dabble in this. You and I, we're professionals. We're all We're Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I feel I'm like the Emmitt Smith of doing this, and then my liver is just, ready to run it. But you know what? I understand you have things to do. You got work to do. But listen, Jimmy, honestly, it's an honor as always, man. I hope that you're at the tailgate. I love you, bro. It wouldn't be the same without you. And thank you for coming, man, and keeping me company tonight. I really do. I really do love it.
Honors is all mine, and hope to see everybody at the tailgate. And I'm sure I'll see you before that here in the cave. Everybody else have a good night. Keep your heads up. Everything's going to be cool. Everything's going to be good to go. I'll talk to you guys soon, and enjoy the rest of the night with Kelly, and I'll see you next week.
Peace.
Peace, bro.
So, Cowboys Nation, we give it a hand. Let's give a hand for Jimmy Jim, Jimmy G. Give a little hand for Jimmy D. Listen, I hope I'm keeping you guys thoroughly entertained. There's 1,300 of y'all in here. Obviously, y'all don't really want to be anywhere tonight. Y'all ain't got shit to do, just kind of like me. Y'all just hanging out. It's 9:45 my time. I am going to admit that I'm probably going to have to use the facilities here in a minute. A man can only consume so many beers before he has to eventually let some of the beers that he's drank come out the other end. And your boy's been drinking. I don't know. I lost count. I don't know. We can rewind it back. We don't need to do that because nobody's judging right here. This is an open door policy, Cowboys Nation, and I am here for it. I am here for you guys. I feel like I could do some really good banter back and forth with you guys. I feel like I can run it, whether it's just me or whether it's Jimmy or was Jimmy, Mike. I feel like I can do this because you guys really kind of keep this thing rolling in the chat. As long as you guys are going, I'm going. And if I'm going, you're going. We kind of like feed off each other. It's like the yin to the yang right here. And sometimes, I don't know, I feel like maybe I was meant to do stuff like this, meant to get on here and just be with you guys and provide you comfort in your time of need. As a fellow Dallas Cowboys fan that has been through the toxicity of this fan base for 30 plus years since who would have thought that in 1995 as a tender young teenager with nary a hair on my peach, that would be the last time that I would see the Dallas Cowboys hoisting a Super Bowl trophy. You know what I mean? And sit here now, I'm thinking it's easy. And I'm like, let me get in here. Give me the cool starter jacket. Give me the cool hat. I'm out here. I named my kids after Dallas Cowboys. I'm thinking, no way is it going to take this long for us to win another one. And here we are in year 30 of mediocrity that I'm sitting here talking to all you fine, beautiful people who have rode this same journey with me. Some of you maybe not that long. Some of you maybe longer. You're still on the journey with me. And I could not be more happy to have you all here and to be here with all of you until eventually some of you start to tap out. But the thing is, the numbers keep rising. They keep rising. 1,313. I don't know why. I don't know why. We must be doing something good between all of us. I can't just claim credit for it. You guys got to be doing something good. Listen, we're all here for the eulogy of Micah Parsons. That's what we are all here for. That's what has brought you here to this Cowboys cave. The eulogy of Micah Parsons, the funeral of Micah Parsons as a Dallas Cowboy, because tomorrow we begin the healing process. We begin to move on. I take my jerseys and donate them to the Goodwill because, I'm not going to, the next time I see this Parsons jersey, it's probably going to be on a crackhead downtown. And I'm going to tell him, hey, I don't have any change, but you know what? That's my Parsons jersey. You're welcome, buddy. I just say it's time to move on. It's time to start healing. And it's time to let's give a toast for Micah Parsons. Because listen, regardless of what your thoughts are about Micah, from here on out, obviously it's going to be fuck him. He's not wearing the star anymore. That's just the honest to God truth. But hey, thanks for your 4 years that you did in Dallas. I know you wanted to be a lifetime Cowboys fan. Things don't always work out the way that you want them to. He's still going to be fine. You're still going to make millions of dollars. You're getting $47 million a year from the Green Bay Packers. I hope you never get another sack again. Here's to Micah Parsons. I kid. Of course he's going to get another sack, but I mean, I don't really want it to happen because, it'd be nice if Micah Parsons just completely flopped from here on out after they pay him $47 million a year. Then we could look like the smart ones. But right now, what we're looking like is the mournful ones. And yes, this is my type of petty right here. This is my type of petty. I hope they lose every game. Abso-fucking-lutely. Hope Green Bay loses every game. You do not have to twist my arm to agree with that. I'm 1,000% on board. You can call me Captain Petty. I will be that man. Listen, I know a couple of Green Bay fans. I got a text from a couple of Green Bay fans today thanking me for them getting the best, defensive player in the NFL. Yeah, whatever. I couldn't really say much of that. It's sometimes it's hard being a Dallas Cowboys fan. Sometimes it's hard getting out there and being us, I guess I would say, if you're a Cowboys fan. It's been a long time, man. I don't really understand why that people really – I don't really understand why people hate on the Cowboys. I really don't. I really don't understand why they hate on the Cowboys, because there's not a legitimate reason to hate on us. We haven't won shit in such a long time, man. And so many bad things have happened to the Cowboys. Just think about this, guys. Not to turn this into a sad thing, because we want this to ultimately be a positive thing, right? We feel like we got some good things out of the Micah Parsons trade. We want this to be a positive. We want to spin it into it be a positive. People could call us delusional all day long. We don't give a shit what the outside thinks. It's about what we think, right? But think about some of the heartache that we have been through, right? Super Bowl champions back in the 90s. And then we go looking for quarterbacks after Troy Aikman, right? And we run through the Quincy Carters, the Chad Hutchinsons, the Vinny Testaverdes, the Drew Bledsoes, the John Kitnas, and the what was that little guy? A little small guy. I can't remember his name. Damn it, I can't remember his name. He was a kicker. I'm thinking of Martin Gramatica. He was a kicker. And a little bit of that little goofy bastard. Anyway, we went through all those quarterbacks, right? And then we finally found ourselves Tony Romo. By default, right? If it wouldn't have been for a failed drug test for Quincy Carter, hey, thank you, Quincy Carter. We found our Tony Romo. Obviously, it only amounted in 2 playoff wins over his career, but still, Romo was a pleasure to watch, because then the Cowboys were back kind of into relevancy. Obviously, we didn't go anywhere in the playoffs, but the Cowboys were relevant again. Romo brought us back up with some of the things he did. Listen, he was a magician with the football. I don't care what any of you say. I think he was one of the smartest quarterbacks in terms of pre-reads when it comes to reading the defense. And, there's further proof of that now when you watch Tony Romo in the booth. I mean, he can literally tell you what's going to happen on the field before it happens. The dude's a technician. The worst thing about Romo that happened was that his body failed him. That offense in 2016 was absolutely built to be around Tony Romo. It was built for Tony Romo. It was not built for Dak Prescott. It was not designed for Dak Prescott. However, Dak Prescott inherited that in 2016. When Romo got hurt, Zeke was the missing piece there. They knew with that offensive line, with Ezekiel Elliott, with Tony Romo, with Dez Bryant, they still had Jason Wood. They knew with that offense that Tony Romo could be a surgical precision quarterback. And I feel like that in 2016, obviously, there were several years. 2007, I think, was another year that we had it. But I feel that 2014, another year. 2016, though, I feel like with Tony Romo, that team might have been able to win it all. I really do. If Tony Romo's body wouldn't have failed, he was just surgical. He got that last drive that he got to play in Philadelphia on the road. Cowboys kind of got the playoffs clinched. They pulled Dak. Tony Romo goes in and just goes right down the field. Just nasty slicing Philadelphia up. And they were still trying to win that game, right? We were resting our starters. Tony Romo was something special in the end. And it was just sad that his body failed him. But listen, we lived all those heartbreaks, though. Remember the fumbled snap against Seattle. That team right there looked hella good. Remember the 2007 when Patrick Creighton, has that pass on that third down that if he gets the first down, we keep the drive going. We likely win that game in New York and instead, or in Dallas, because it was in Dallas, but instead we end up at the end, Tony Romo having to throw a desperation throw, ends up at his interception, right? We have lived through these heartbreaks. The Dez Bryant, the catch in Green Bay that they rule a non-catch after 10 minutes. I mean, how many of us are sitting on our couches absolutely sick as fuck because we all watched that game, and every single one of us, when Dez Bryant caught that ball, had our hands raised in the air saying touchdown. If not, and they rule that he's down by contact, fine, maybe he's down, but if he's down on the 1 yard line. We've got DeMarco Murray, one of the best offensive lines. We punching that bitch in from the 1, and they call it a no catch. Then we got, Dak Prescott, his rookie year, Green Bay rips our hearts out again. Dak Prescott storms back in there to get to, in the end of the fourth quarter. And we get, we got this thing tied up, ready, like, all right, we're going to take this thing to overtime. And here comes Aaron Rodgers, and our defense gives it up, and they get a game-winning field goal. I mean, it's been heartbreak after heartbreak for the Cowboys, man. Heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. A 30-year drought. We got that taste of success, and then we have been robbed from it. robbed from it. It's like somebody gives you some steak and you've never had steak before and all you've ever ate is Spam, and then you get a taste of steak, and then 30 years they take steak away from you and you don't get it again. You've got that hunger, you've got that taste, you want it back in the worst of ways, and the Cowboys just can't attain it. And I will say this, it is very hard to win a Super Bowl. It is very, very, very hard to win a Super Bowl. And it's honestly, it is so difficult to win a Super Bowl that for the teams that do, they really do, really, really, really do. They deserve all the credit in the world, man, because it takes luck. It takes health. It takes having the right roster, having the right 53, having the depth, having the plays that go your way, the bounces that go there, like just all of that encompassed, having the right quarterback, having the chemistry, having the coach, having the culture, having all of that work together. That's what it requires to win a Super Bowl. And so when they talk about the fact that the Cowboys have went 30 years without winning a Super Bowl, it does get you in your feelings. It does kind of pull those triggers. It is kind of like that, that bully poking that soft spot. But when you think about it, there's 32 teams in the NFL, and 12 of the 32 teams have never won even one Super Bowl. 12 don't even have one. And this Dallas Cowboys team has 5. There's only 2 teams that got more than them. Patriots and the Steelers. 5. Got 5 of them. And I know what the haters are going to say. They're going to talk about how old they are. These things need to get dusted. They might need to get dusted. Let me. They might need to get dusted. But we still got 5, man. And, I know that people talk about how long ago they were, and they say that if you weren't alive, you shouldn't be able to celebrate them. Maybe not celebrate them, but to tell us that we can't acknowledge them, to tell them that like they're not there, to pretend like they don't exist, to have to put a timeline on them. No. Why do we gotta pretend that we don't got 5 Super Bowls? Because it makes somebody else uncomfortable because they only got 2 Super Bowls, but theirs are more recent. Like, okay. We still did this thing 5 times. You should be proud of that. This is a proud franchise. So it's Hall of Famers everywhere. Some of the all-time greats in this league have played for the Dallas Cowboys and put that star on. It means something when you put that star on your helmet. It means something when you put that star on your jersey. And we just had a guy in Micah Parsons who requested to get traded. Say what you want about Jerry Jones playing his tricks, not wanting to pay. He's right. I'm not a guy that's going to side with Jerry Jones. I'm not. Never have been. Never will be. You'll see me talk all kinds of vitriol about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was still right. He had him under contract. Micah, if you wanted to be a Cowboy for life, you could have. You're the one that asked for a trade. You asked for a trade. Now you're in Green Bay. Good luck. I mean, I know they're paying you a lot of money, but I know they got tax in Wisconsin. They don't got no state tax in Texas. I know you're not getting the kind of endorsement deals in Green Bay that you'd be getting if you was in Dallas. Cowboys Nation remembers when Micah Parsons was telling the world that he didn't need to be the highest paid defensive player, that he would take less money to be on the Dallas Cowboys if that meant that we could get other talent to put around him and win more. And that's right. It is cold in Green Bay. It's very cold. And I'm just going to say this too. Side note, the women in Green Bay don't look like they do in Dallas. Yeah, if you go on women hunting in Wisconsin, yikes. But I digress. Micah Parsons said that he would take less money to be a Cowboy. Where'd that go? When rubber came to road, where was that at? I mean, I wasn't expecting him to take less, but nobody put a gun to his head and made him say it. Micah Parsons is the one that said that shit. He's the one that said, yeah, I'll take less to play in Dallas. I don't need to be, and at the time, it was at the time there had been a few deals that hadn't been done yet, but I remember him saying, what's the difference between 35 million and 40 million? Well, from what I understand, Micah, and this is taking Jerry at his word, which grain of salt, but Jerry says that he was willing to offer Micah 40-something million a year, which at the time would have been the highest paid, and he was willing to give him the highest guaranteed in the NFL at the time, basically making the highest paid. But Micah didn't want to do it because he went back and talked to his agent. Micah liked the deal, but his agent was like, nope, fuck that. We still got a couple other defensive ends that we can get that are going to come in and we can come up over the top of them. So at the end, was it Micah or his agent, their own greed that cost them, that got them shown the door in Dallas? And I'm never against a player getting all that they can get, because these players, the lifespan in the NFL is short. And so get all that you can get. I'm not knocking that, but nobody forced you to say that you weren't going to be, that being the highest paid at your position or being the highest paid non-quarterback, you said that did not mean that you didn't need to be that. But what's your contract right now? The highest paid, right? And listen, if the Dallas Cowboys would have made that move, I'd have been fine with it. You know what I mean? I'm saying I think all of us would have been. But I think once you step back and look at it, you're just sitting there thinking like, am I siding with Jerry Jones? No. But did Micah Parsons and his agent have fault in this? Yes. Yes, absolutely. They did. All three of them. And it came down, obviously, to ego and money. So I'm not going to sit here and defend really anybody. Not defending Jerry, not defending Micah. I'm just saying what we saw as Cowboys fans sitting on the out. We saw what Cowboys, and yes, Jimmy, I'm still taking care of business here. We got 4 hours and 25 minutes. We doing numbers for the cave, baby. We doing numbers for the cave. Mike, we doing numbers for the cave. But I'm just sitting here and I'm saying that actually, what was I saying? I'm just fucking with y'all. No, I'm just saying that Micah Parsons he's the one that kind of forced his own way out of Dallas. When it comes down to it, ego got in the way. And I think you could say that for all of them. Micah Parsons, Mulligetta, and Jerry Jones. And yeah, Micah asked for the trade. Jerry had his head up his ass. Yeah, exactly. And say what you want. I know Micah Parsons retweeted it and said that he was not laying on that bench for very long, but that was a bad look. It was. I don't know if that was a straw that broke the camel's back, but you can't tell me that was a good look. You're supposed to be the leader of this team regardless. That's what Jerry said. Well, that's what Schottenheimer said. He said he was making you the leader and wanted you to be a leader and challenged you to be a better leader. And, the final preseason game of the season, and you're laying down on a bench, looking uninterested, eyes closed, looking like you're asleep. Whether you were or weren't, that don't matter. It's the optics of it. You know what I mean? It could have been for 2 seconds. You didn't need to be laying down. And and I know people are going to sit there, and there were some people that went as far as to say, well, Micah said he's got tightness in his back. I believe Micah's got tightness in his back. Like I believe that there's a guy next door to me here in Omaha, Nebraska that could sell me oceanfront property. Ain't no back tight. Ain't no back tight. I don't believe that one bit. It's like talking to the old head at the bar that said 2 weeks ago he knocked out 10 dudes. I got jumped and knocked 10, dude. Like, shut the hell. I don't believe that for a damn minute. Back tightness. I bet you he plays week 1 in Green Bay. I bet you that back ain't an issue week 1 when Green Bay takes the field. I just don't think it will be. I don't think it will be. All right, listen. I'm going to go for a little bit longer because I feel like the numbers keep going up. We're at 1371. Man, we're creeping our way up. 1,372 subscribers right now. But like I said, every once in a while, your boy's got to get up. I got to let you guys take control of the wheel, and I got to let y'all just, go ahead and command the crowd and make them, hey, hey. So I'm going to let y'all do that while I go to the bathroom because your boy got to empty one of these ultras out of my bladder. But I'll be back momentarily. Y'all hold this shit down. I'll be right back. Here I come. I'm coming. Oh, shit. I got to get another beer. All by myself. On me. I wonder how much noise this picks up. Did y'all hear me saying I needed to get another beer? All right. 1374. We didn't lose one listener. We actually gained. We gained somebody watching this while I was gone. Going to the bathroom. Look, I'm building a little beer tower back here, y'all. We're gonna build the tower up. That's only 2. We're only on the 3rd. I feel like I threw one away along the way, but we got crack another one. If we get to 1,500, that's another 125 people. I will take another shot of this tequila. Listen, I need to, actually, I should have done that a minute ago. I'm not going to get up again. I need to take that and put it in the freezer because that tequila is getting hot. Been out, listen, 4 hours and 31 minutes. 4 hours and 31 minutes is by far the longest cast that I've ever done. It's the longest stream that I've ever done. But honestly, this is some of the most fun that I've ever had. I don't know about you guys in the chat, man. You guys let me know. Have you guys been having fun tonight? We're getting more and more people, man. And I just, I don't necessarily need you guys to validate me. I just want to know, are you guys having fun? As much fun as me? Because it's, the audience continues to grow. And I have to think either they're tuning in because I'm thoroughly entertaining, or they're tuning in to laugh at my misery and my pain, or they're just watching me fucking get drunk and consume insane amounts of tequila and drink a lot of beer and build a beer tower behind me while bitching and giving a funeral to Micah Parsons. So what do you guys tell me? What is bringing you into the chat today? Is it for the funeral of Micah Parsons? Is it because of the entertainment factor? Is it because you guys are just needing a spot to drink with somebody and you don't want to drink alone? Because I'm not drinking alone. I'm drinking with 1,379 of you guys right now. 1,381. The numbers just keep bumping. It's crazy. But listen, I'm curious because I like interacting with the chat. I like it when you guys talk. I like it when you guys give me some feedback. I want to feed off you guys, man. I want some comments from you guys. So please don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get up in here. 1,382 of you. And we're just getting, the comments are just trickling. Let's make the chat jump off. Let's make the chat jump off. Come on, guys. Let's get interactive. It's a bunch of Cowboys fans from around the globe. Let's all chop it up and talk with each other. Tell me. I got all of the above. Benny Blanco says all of the above. He says, I was crashing out earlier, but this helped a lot. I appreciate that, Benny. Garland said, it has been great. Good night, K9 and Cowboys Cave. Listen, Rick, you've been in here for a long time. I know I've been keeping this going for a long time, but, I just wanted to know from the people that have been in the chat, how everybody's been doing, because it really is, man. It's making me feel better. I just want to make sure that, I'm doing my job and I'm helping you guys along. That makes me feel better. It really does. I don't really need the validation, but it kind of does help me out a little bit, make me smile a little bit. Casey, I appreciate you. You have been having a good time too. And that's what I like, honestly, is being around with you guys, because it's like this giant group therapy circle. Obviously, I can't see all 1,300 of you guys that are watching this right now, but I can assume that many of you are a lot like me, and I can assume that that you guys are passionate like me. Sometimes you sit there and listen. When I first moved up here from Texas, I didn't really know any Cowboys fans, but I was still as dedicated and diehard as I've ever been, and I'd watch the games by myself, and I'd get me some beer. My kids, they like the Cowboys, but they're not really like diehard like me. My ex-wife wasn't really diehard like me, so I'd be there and I'd be watching the games and by myself and just jumping up and down and screaming like a maniac, and just I love the Dallas Cowboys, and I always have, man. It's been one of the biggest loves of my life besides my kids, and when I found Twitter, it was like this giant group, and there's just this big family that I had. And that family just grew and grew and grew and grew. And then it has continued to grow with the expansion of this YouTube channel that we got and everything that goes. And I honestly do, man. Don't get me wrong, man. There's some of y'all out here, some weird ass motherfuckers. I mean, but no. It is a interesting and eclectic, diverse family focused on one passion, and that is Dallas Cowboys football. And you guys just all coming together in one spot, just, it really does, man. And that's, it's not the alcohol talking. I know that you guys are probably thinking this dude's been drinking a lot of tequila, man. Now the alcohol's talking. He's getting all mushy and emotional on us. But it is, because I just think of all the different Dallas Cowboys fans that are out there watching right now, and the journey that all of you have taken to get to this point, to be sitting here on a podcast, all kind of working through the same issue. And that is all of us with an equal passion that are in shock that one of our best playmakers that we've seen come out of this franchise for a long time has been traded to Green Bay. And that's why we're all here tonight. You know what I mean? And, it's special, man. So this is my way of thanking you guys, my long-winded way of thanking you guys for tuning in, because I really have loved kicking it with you guys. And I'm not tapping out. I don't want you guys to think that I'm tapping out. I'm not doing that just yet. So if you were thinking about bouncing out, you don't have to. If you want to stick around or whatever. Been a long day. Thanks for keeping it open tonight. Man, DJ, I appreciate you coming in, man. It has been a long day. And there is absolutely no shade to anybody that needs to get to bed, man. It's 10:13 at night, Central PM Standard Time, which for a guy like me that ain't got to work tomorrow, I'm Gucci. But anybody else that needs to go to bed, I perfectly understand it. Y'all start dropping off. I get it. But the thing is, it keeps going up. We're at 1,390 people in this chat right now. Truly amazing. I said earlier that if we got to 1,500, I would hit another shot, which, we'll see if that happens or not. Anything can happen. What is that? Anything is possible. But, I'm still getting texts from people that are giving me condolences about the Cowboys. And, oh my goodness, it has been a night. So I want to know, what was the biggest shock for you guys when this whole Parsons thing went down? Like, what was the biggest shock for y'all? Was it that Micah Parsons got traded? Was it the fact that he got traded to the Green Bay Packers? I'm just curious. You know what I mean? I'm curious. What was the biggest shock for you guys? K9, favorite piece of merch. For me, my favorite piece of merch, biggest shock was how long it took to resolve. Yeah, no, I agree. Now, are you asking my favorite piece that I have, that like of my collection, my Cowboys collection, or like for like stuff that I wear? Because there's a difference. I guess a few different things, but yeah, it did take a long time to resolve it. Very, very long time to resolve it. Yeah, yours. My favorite piece of merch is probably just, honestly, it's not anything too crazy. I really like my replica rings. I got the Super Bowl rings, the 5 Super Bowl rings for the Dallas Cowboys. And they're just replicas, man. But I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. When the haters, get to talking loud and shit, you know what I'm saying? I like these. They're pretty cool. It's a replica Super Bowl ring. But that's probably my favorite. I like to throw them all on at once. You know what I'm saying? Kind of pretend like I'm a Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboy. Like I used to play for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm like, don't make me pimp slap you. What if 5 fingers say to the face? Put all 5 of them on at the same time. Goodness gracious, wouldn't it be nice though if we could get number 6? That'd be nice if we could put one on this finger right here. We've been stuck to this hand for a very long time. I thought we were going to get a deal done too, man. I really did. We didn't. And now Micah Parsons is Green Bay Packer, man. But such is reality. That's what we got to live with. And unfortunately, no matter how much alcohol I consume tonight, I'm still going to wake up tomorrow morning and he's still going to be a Packer. I'm still going to be having these dudes text me and tell me that, hey, thanks for all this, but thanks for Micah Parsons. Thanks for blah, 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 blah. I hope Micah Parsons' career flops from here on out. You know what I mean? That's a bad thing to say, but he's not a Cowboy no more. Ain't wishing him no good. No good. I would say for those of you real quick, this is just a shameless plug here. But for those of you that have a TikTok, if you got a TikTok, you definitely got to go and follow me right quick at KellyK9_1980. This is to show you something right quick. This is a video I did. I like to laugh at things and make things funny with Cowboys Nation. So you got to check this out. This is me, how I felt after they announced the Parsons trade. Almost ate the Tide Pods. Yeah, it was just an absolute crash out by me when I went live on Twitter right after that Cowboys trade. But I feel like that was a lot of Cowboys fans that crashed out, man. I feel like there was a lot of, oh my God, we just hit 1,400. We just hit 14. We're only 100 away, guys, from another shot. Holy cow. Listen, just to let you guys know, those that are in here, I feel like that you don't think that has moved very much since the last few times I've shown you. I'm just going to let you know it has. It's definitely moved. That bottle was full when we started here, and it's not anymore. And the bottle gets wider as it goes down, right? So it's harder to really kind of see a visible dent in it. But if we get to 1,500, I got to take another shot, and I'll take a double. We'll notice this thing drop down a little bit. Probably don't need it, but man, I got some liquid IV in the next room, man. That shit is amazing. For any of those of you that partake in the alcoholic beverages, let me just let you know, liquid IV is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So is anybody watching college football tonight? Because I have been watching a little bit, not too much. Oh, nope, got the volume up. I've been watching a little bit. I'm trying to see the score of this Nebraska game. Man, Nebraska and Cincinnati. Let's see. As soon as it was declared, it was full when he started. Yeah, it was full when I started, Benny. Benny Blanco from the Bronx, like a champ, Benny. Yes, you are watching some college football. Because I'm doing a little bit of. I'm trying to do a little bit of, what was that called? Multitasking. Yeah, I'm starting to forget words and stuff. Listen, I think that I've stayed pretty sharp for 4 hours, and we're 15 minutes away from going 5 hours, guys. 5 hours. You thought Michael was frustrated with that roster. Wait until he realizes what he's playing with now, and he's freezing. Oh, yeah. I'm going to love seeing Micah playing in the cold. Jerry sent him definitely to one of the colder places that a man could play in. That's going to be interesting for old Micah Parsons when it's 15, 20 below, and he's out there playing. That'll be very, very, very interesting. If I was Jerry, I would have sent him. That's not a bad place to send him, to the Antarctic. I kind of would have thought maybe to send him to like Buffalo or something like that, just because Buffalo is the land of never having won anything in the entire history. But, it is what it is. Okay, we got a 13-3 game right here. Cincinnati is on the 30. They're in field goal range. They could score a point and they could score and either make it 13-6. What is it? 2nd and 6 right now. I like watching it. I like watching college football, but I'm watching it because Nebraska's playing, and I live in Nebraska. So Cornhusker fans I'm a Texas Tech fan. That's my team. But the Cornhusker fans are definitely diehards, and they're loyal around here, and they definitely like to – they're like the Dallas Cowboys of college football, honestly. The Huskers were great in the 70s and won championships in the 70s, and then they won championships again in the 90s and haven't done anything since and have really kind of fallen off of relevancy. So they definitely – oh, my God, he's about to score a touchdown. They definitely kind of feel like the Dallas Cowboys of college football, so I feel like I can kind of relate to them a little bit. It's not that I really want to root for them, but – I can relate, you know what I mean? And I don't really want to crack on them or make any type of jokes because I know how that feels. We've talked about the misery. We've talked about the continuous failures of our franchise that have left us stranded, feeling empty in the depths of our soul. But still we rise, Cowboys fans. Still we rise. Cincinnati's on the 7-yard line. And quarterback keeper. Oh, they just scored a touchdown. Cincinnati, it is 13-10. Oh, my God. Nebraska, you are on upset alert. Well, it's the third quarter, 6 minutes and 53 seconds left, so I wouldn't say it's upset alert yet. But, oh, my God, if Nebraska loses to Cincinnati in game 1, they are going to absolutely riot here in the state of Nebraska. Oh, my God, it's going to be hilarious. I'm a Big 12 guy, Texas Tech. I hope Cincinnati wins just because we got to play Cincinnati, and I hope that, the better they are, the better that goes for our strength of schedule. But, oh, my God, I cannot believe Nebraska is literally about to be in a 3-point game with Cincinnati. That is surprising for me. So, all right, guys, I need to know, as far as the Cowboys fans, let's get something popping a little bit more interactive in the chat that I want to get you guys kind of involved with. Okay, we got 1,400 fans here. First of all, if you haven't liked and subscribed to the channel, please do so. Obviously, we've been keeping this going for a long time. If I'm producing like trash content or I'm not good or I'm not making you laugh or keeping you entertained, there's no way the hell you're going to stay tuned in, locked in. There's 1,400 of y'all locked in. I got to be doing something right, okay? So if I am, hit the like, hit the subscribe, support the channel, please. Give this stream a thumbs up. We're cooking here, getting the hours and whatnot, but please let's get to 1,500. We got 95 more to go, man. Let's get to 1,500. Why not? We can do this. It's only 10:23. We're not quitters here. But listen, what I want to know from you guys in the chat, Benny, I appreciate you being down. Day one, baby. Day one. Let's go. What I want to hear from y'all in the chat, what year did each of you become Dallas Cowboys fans? What year? I became a Dallas Cowboys fan. My parents were Dallas Cowboys fans. My mom was a Dallas Cowboys fan. Her and my dad got divorced. We moved up to Iowa in 1992, which is why I came back up here. There's a little bit of like an old school, whatever. 1992, we moved up here because my grandparents ended up here, kind of relocated up here. My mom did. 1992 Cowboys Super Bowl party. My mom was a Cowboys fan. She was working with a lady that she worked with that was a Cowboys fan. They decided to throw a Cowboys party together. We got our family together. We got their family together. 1992 Iowa Cowboys Super Bowl party. It was Cowboys, Bills. I immediately fell in love with the glitz and the glamour of the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, we beat the Bills' ass, and we repeated to do that for 2 years, and then 2 years in a row, back to back. But it was 1992 for me, and then after that, I was hooked, man. There was no going back from that. I got my first Cowboys jersey, got me a Cowboys starter jacket, Dallas Cowboys hat. Like, I mean, literally, my Michael Irvin jersey I had from the time I was, I think, 16, 17 years old when I got this jersey. And I think I had that thing till I was like 23. That thing was like, it was the painted number. So that thing was so like faded and shit, but I was still wearing that thing forever. DJ says birth. Grandpa was in the service and a Staubach fan. No shadows in the other team for me. See, now my kids have been fans since birth. And I feel like I was a fan since birth too. I mean, I got pictures. I got a picture when I was like, I think 3 or 4 years old wearing a Staubach jersey. So, I mean, I was from birth, but I'm saying when you consciously knew, right? When you actually watched a game and you knew, like, I love this team. Like, this is my team. I'll never root for another team. This is my team. That's what I'm saying. So for me, it was 1992. Super Bowl party in 96. That was a good Super Bowl party. That was the Pittsburgh Steelers, Larry Brown interception to end it. I was actually, crazy story here. Well, not crazy for those of you that know me. But I was actually in a juvenile 24-hour guarded facility at the time. Yeah, back in that time, I was a guy that had a well, let's just say that I did things that weren't exactly legal, and I got in trouble for it. And I watched that Super Bowl in that facility. I remember it quite well, though. They let us watch the Super Bowl. I was super pumped up. I wrote my mom a letter. She actually still has the letter. I've seen it, and I actually took a picture of it. I think I've got that and posted it to social media at one time. But it was actually 1990. It was 95, but it was 96 when we actually won because I dated the letter for 1996 when we won that Super Bowl. And it was a really, really great memory, though. I mean, even though I had to watch it, locked up, though, but, it was a good memory because it was the very last time that I seen the Cowboys play in a Super Bowl. So after that, it was just kind of all downhill from there and, just a bunch of BS, man, unfortunately. But, yeah, yeah, if somebody would have told me that was the last time I was going to get to see a Super Bowl, probably would have said you was crazy. You know what I mean? But, here we are, man. And it's memories like that get us to the point right now, which is what gets us to where we are with this whole Micah Parsons thing and why we feel the way that we feel. So, again, it started off very negative tonight, but it did go in a very positive direction, I feel, just because I think that a lot of Cowboys fans, initially, it was the shock of losing Micah Parsons to the point of where we've all kind of come to, not all of us, because 1,400 of us, 1,400 is literally a sliver of the Cowboys nation population. But there is a decent portion of us in here that I think have went from being absolutely furious to kind of coming to grips with it and kind of coming to cope with it to say, and people will sit there and they'll call us delusional and they'll say, there's no way that you really believe that. You're just trying to cope and this and that, whatever. But the thing is that we've all kind of come to the realization that, hey, this is the thing that happened. Micah Parsons is no longer a member of the Dallas Cowboys. There's not a damn thing that we can do about it. What do we do from here? Will we move on? That's what we do. That's all we can do is move on. And we've still got 17 games to play. We've got 17 games to play this season, and I don't know about y'all, man, but I ain't throwing in the towel. I'm not throwing in the towel. I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to look at you and tell me that this Dallas Cowboys team still can't win a lot of games. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that this Dallas Cowboys team offensively did not get better by adding George Pickens. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that this Dallas Cowboys team didn't get better by drafting Tyler Booker in the first round of the draft and trying to solidify this offensive line. I'm not going to tell you that this Dallas Cowboys team don't have a chance. There's so many people that are out there right now that really want to push that narrative, and they're really going to try to take your optimism and step on it. They try to boot stomp your optimism, but you can't let them do that, because the thing is, we should still be optimistic. This is a whole new season. We have no idea where this season is going to go. We have no idea what the Cowboys are going to do with these extra draft picks that they have. We have no idea what these new pass rushers are going to look like. And when I say new pass rushers, I'm talking about, well, really just mainly the one. But when I'm talking about Eazy-E that we drafted out of Boston College, listen, we have got some reasons for optimism. The Cowboys front office felt strongly enough about our pass rush and how deep it was that they would still be okay if they got rid of Micah Parsons. Obviously, they know there's going to be a drop-off in talent, but they're thinking that they can still get after the passer while improving their run defense, right? While improving their run defense and not having to pay a guy $47 million a year in Micah Parsons. And they have done that. And they have. And will that work out? We don't know, guys, but we got to watch. We got to at least give it a shot. There ain't no point in giving up on this season already and sitting there throwing in the towel and saying, no way can we get this done. We're done. The season's over with. Are you telling me you waited this long for football just to give up before week 1? It's a long season. I mean, even if we go into Philadelphia and we get beat, listen, that's the defending Super Bowl champions on opening night in their house while they drop the Super Bowl banner. Y'all think that game's going to be easy? So, I mean, even if we go into there and we get beat, that's not the end of the season. That's not the end of the season. That's not the way that we know that things are going to go. Again, I keep going back to the fact that before the season started, I didn't think the Cowboys were going to win the Super Bowl. You know, there's that preconceived notion that all Cowboys fans sit there and they talk about, hey, this is our year, when that's not actually the case. That's a very small percentage of Cowboys fans, very small. And most of them that do say that, they're just trolling anyway. They're trying to get a reaction out of you. And for you guys that hate the Cowboys and don't like the Cowboys, you fall for it every time. Because real, realistic Cowboys fans, even fanatics like myself, who may be dipped in a little bit of delusion from time to time, that we can still be realistic. We can still sit back and say, hey, listen, my team is not that good that I think we're going to win the Super Bowl this year. I never once said that. I never once thought that. In fact, I thought this was a team that was going to be one and done in the playoffs. So if I think that, and if the majority of football thinks that, football fans, if the front office thinks that, if Jerry thinks that, Steven thinks that, if they think that this team as constructed is going nowhere this year, then why invest $47 million in a guy like Micah Parsons? Honestly, I know what we all wanted from an emotion standpoint. I know what we all wanted from an emotional standpoint, but what sense does that make from a football standpoint? You know, we still got a good offense. If you improve the run defense, listen, the run defense, and I'll keep harping back to this for all those people that say that we're making a huge mistake by not signing Parsons. We had the 29th ranked rush defense last year. 29th. I don't have the numbers in front of me to look up the rush defense in 2023 when we lost to the Packers, but it wasn't much better. Was not much better. The Packers came in and absolutely just ran all over us. So was Micah Parsons going to be the difference in that? Was he going to improve that? No. The Cowboys thought that they had something here. Upgrade defensive tackle. Get out there. Make a couple of moves. They got 2 first-round draft picks this year, 2 first-round draft picks the next year. They may use those first-round draft picks from the following year and say, fuck it, we're going all in next year. Leverage those to make some trades. Use a couple of the first-round picks to draft. I don't know what the Cowboys ultimately will do. I do know they have a lot of picks right now, and I do know that that's going to work out good for them. I knew that they're excited about it. They were definitely feeling what they had in the pass rush department. And that's how they feel. That's how they feel, and we can't change anything about it. Parsons is a Packer now, and we are going to face them week 4. It's not a damn thing we can do about it. Not a damn thing we can do about it. Period. So here we are with the season to play and a lifetime to go from what it seems like, guys. No, I'm just joking, man. Listen, I don't know how many of you feel like you're hoping that Jerry Jones bites the bucket before you do, but I know I sure am, man. What just happened here? I'm still watching this game. Down. Oh, yeah. Is he? Oh, yeah. And I'm still watching a little bit of college football, guys. All right, listen. I want to, guys, I'm hitting the 5-hour mark. I'm hitting the 5-hour mark, and even though I don't got to work tomorrow, guys, I want to I've got a little bit of college football left to watch. Kind of want to watch the rest of this game. It's a pretty tight game. It's 13-10. And I kind of want to go outside and maybe partake in a little bit of I don't want to say that on YouTube. I'm not trying to get Mike in trouble. I'm not saying what I want to do. It's smoking the lungs, not tobacco. Anyway, Cowboys Nation, thank you all for tuning in tonight. Seriously, man, 5 hours and 1,418 viewers. Please, if you have not already, like the channel, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to take one last shot for Cowboys Nation. Raise your glasses. Raise your shots to Micah Parsons. This is his funeral. From here on out, Micah Parsons is a dead issue with the Dallas Cowboys because we have to move on as a franchise, as a fan base, as an organization. Micah Parsons, salute and rest in peace. Your jersey goes to the Goodwill tomorrow. All right, Cowboys Nation, it has been an absolute pleasure, man. I mean that. I really do. Again, none of this is possible without you guys. And I can't jump on here and I can't do what I do. I can't host this space. I can't host this without you guys tuning in and supporting, and without you guys being the wonderful, the best fan base in all of sports. Absolute the best fan base in all of sports. Hands down. You guys have been great welcoming to me tonight. You've rolled with me. You've peeled back the layers. You've went through the range of emotions from angry to acceptance to a little bit of reminiscent to everything. The range of emotions, like like Ron Burgundy in Anchorman when he's bounding on the window and he said, "I'm in a glass case of emotion." That's what we went through tonight, Cowboys Nation. That is what we have went through tonight. A glass case of emotion. But you guys have been there through every second, all 5 hours. I mean, 5 hours, guys. Listen, I work an 8-hour workday. I'm 3 hours from completing an entire workday, right? 3 hours from completing an entire workday with you guys. And y'all have hung with me every second of it. It's been phenomenal. It's been amazing. Garland, thank you, man. Hey, thank you. Thanks again. Thank you to every single person that's tuned in right now. If you're watching, I don't even care if you're watching because you want to see Cowboys Nation miserable and you're a hater. You're tuned in here. Something brought you here. Views and clicks and all that stuff is good for the channel. So thank you. Every single person out here tonight. I know we've talked some shit. We've laughed. We've vented some things out, and it's been good, man. I am going to give you guys a salute for the night. Trust me, the Cowboys Cave will be back. I think Mike is hosting a show. What's today? Thursday. Not sure if he's doing one Sunday, but he usually does one Sunday morning. You guys feel free to tune into that. You know me, I'm going to be back live with Mike on Wednesday night, 6 p.m. or not 6 p.m., 8 p.m. Getting a little tipsy here. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time every Wednesday night. Me and Mike do this thing, Cowboys Cave. We're dedicated to talking Cowboys. We'll be back talking it again Wednesday night. And if you subscribe to the channel and you hit the alert, you'll get alerted when I go live. And you never know, because sometimes I go live like this. Not all the time. This is rare, but this was like the bat signal. I felt like I was needed, and I came to the right spot. So thank you again, guys, for everything you did tonight and being with me and hanging out and helping me walk through this thing. I'm going to go finish the rest of my night. Have a good one, and I hope you guys stay safe. Be good. It's a Labor Day weekend, so it's a long weekend. You guys relax and be safe with your friends, family, and loved ones. Have one of the best weekends ever, and rest in peace, Micah Parsons. May you flop in all of your snaps to come. How about them Cowboys? And end. Oh, sorry, guys. You know, even I fucked that up. Whatever.
Give me somebody that's hungry. Give me somebody that's hungry. I need somebody.